Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better option or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it up one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor. Yes, indeed. Shout out to the sponsor. But all right, guys, let's get right into it. Yo, this is SET with SET Media, guys, and I'm back with another one. All right, guys, we got Trump pretty much doing the bill signing, and we got a whole lot more after that because, trust me, a lot has went down within the past 24 hours, including Israel striking Iran. We're going to get into that as well, guys. Let's go.
It's good news indeed. People said it couldn't be done. You got it done. I just have to sign, right? That's very good. This is really something. And it has to do with the California Auto Regulation, CRA. It's been a disaster for this country. And I want to thank everybody for being here. We officially rescue the U.S. auto industry from destruction by terminating the California electric vehicle mandate once and for all.
Which would have pretty much made most of our cars made in China, to be quite honest. And that was the problem of making with this EV mandate, because it was damn near giving the car market to China.
Thank you. They said it couldn't be done, but boy, it's had us tied up in knots for years. And they'd pass these crazy rules in California, and it would be 17 states would go by them. The automakers didn't know what to do because they're really building cars for two countries. When you have 17 states, you're building cars for two countries. And I want to congratulate you all, the Senate, the House, the whole thing. It's incredible. I was going to sign a executive order and give it a shot. But the one good thing with this, number one, it holds up forever. And number two, unless somebody votes it out, they'll never do that. And it's just so much better, huh? It's so much better. That's so great. Very proud of you. We're joined today by the great Speaker of the House. I think he's going to go down as a great Speaker of the House, too. I may be wrong. I may be wrong. Who knows? Who the hell knows? I think he is. And he's doing something, the only thing I would say is more important than this one, and I'll tell you what, it's almost close. That's how big this is today. But the great big, beautiful. I added the word great.
I got to admit, House Speaker Mike Johnson, he does have a way with words. I mean, he's the most boring person I've ever heard. But somehow this man be getting people on his side. And he did this in the Biden administration and the Trump administration. So one thing I can say about that man is he must be convincing.
Great. I use the word the great, big, beautiful bill. It's going to be one of the most, I said it this morning to a group, I think it's one of the most important pieces of legislation ever signed, ever approved. So it's going to be something very special. Thank you very much. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, thank you. Secretary Sean Duffy, and they had a problem in India today, and you're on that. Sean's doing a tremendous job. Secretary Chris Wright, everybody said you'd never be able to get him. He's the most talented man, they say, in the oil and gas industry.
Oh, yeah, there was a plane crash in India. I mean, it left 241 dead. Yes, a plane crash in India. And it looks like it was it was a jet, an Air India flight. No, never mind. It was an Air India flight that crashed in India, killing over 200 people. So, RIP, of course.
I'll let you know in about 2 years if that's true. Well, Doug Burgum, I wanted Doug Burgum to head up energy because he was so successful in North Dakota. He's governor. And he said, sir, there's one person who's much better than me. I said, who? They said, Chris Wright. I said, who the hell is Chris Wright? I had no idea. Now everyone knows Chris Wright. He's going to be more famous than me. But he said, there's a guy named Chris Wright, and if we could get him, he'd be better than I am, sir. And if you know Doug, Doug's not here, is he? If you knew Doug, he's always working someplace. But if you knew Doug, you'd know that he doesn't say that often. And he did. And Chris, you're doing great. But I don't like the oil prices have gone up just a little bit over the last few days. I was going to call it, just really start screaming at you. Are we okay? Nothing wrong, right? It's going to keep going down a little bit, right? Because we have inflation under control perfectly. You probably saw the records. Everyone's on television saying, what's going on here? Trump is proven to be right. All of these things. We've taken in $88 billion in tariffs.
Well, I'm going to be real with you. Oil prices might go up because, Israel done attacked Iran. And, every time we get into it with Iran, gas prices surge. In the worst way.
In 2 months, $88 billion with no inflation. And if we're smart, there won't be. Now, we'd like to get this guy to lower interest rates because, if he doesn't, we have to pay. We have a lot of short-term debt. Obama gave it to us originally, and Biden carried it on. They like short-term. I like long-term cheap debt. But a lot of the debt comes through because Biden, he didn't do it. I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. But somebody approved short-term debt. It's all over the place. And it comes due starting very soon. And if we would lower the interest rates by 1 point, we'd pay about 1 point less. That's $300 billion a year. Can you believe it? 1 point. If he'd lower it by 2 points, we pay $600 billion a year less. That's for years, 10 years, 12 years, whatever we make it. But we can't get this guy to do it. And the fake news is saying, if you fired him, it would be so bad. It would be so bad. I don't know why it would be so bad, but I'm not going to fire him. I just want him to, we call him too late. Right?
Well, the problem is with the Fed is that you can't fire him. He's in there for 10 years, like it or not. But his term is ending soon. And the problem with the Fed chair is that, he's not cutting the rates, which Trump wants. But quite honestly, man, if you heard the man's position, he's pretty much saying that, Trump, you kind of got the economy under control. There's no high unemployment. Inflation's under control. The economy's looking good. We're definitely not heading toward no recession. So he's kind of telling Trump, you're doing a good job. I don't need to cut the rate. But Trump's saying that, but it could be even better if you cut the rate. Like, come on, man.
Right. Too late is his nick, like Too Tall Jones. He was too tall, T-O-O. And I just say this because we want to get rid of inflation, and we have. But we're going to be paying more for debt. And all he has to do is lower it. Europe's done 10 lowerings. We've done none. And Nobody understands it. Actually, today when the numbers came out, they were so good. You saw yesterday's numbers, incredible. No inflation. Today's numbers, today just came out, same thing, no inflation. They're all shocked. All these guys are watching from business, CNBC, and all of these different networks. Maria Bartiromo actually got it right. She's been getting it right for a long time, that one. I hope she's appreciated. And Joe Kiernan's been very good at CNBC, I must tell you, but other people aren't so good. But I will say that they can't believe what's happening. But if I could, because we can discuss, we get a lot of press, we get a lot of cameras rolling right now. Not that I like doing it, because I don't. But if we cut our interest by 1 point, for years, we save $300 billion. If we cut it by 2 points, we save, because it's pretty equivalent. We're going to spend $600 billion a year, $600 billion, because of one numbskull that sits here. I don't see enough reason to cut the rates now.
I mean,
and the problem he's got is that, and I explained to him, look, if inflation went up, cut your rates now. There's no inflation. We got it down. We got prices down. We got gasoline down. And you'll keep it going down. And but gasoline's down. We drill, it's drill, baby, drill. That's why it's going down. But all that. But think of it. I said to him, he was in my office a couple of days ago. I said, if you think there's inflation, let's find out. Because I think we're going to keep it down. I think gasoline's going to be so far down. Oil, energy, it's so much energy. We have so much energy, we don't know what to do with it. But let's say there was inflation in a year from now. Raise your rates. I don't mind. Raise your rates. I'm all for it. I'll be the one I'll be calling you. He'll be too late for that too. But raise your rates. You don't have to keep them up here. If it's going to go up, I'm okay with you raising, but it's down. And we're going out to financing.
All right, this is like the first time I'm actually hearing Trump formulate his argument on why he wants him to cut the rates. And it seems like it's a savings ordeal. He's like, yo, per point that you drop the rate on the interest rate, we could save $300 billion. And right now we're in a good position with there's jobs being added to the economy. Like I said, the consumer price index is down. We have low inflation. A lot of things are working for us. Why not just cut the rate to add even more boost to the economy and also give some savings to the government? It is a no-brainer at the end of the day. So I see why he's just kind of fed up. He's like, all right, let me just explain my point to the people since you're not getting it. And hopefully the people gets it and kind of pushes your hand off the public opinion.
And I may have to force something. Somebody said, who's the genius that thought of that? I said, it's me. Unlike Biden, I stay awake at night thinking about how to save our country. He was much better at sleeping than me. Could sleep on a beach. He could sleep on a beach with cameras rolling. I can't do that. But I had an idea. I gave it. They said, we'll go short term for a year. Let this guy get out of office. Somebody will come in, cut it a couple of points, and we'll save ourselves $7, $8, maybe even $900 billion a year. What is he doing? Why doesn't he lower these rates? And with that, we'll get on to the California standard, which is a disaster. Okay? So, Chris Wright, you're going to get the numbers down. Thank you very much. Lee Zeldin, one of the most important men in this room. He's the man. I get nervous when I talk to him. He's doing a great job.
Honestly, I thought Trump was just going to say, you know what? I'm going to relieve Scott Bessent of Secretary of Treasury, and I'm going to go put him in the Fed and then, replace somebody for Treasury, because that would probably been a pretty good addition. And here's the thing. I don't even agree with the Federal Reserve. Honestly, the Federal Reserve is the reason why we got into the Great Depression, because we was in a money-tight situation, and we needed them to print the money, and they kind of said, screw us. And then the president of the Federal Reserve somehow had enough money to buy a news publication, but that's a whole nother story.
Nuclear, I say, okay, you can take 2 weeks for that approval. It used to take 20 years, then they wouldn't approve it. Now I say, Lee, nuclear, I'll give you 2 weeks for an approval. A coal-fired plant, You only get a couple of days, and oil and gas will give you a week, okay? Something like that. But he's doing it so fast, and we have so many plants being built right now. It's so beautiful to see. And one of the reasons they're coming here is because they have to produce tremendous, especially the AI, they have to produce beyond believable amounts of electricity. And they're doing, I said to them, I think this was more or less my idea. They didn't have the idea only because they didn't think a thing like this was possible. I said, as you build your plant, you're going to become a utility. And you're going to build a separate plant right alongside of it. You're going to build it. You're going to build a plant that produces electricity. And you'll produce it through.
So it looked like he's going off the Google plan, because it was Google that first pretty much said, like, yo, our data centers, like, they kind of need their own energy plant. And then that got too expensive. So they kind of hit Trump with, can we have like a little bit of nuclear energy? It'd be less straining on the local grid and all that good stuff. We can go ahead and get by like that. And that's what Trump is pretty much saying, is like, yeah, we'll go. And that's also going to create jobs as well. Because now you got the little mini nuclear plant over here, right next to the data center right over here. It all works out.
Natural gas, coal, nuclear. We don't want to produce it through wind because we don't feel like ruining 50 miles of beautiful plains and beautiful vistas. And but we want to produce it. Interestingly, China is opening up a coal plant every single week. But now I'm finding out it might be 2 plants every single week. And, usually that's a good gauge. If they're using coal, I guess we're supposed to use coal. And, we went to a coal standard. And not that you have to use coal. You're going to use whatever's best. I want to introduce also Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso, who's a tremendous guy, doctor. Okay? And he is a tremendous guy, tremendously talented doctor. When I have a medical situation for the country, for myself, I haven't used him, but I might have to. Maybe I'll do that. If it's serious enough, I think I'd probably do that. But he's a tremendously talented gentleman who happens to be a senator and one that's very respected. Chairwoman Shelley Moore Capito, and congratulations. I just endorsed your son. Did you know that? I endorsed your son. I endorsed your son, who's running in West Virginia, and he's great. In fact, he's all Trump all the time. I think much more so than you, actually. If you want. You were his largest impediment. No, I'm only kidding. He's all Trump all the time, and he's going to win big, and so congratulate him. Okay, he's really been fantastic. So many people have told me. Thank you. And House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, who's a brave man. He went through hell. Steve went through hell. And we have a lot of other people here that I won't be able to because they don't have your name down. And I'm looking and I see people's names. I'll do a couple of you, but thanks as well to Mark Wayne Mullen, Senator. Mark Wayne, thank you. Stand up, Mark Wayne. Don't fight him. He's a serious fighter in a lot of ways, and he's a great guy, too. Thank you, Mark Wayne. Deb Fisher. Deb? Thank you, Deb. Good. Pete Ricketts, who's going to do very well in the upcoming election. Thank you. Thank you, Pete. John Husted, who's Claudia Tenney, New York. Claudia. Thank you, Claudia.
Now let me go ahead and skip the congratulations here and let me get right to the point. And all right, guys. Oh, yeah. Also, make sure you guys double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation. Appreciate the support. And, guys, make sure to subscribe to the channel.
Open borders, men. Under the previous administration,
Or the auto pen.
I could go point after point, everything they did. Open borders, men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody. Everybody, let's go transgender. What a group of people you had over there. They must have hated our country. Under the previous administration, the federal government gave left-wing radicals in California dictatorial powers to control the future of the entire car industry all over the country, all over the world, actually. Because they have to build a car. They can't build 19 different cars called the same thing. And really, it was all over the world what was happening. They approved Governor Gavin Newsom's ridiculous plan to impose a 100% ban on all new gas-powered cars within a very short period of time. Think of this. You couldn't buy any other car except an electric-powered car. And in California, they have blackouts and brownouts. They don't have enough electricity right now to do the job. And countrywide, you'd have to spend $4 trillion to build the firing plants, to be able to, they call them a lot of things, charging plants, firing plants. $4 trillion you'd have to spend. In the Midwest, they built.
I mean, let's be honest. During the recent years, California has been pretty ineffective with the way they spend their money, especially when it comes to their, whole green initiative, when they're trying to go green, but they end up screwing themselves and misplacing money, or honestly just misusing the money. And then honestly and not failing to understand that how their regulations, their heavy regulations, kind of undermine their infrastructure efforts. It's like, bro, he's like, I get you're trying to, build some new things in Cali, but you might want to roll back those regulations because you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot, and you're really shooting yourself in the foot and trying to run a marathon at the same time.
9 of them, 9 individuals, it's like a pump, just like a pump, except instead of gas, electricity comes out. They built 8 of them. $9 billion they spent for 8 little hoses, $9 billion. Now, I'm sure they could have done it for about, 1/1000th of that, but even if they did, it's unaffordable. They approved Governor Gavin's ridiculous, is so ridiculous. By the way, if I didn't bring the military in, Los Angeles would be burning down right now. It'd be burning just like his damn houses burned down because he didn't have the water that he should have had. He had so much water. They have so much water. We had to send in the military to free up the water.
All right, that was a bit petty. He's like, man, if I didn't step in, California been burning down like his damn house. Like, yo, we had to do that man like that. But Gavin Newsom is pretty incompetent when it comes to, leading his country out of disasters, because he wasn't about to do anything about that. He was about to pretty much let these illegals and civilians as well, sadly, harass the ICE agents, let them stop their operations. And then what? There was nothing we was going to be able to do about it? He was going to wait till it got to the worst point possible. Gavin Newsom had no plans of calling in a National Guard. That's why he's crying about Trump doing it. And then they're trying to say, oh, he's misusing his power. No, he's within every right.
And we did that right after
Article
the
10,
We
baby.
told him to do it in the first term. But just like that ridiculous plan, this is a plan to ban, think of it, a plan to ban 100, and they call it the 100% ban on all new gas-powered cars and abolish 75% of the gas-powered trucks. 75%. The trucking industry saw me. They said, sir, it doesn't work. Number one, the trucks are so heavy. They're 2.5 times heavier than a diesel-powered truck. So one of the big truckers owns 28,000 trucks, big company, tremendous company. He said, I go out of business immediately. I'm not going to play games. I mean, he said, did you explain these things to the government officials? Like the truck weighs 2.5 times more than a regular truck, a gasoline-powered diesel. And he said, based on that, we have to rebuild every bridge in the United States of America because it wasn't designed to hold cars and trucks that heavy because the batteries are very heavy. They're, probably lead. But they have a lot of things in those batteries that weigh a lot. But it's 2.5 times. It's a simple number, 2.5 times. And if you want to do this, you have to spend trillions and trillions of dollars on rebuilding every bridge in the United States, and I guess throughout the world, because they do follow us. And the big rig buses and even cement trucks, they want to abolish certain categories of truck, but they want to go 75% of all of these trucks have to be abolished almost immediately. I mean, the time is just crazy. And they don't go far. Another little problem. With a tank of diesel, you can go from New York to Los Angeles if you want to go to Los Angeles right now. But New York to Los Angeles, and you can go back.
Yeah, it is. When it comes to travel distance, gas cars is still superior. I mean, yeah, when it comes to having a gas car, you can travel farther in a gas car than you can in any EV. Still, yeah, and that's the problem with the EVs. I mean, like, how long can you go before there's not a Tesla charger, a Tesla charger in sight? I mean, I don't think I'd ever want to be in that situation, but I would like to be in a situation where, if I run out of gas, I can just go in the trunk and pull out, you know, some gas.
Back a little bit. With the electric truck, you'll stop approximately 6 times. Enjoy your stop. And the truckers saw me, and I said, "Did you just explain this? Because this is like, if you explain it, if a person's reasonable for that," he said, "we explained it, they didn't care. They said, we're going all electric." They can't be stupid, because anybody that can cheat on elections like them is not a stupid person. But they must hate our country. But
okay, we got 500 plus y'all in here, man. Do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video. Let's get more people on the conversation by liking that video, people. Appreciate the support.
I said to this big trucker, he said, "Sir, I've been buying trucks my whole damn life." He's a rough guy, smart guy. He said, "I got thousands of them. I've been buying them for 50 years, and every single year they got better. They got more efficient, they got bigger, they got stronger. I build apartments in my trucks now for the drivers." I said, "What's an apartment?" "That's on the cab. They put this in." "And sir, I know you like luxury, but you wouldn't mind living in one of these." I said, "Maybe I would, maybe I wouldn't." I mean, it doesn't sound too appealing, but I said, "So what's the problem?" He said, "So I noticed one thing. For 50 years, every single year, one thing happened. They got better. They got stronger. They got more efficient. They got faster. They could carry any load.
They look better.
If we went to this standard, we'd go."
Some of these new trucks they can damn near pull the whole house. Shout out to the technological advancements of these trucks. I'm talking about the American ones. Shout out to us.
Back beyond 50 years, they wouldn't go as far as a truck from 50 years ago. It would be too heavy and have all the other problems. He said, we'd be going backwards. We'd be taking a trucking industry, would be starting all over. But actually, it would be worse, because it was better 50 years ago than. So I said, "What are you going to do if I don't win this election?" This was before the election. He said, "You don't win the election, I'm going to close up my business, because I'm not going to lose He said, "I'm not going to lose my ass. I know exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be a catastrophe. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. They're making you buy stuff that doesn't work. It's no good. It doesn't work." And I'm all for electric. If you want to buy electric, you can buy electric. Cars are great. If you buy the right ones, cars are great. And you should be given the option: buy the electric car, buy a gasoline-powered car, buy a hybrid. Probably not hydrogen, because hydrogen has a tendency that when it blows up, you're gonzo. It's over. They find you 75 yards down the road, Where is he? Well, I think that's him, but I'm not sure. So, they said, "We think we can solve the problem." I said, "That's not good enough." When they think, no, it sounds like it's quite severe. If it doesn't work, Steve, it'll work most of the time, but if it doesn't, it's over. It'll make your accident look like peanuts compared. You wouldn't be around, I'll tell you, because it's pretty bad. But some people like it. I don't know. Let's see what happens. But I would say it's off to a bad start. But because of the size of California's population and the fact that 17 other states follow California, that's the problem. 17 other states follow California. They have the most ridiculous laws I've ever seen for a lot of things. This is just cars, and trucks and they have a lot of them for other.
I mean, California is still crazy. It's like California's still crazy in my book for the fact that, human trafficking is still not a felony. And then, they voted to still not make it a felony. So yeah, California got some wild people running it.
Things, but it's called the California Car Standards, and this horrible scheme would effectively abolish the internal combustion engine, which most people prefer. Like so far, I'd say about 90%. In fact, General Motors announced yesterday they're going to spend about $6 billion on because of tariffs and maybe because of my election on November 5th. But because of tariffs, I think more than anything, they're all coming back. They're coming back from other countries that took them 25, 30 years ago. They're all coming back. We have now almost $15 trillion. They had almost nothing last year, and the year before they very, very little. Nobody wanted to be back here. Nobody wanted to come to our country anymore because we were like stupid people. We looked like stupid people. We were laughed at all over the world. Now we're not laughed at anymore, I can tell you that. But they wanted to shatter our domestic supply chains and literally grind civilization to a halt. We would have gone so far back. It's hard to believe, actually. Hard to believe when you don't have enough electricity to give a person a little air conditioning in the summer, and now they want you to take electricity and fire up all these cars. But we're not going to let that happen. Meanwhile, all of the auto jobs would be shipped to China because they're very strong on electric, and it lives off an estimated 200,000 American auto workers would be destroyed. It's one of the reasons I did so well with the United Auto Workers. And now I'm really doing well with them. I did phenomenally with them. No Republican ever got any numbers like I got. In the Teamsters, too. Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters. These guys, they like Trump because I produce jobs. They know that. Everybody knew that the auto workers knew better than anybody how good the tariffs were. And the head of the auto breakers, I don't know him at all, but he didn't like me at all. Now he's going around saying, this guy's unbelievable. He was very nice to me the last few months. During the campaign, no, but if I've proven, I've proven it. I've done what I said I was going to do, and we've brought back tremendous numbers of jobs.
And shout out Steph. She says, I need YMCA full song for all these losers in the chat. All right, Steph, I got you. Don't worry. It'll be all right.
And you're having auto plants built all over the country, all over. There's never seen anything like that. They're leaving from Mexico. They're leaving from Canada. They're leaving from other parts of the world. If they want a Mercedes-Benz, you're going to have it made here. It's okay to have a Mercedes, but they're going to make it here. Otherwise, they're going to pay a very big tariff. They already are. That's one of the reasons we have $88 billion. It's a lot of money, but that's peanuts compared to what we're going to be making in another few months. They haven't even kicked in yet. But we're not going to let any of these bad things happen, these stupid projections that I've been reading about for the last 6 months. I think these people are either corrupt or really dumb, and they're supposed to be economists. In the campaign, I promised to end this disaster, and today our Republican majorities in Congress have delivered, and I don't know, I can't imagine. It's so obvious. It's so good. Did we get any Democrat votes? Did we get one? Two? Who? 35. I think that's great. I think that's great. You got 35 Democrats. I think that's great. That, as far as I'm concerned, one in the Senate. On something that's so good. But who is the one? Well, I shouldn't have asked. I congratulate her. I don't care. I think it's.
All right, yeah, no, never mind. I was wrong. I guess, yep. No, never mind. Human trafficking and human smuggling is a felony in California. Sorry. I thought I misspoke and said and meant to say human smuggling, but not both are felonies.
It's great. It's very interesting. Why did I ask that question, Mr. Smith? But in a few moments, I'll sign 3 pieces of legislation that will kill, totally kill. You can't do anything about it. They can't take us to court. They can't do any of the things they can do with the executive orders. And it's permanent. I'll sign 3 pieces of legislation that will kill the California mandates forever, and they're never coming back. Now, the auto companies are the most happy because now they're going to be designing and building one auto. It will be much cheaper. It's a much less expensive. They were showing me, one of the most respected people was showing me that to save a little, like a half a glass of fuel Cost them thousands of dollars with new computers and stop it. The engine has to stop and then turn on and blah, blah, blah. And I said, does it work as well? No, it's terrible. It's terrible. And that's to save a little bit of fuel, this much fuel that Chris Wright can produce with one extra little oil well someplace, right? One little, a small one, a very small one. But think of it, your cars are going to cost you $3,000, $4,000 less, and you're going to have what you want. And again, you can get any car you want. You can get electric. A lot of people love the electric. They like Tesla. So do I, in all fairness. I like Tesla. And I like others too. But I also like combustion engines. And there are reasons for a lot of things. When I was in Iowa, we had an unbelievable victory, if you remember. Remember? That was nice. You won by like so much, nobody even talked about anything else. But that was a great victory. But it was unbelievably cold that night. And I was going to watch my victory in the area where I was going to make a speech. And the whole place was littered with cars. I said, what happened? They were electric cars, and they don't work in cold. I said, I didn't know that. And they don't work in extreme heat either. Other than that, they're wonderful. But no, but if you're in a cold climate, how do you do that? But they're electric cars, and I noticed that, and then I didn't pay much attention because we won by about 65 points. So I was more interested in that. But I do remember that scene. I said, what the hell is going on over here? This historic action will also help us reduce inflation and bring down the price of automobiles and electricity very, very substantially. We're building massive electricity right now. It's already started because of that guy right there, Lee Zeldin. By far the most important man in the room, Mr. Speaker. Stand up, Lee.
I mean, yeah, take a good look at this guy's face, though, because if, oil prices go up, at least we know we can blame two people. We can blame Trump and this guy, Lee.
He blows you guys away, John. He blows the politicians away. I'm sorry right now. He's a great politician. He almost won for governor in New York, which is just missed by a few points. And that was another race that was not winnable, but you almost got it. But I think what you're doing now is even bigger if you want to know the truth. I think it's actually more important if you can believe that. Under the previous regime, car prices skyrocketed as a direct result of the mandates. These mandates, this nonsense that you had to do. And they had so many other rules and regulations that the car companies who are here today appreciate that. And Susie Wiles is here today. Stand up, Susie. Most incredible woman. Most powerful woman in the world, they say. She's the most powerful. She was rated the most powerful woman in the world. Susie Wiles. One phone call and a nation is destroyed. She could destroy 5 nations with 5 calls, and she's doing a great job. More importantly,
actually, you want to know what's so nice about this EV mandate? For all my tinfoil hat guys, at least they won't be able to shut down your car whenever they want. If you ever say the wrong thing, do the wrong thing, you can always get away in the gas car. Not saying that you should. But if you do, and you're in an electric car, at least they just can't, shut your car off on you. Or worse yet, lock you in your car and drive your car for you right to the police station. Which would be, honestly, it'd be kind of cool to see it happen, but it would be also scary seeing that, they could do it to anybody they possibly don't agree with, or they could probably have, maybe wrongful information and then do it to them anyway.
All right? Doing a great job. Nobody like Energy prices would likewise soar as the radical left forced more electric vehicles onto the grid while blocking approvals for new power plants. They want to block the approvals. They want you to have a car with electric, but they block the production of the juice that runs the cars and all of them, all forms of cars. It's just the craziest thing. We're in a different sphere now. We're in a whole different planet right now. The result would be rolling blackouts and a collapse of our power systems. We'd have a total collapse. You couldn't do it. You couldn't even do it. Think of it, they're forcing you to do something, and they want you to do boats also. I assume boats are being covered by this, and boats, they want you to go all electric, and the batteries are so heavy, the damn boat practically doesn't float. I used to have a lot of fun talking about that one on on the tours would talk about it. And I said, what would happen if the boat sank? Because we went to North Carolina, South Carolina. We visited boat factories. Unbelievable guys. And they said, sir, we have one problem.
Hey, nah, shout out AJ. He says they'll just hijack your Neuralink. Oh my God. Oh, shit. You know what? That's damn near, that's way worse than just taking control of my electric car. Like, yeah, no, they'll just take it, take control of your Neuralink chip in your brain and just, you can drive yourself there. They don't got to do nothing else. Shoot, you'll even snitch on yourself. Or they'll make you say things you don't want to say and make you take up for a crime you never did. All with the power of taking over your Neuralink chip 50 years later.
They're forcing us to go electric for the boat. I said, how's it going to work? The boat will not float, sir. It's so heavy. And it won't go fast, and lots of other. And I did ask him a question, because I have a lot of background. My uncle is a big shot at MIT, the smartest guy. He never had a smarter guy. And I guess I have a little of that. My first question was, what would happen if the boat sank? Do you get electrocuted? Remember I said that? And I used to be decimated by these people back here, right? I used to be decimated. They'd say, what kind of a crazy question is that? So I'm actually serious. What happens if you're in an electric boat and the boat is going down? You're in trouble, Susie. And I used to say, remember, I'd get decimated. The audience loved it, but the press would laugh at it. I said, so if I have my choice of going down, we're jumping 5 or 6 yards away from the boat, but there's a shark there. What do I do? You know what I said? I'd rather be electrocuted. I said, I'll take electrocution every single day. But actually, he said, nobody's ever asked me that question, sir. He makes boats. Nobody ever asked me that question. This is really an unusual question.
I mean, it's honestly a hilarious question. It's like, damn, if I was going down, I would hope I don't have an electric engine. That would be tough. At that moment, I'd be like, I'd pray to God I have a gas engine.
He said, and honestly, I don't have the answer. He wasn't able to. I said, don't worry about it. If I win, you won't have to worry about it. But today we're saving California, and we're saving our entire country from a disaster. Your cars are going to be thousands of dollars less money. And even the ones that, if you buy electric, we're not going to make you do certain things that are just a waste of money and just time-consuming waste of money. They make you do things that are no good for anybody, make the car worse, and make it much more expensive. Over the past 5 months, our administration and Republicans in Congress have fought for the American auto worker and for Teamsters and for, by the way, right to work. We have them all. We have, we just call them just workers. We fought for workers like no one has ever fought before. I understand that. It's why we won. We won with workers. We won with young people. I just saw with TikTok, I was #1 on TikTok in its history. Can you believe that? So I guess I like TikTok. That's why they're saying, are you saving? And we probably will save TikTok, actually. But on my first day in office, I ended the Green New Scam and abolished the EV mandate at the federal level. We abolished it, which is basically that everybody will be driving an electric car within a very short period of time. Now I know why Elon doesn't like me so much, which he does, actually. He does. And he never had a problem. It's very interesting. This is not something new. This has been there from day one, Speaker, right? We're going to abolish the EV mandate. And Elon still endorsed me because, honestly, he never, ever spoke to me about that. And I used to say, I'm amazed that he's endorsing me because that can't be good for him. I'm abolishing the EV mandate.
I mean, for real, I would just say this is how I kind of knew Elon didn't really have too much hidden intentions. Or I was wondering, maybe he has a greater plan here, because I'm just going like, bro, Biden literally puts an EV mandate on. Give it a couple more years, dog, and you're going to be selling way more cars than you're selling right now. And you might damn near become a trillionaire by the end of this. So what are you doing endorsing Trump? So I'm not even going to lie. When Elon did start endorsing Trump, that was the first thing that popped in my head, too. I'm like, bro, you have everything to gain from Kamala Harris winning.
And I once asked him about it. You never talked to me about that. He said, well, as long as it's happening to everybody, I'll be able to compete. It was a very interesting answer. I thought it was a very honest answer, to be honest with you. And I talked about it, that incredible, you would have thought he would have been from day one, you got to make sure you don't do the EV mandate, the abolishing, and never did. Very honest in that sense. And he did say to me, I actually asked him because it was like really strange how I'm with him. He's very, a friend of mine, and he makes electric cars. And we're saying you're not going to be able to make electric cars, or you're not going to be forced to make all of those cars. You can make them, but it'll be by the market, judged by the market. And that's what he said. He said, as long as I'm on the same plane as everybody else, we're going to do good. We make a better product. I said, that's very cool. It's very cool. That was my answer. After that, he got a little bit strange, but I don't know why, over much smaller things than that. As part of the One Big Beautiful Bill, will also further slash the funding for the Green New Scam. As you know, it's the greatest scam in history, saving American taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars. The windmills are killing our country, by the way. The fields are littered with them, junk. They're littered with them. And they get older, and they get rusty, and they get bad, and
they don't even produce all that much power.
They get. This is other countries also. It's the greatest scam in history. It's the most expensive energy you can buy. They're ugly. A friend of mine comes from Minnesota. He's been in New York. He hit it big. He's a very successful guy, actually. And he wanted to go back see his mother, who's not well. And he went back to Minnesota. Hasn't been back there in 20 years. And he said, it's unbelievable what happened. He said, I'm driving down a highway and up a certain road, and the most beautiful fields. I remember them so well. And I was so looking forward to seeing them again. And I looked at them, and they had windmills all over them, these horrible, horrible structures. He's a very smart guy, this guy. And he said, these ugly, horrible things. And he said, it was so bad, I actually drove back to see it because I couldn't believe it.
Hold on, guys. We do got to switch over here to Gavin Newsom. Well, I guess now, guys, here we go once again with the courts getting in the way of executive power. And like I said, we'll see how this holds up, because every time Trump makes an order or an executive order, it does seem like these guys want to get in the way of it. But yes, Gavin Newsom holds a press briefing after a judge stops Trump from deploying National Guard to L.A. Pretty much they're saying the National Guard got to go back and report, but you know that once a judge always says something, Trump lawyers comes out and appeal it. They get the appeal, and the National Guard are right back there. So we'll see. We'll see if it's a direct order, and we'll see if they can just go ahead and impede on imperial powers, executive powers again. Because you try to do it with the immigration or with the Alien Enemies Act. You lost that one. You try to do it with the tariffs. You lost that one. So here we are at round 3 with the deployment of the National Guard.
For taking the time to be here. We just had a chance to review the 36-page order from Justice Breyer. I'm gratified by the order, by his decision. Today was really about a test of democracy. And today we passed the test. We, the people, passed the test. I was just 48 hours ago giving a speech, almost to the minute, talking about some of the enduring principles of our founding fathers, who in response to monarchy, in response to King George, set out to frame a new construct to elevate and support individual freedom, liberty. They created a system of checks and balances, a separation of power, co-equal branches of government. Framework took the best of Greek democracy and the Roman Republic, and it has stood the test of time. Donald Trump has tested the limits of that and has done so consistently. But today's order makes clear that he is not above or beyond constitutional constraints.
Here's the problem, Gavin Newsom. He's able to employ the National Guard under Article 10. And that means if there is a law enforcement that's trying to stop the United States law, yes, they are allowed to employ the National Guard. There's honestly, out of the 3 circumstances that Trump can employ the National Guard on, the LA riot honestly went under 2 of them. So yeah, he had every right to. And once again, this is just the courts for some reason trying to get in the way of executive power. And then, like I said, this is like round 3 with Trump. First was with immigration, then with the tariffs, and here we are with the deployment of National Guard. It's like crazy.
Constitution sets forth limits. The president is a constitutional officer. The President of the United States works under the Constitution. And so we are very
I know he did. And the problem is you judges try to go outside the Constitution and they don't want to stay in their lane. And it's these Biden appointed, Obama appointed judges that don't know how to stay in their lane and keep their power within the judicial branch and stop trying to impede on what the executive branch is doing. That's the problem here. Like, you guys ain't following the Constitution right now.
gratified by this decision. His section that he asserted the authority to overrule the objections of a state governor. Clearly, in the 36-page order, those cornerstones that he claimed or asserted were not met. Section 12, 406, clearly there's no invasion, there's no rebellion. It's absurd. And so we're gratified. Today is a big day for the Constitution of the United States, for our democracy. And I hope it's the beginning of a new day in this country where we push back against overreach. We push back against these.
Here's the problem, though. Like I said, and most likely it's some district judge, and it's most likely going to get appealed and overturned, because what is your grounds on doing this? Like, they're there for a reason, and you are, and the LAPD is pretty much saying that they can't really contain this situation. That's the whole reason why they're employing military men or the Marines. So it's kind of crazy how this man keeps on trying to like sell this story of, oh, he's abusing his presidential powers or his executive powers, when no, he's not. And most likely, once again, this order is going to be appealed, and then the National Guards are going to stay there, most likely. One, because like, yeah, he's within his executive powers. If you check Article 10, he has every right to do this. The judge is stepping in. This is not checks and balances. This is why they added in the big beautiful bill, kind of pulling back the power, or honestly the injunction power of some of these judges, because they're going outside of their lane. And here's the thing: they don't go through the proper process. Because let's be real, we can't argue it if it's the Supreme Court, but we can always argue it if it's one of these district judges anytime.
Authoritarian tendencies of a president that has pushed the boundaries, pushed the limit, but no longer can push this state around any longer. Happy to take any questions. Well, I hope we look at what happened to Senator Padilla not through the blue or red lens, but through your own set of eyes. And just tell me that that's right. Here's the United States Senator in his home state, in a federal building, in his office building, that wishes to join a press conference, not dissimilar to this, and express himself by simply asking a question, and was handcuffed, was thrown down to the ground in the United States Senate. And anyone that knows Alex Padilla knows one thing about Alex Padilla: he's one of the most mild-mannered, decent people you'll meet. And that's—
oh, wow, already? No, somebody already said in the chat it's already been overturned and appealed, and I just looked it up. And shout out. So yes, a federal judge initially ordered the removal of the National Guard from state control, but the order was immediately put on hold by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. Man, I mean, like I said, it's always a misuse of judicial power, and it always bites them in the butt, and they always end up looking stupid. Because if they'd actually read the Constitution, or at least read up on the executive powers, at least that part, then they would understand where they were wrong.
It's not, don't just take my word for it. Folks on the other side of the aisle would acknowledge that. I thought it was a disgrace. I want to make this clear. The National Guard will come back under my authority by noon tomorrow. The National Guard will be redeployed to what they were doing before Donald Trump commandeered them. The National Guard will go back to border security, working on counter-drug enforcement and fentanyl enforcement.
And that is just not true, my friend, because on June 12, 2025, the U.S. District Judge Charles Beyer issued a temporary restraining order directing President Trump to relinquish control of the roughly 4,000 California National Guard troops and return them to Governor Gavin Newsom, citing breach of the 10th Amendment and lack of statutory authority. Shortly later that same day, a three-judge panel of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals granted an administrative stay of Byers' temporary restraining order. This temporarily blocks the order from taking effect, allowing the guards to remain under federal control pending an appeals hearing set for June 17th.
Which they were taken off by Donald Trump. The National Guard will go back to working on what we refer to as the rattlesnake teams, doing vegetation and forest management, which Donald Trump took them off in preparation for wildfire season. The National Guard, men and women, will go back to their day jobs, which include law enforcement, that he took them off the job. Just want you to all absorb what I just said. By the way, you don't have to absorb it. You'll have an opportunity to review that in the 36-page order from Justice Breyer that laid that out.
June 12th?
And they'll come back under the rightful command of the governor of the state of California.
Okay, so pretty much, yeah, he came out and started bragging about this as soon as it happened. As soon as it happened, the man couldn't wait 30 minutes. And then shortly after, everything gets shut down and the National Guard stays there. And remember, this was done on June 12th. So now, once again, Gavin Newsom just looks like a complete idiot. Like, you could have waited. I mean, I get that you was giddy about, trying to serve Trump an L, but now, once again, it's been flipped back on you guys, and now you guys look stupid.
California.
Governor, what's the message to the protesters who plan to demonstrate on Saturday in response to this military event?
Do it peacefully. It's a vulgar display. It's the kind of thing you see Kim Jong-un, you see it Putin, you see it with dictators around the world that are weak and just want to demonstrate strength. Weakness masquerading as strength. To fet the dear leader on his birthday, what an embarrassment. Honestly, that's about as small as it gets. How weak do you have to be to commandeer the military to fet you on your birthday in a vulgar display of weakness?
It's like anything pro-American, they try to turn into a Trump like grandizing ceremony. It's like, bro, he's just being patriotic. We're just celebrating the military, the people that protect our freedom, and the military is actually pretty stoked about it, but the Dems will tell you that, oh no, the military men, they say they hate this, they don't like it. No, the military guys are okay with it. They're glad they're being celebrated, and they're glad to get to show off some strength. Nothing wrong with it. And as patriots, we should all be happy about this. But only the Dems will turn something patriotic into, well, something divisive. All right, let's get back to our man Trump.
Before I even got to my mother, I drove back. I said, how much do you like your mother? But no, it hurt him to see it. He said, I looked at this field that was one of the most beautiful places in my own mind and imagination that I've ever seen. And I said, it's littered with this garbage. It looked like a junkyard, he said. And some, then you get different manufacturers, and they don't look alike, and they're not painted alike, different colors. You have, even if they're white, one's a beigey white, one's a darker white, one's a lighter white. And they're not coming here, but they are going to Europe all over the place. But I love China. We just made a deal, and I respect President Xi a lot. And we made a deal that's good for both countries. The deal we made with China, good for both countries. Going to be a lot of money made, and it's going to ultimately open up China, which is the ultimate thing. And I'm going to be working with President Xi. We had a long talk about it. And that's going to be good for China. It's going to be good for us, but we're going to be opening up China.
Yeah, and here's the thing now with this whole, deal with China that they've been talking about. Well, because of it, Scott Bessent had to come in for, to testify about it. So did Lucknick and everybody else, because everybody's kind of, a little bit in the fog about what really happened during that Geneva Convention. They're going like, well, whoa, you're telling me China wasn't even following what they were saying? We was already making threats with China to the point where Xi hopped on the phone with Trump to try to, get things straightened out. And now supposedly we have something worked out with China. And like I said, I'm not even sure if Xi's in charge of China anymore. And I'm not even sure they have something economy to open up for us. Like I said, they have like the lowest consumption rate damn near in the world. So I don't know if they even have the people have any buying power to buy our products.
It's bigger than what we signed, and I think had we not signed it, that wouldn't be happening. It's going to happen. It's going to happen fairly soon. But to further defend our auto workers, I imposed this 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles and investment in American manufacturing and auto manufacturing. All manufacturing is surging. And I might go up with that tariff in the not too distant future. The higher you go, the more likely it is they build a plant here.
Yeah.
Ford has just announced that it's going to invest $500 million in some of the things involved in what we just did. General Motors is going to spend $4 billion. They just announced that yesterday. Stellantis announced that it's going to reopen its Belvedere assembly plant. That's good.
And shout out to my man Hellbat for the public announcement. Never forget, Americans. Never forget. Newsom cleaned the streets for the CCP. Yep, for the Chinese Communist Party. I know, right? It's one of those, like, really? Yep, he swept up all the homeless, the trash, the poop, and then say, no, CCP, come on through.
Good. I know the plan very well.
He won't do it for his, constituents, but he'll do it for the communists.
A lot of problems. They're going to spend $5 billion. And Hyundai announced that it will invest $21 billion in America. They wouldn't have invested 10 cents if we didn't have tariffs, including for manufacturing American steel, which is doing great. American steel is doing great now because of what we did. You wouldn't have, if I didn't put tariffs on steel, they were dumping steel. China and a lot of other countries were dumping steel in our country. Garbage steel, dirty steel, bad steel, not structurally sound steel.
Exactly.
Real garbage, but it was still. And
that's what I said. It's like that Chinese steel, that watered down steel where they add different metals to it besides 100% steel. And one of the reasons why American steel is expensive is because we don't water down our steel, guys, America. But yeah, and that's kind of what these companies were taking advantage of. Very low steel prices, one, because of watered down steel. And once again, I mean slave wages. So yeah, and the fact that Trump is hitting these guys with the tariffs, thing is, we can kind of counteract China's, well, honestly, duplicitous ways with their pricing of their products through these tariffs. Like I said, every time they want to lower their prices, we just raise the tariff. They want to keep lowering it, we'll just raise the tariff some more. And we're going to find a way to balance out the price of our metal, our steel, when it comes to their steel. And our steel is higher quality. So people should be buying it more, but what can you do when the Chinese steel is just so cheap and then you'd be able to make a profit on that? Now, if you take that away from the so-called corporate elites, then they have no choice but to invest into American steel or, buy into it. They have no choice. And then if China want to keep lowering their prices, we'll just raise the tariff and we'll see how low they'll go. Damn, they're like a tariff limbo.
There, lots of it. And if I didn't put tariffs, I put 25 and 50% tariffs on steel, right? John James, we put tariffs on steel, and we were doing great with steel. Now we're really doing great. A big investment is being made in Pennsylvania. You've been reading about it. They're going to spend $17 billion on U.S. steel. And all the steel workers wanted it. And we have a golden stock. We have a golden share, which I control or president controls. Now, I'm a little concerned whoever the president might be, but that gives you total control. It's 51% ownership by Americans. And we have a company, a great company, Nippon. They're coming in from Japan. They're going to spend $17 billion. And somebody said, well, what happens if it doesn't work out? I said, they spent $17 billion. We can't put it on a trailer and drive it to Japan. This is a steel mill. Some businesses you can move. You move your office, and that's where the business is. With this business, they're spending 17. Think of that, 17 billion. They're going to have them all over the country. I want to introduce several of the great Americans representing the millions of people whose livelihoods we're saving with today's action. I just can't tell you how incredible this action is, because nobody thought. This was one that I wasn't so I would have rather had it than almost anything, but I was told by everybody, except that guy right there, that you couldn't get it. Bill Kent runs a chain of family-owned convenience stores that opened in West Texas in 1957, known as Kent Quick. And Bill, if you could come up and say a few words about what the signing means to you, please.
Wow, you're probably wondering why I've called you all here today, right? What a great day. From my perspective, I'm in the convenience store and petroleum marketing business, and what this does is it gives us freedom. It gives the consumers freedom to pick what kind of car they want, but more importantly for us, it gives us the ability to plan going forward, because with mandates, we were forced to have to look at putting in infrastructure that frankly is extremely expensive and doesn't give you any return. So this allows us, it's going to free me up and our companies up to invest in what people want, in the cars they want, and it's a great day. So, Mr. President, Congress, thank you, Steve, everybody, thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, we'll go between Trump and Newsom. Now let's hear Newsom answer some questions, after his little rant on Trump is unlawful. He's a dictator. He's unconstitutional. Oh, Lord. All right, let's get right back into it, guys.
Back down. The courts have ruled on the guard. They will be back under my command, and he'll be relieved. Donald Trump will be relieved of his command at noon tomorrow. Of course.
Has this situation changed your dynamic with
No, because I will work with anyone to advance the interests of 40 million Americans that I happen to represent here in California. And so I've always maintained an open hand, not a closed fist. But I also am going to stand firm and tall and push back against lawlessness, against someone that does not believe in the rule of law, does not believe in constraints, does not believe in the Constitution, who is threatening judges, that threatens not to abide by orders, and Donald Trump better abide by these orders.
Like, why does this man sound like he's about to cry, bro? Is it me or this man is just sound like he's literally about to cry? Like this, like Trump he's defying orders, guys. He's destroying America. Oh my God, bro. Get it together, bro. You're a leader, right?
Or we have a constitutional crisis, likes of which we haven't seen in our lifetime. Well, that will be determined by fate and future, but also fundamentally by whatever decision he makes. That's how things break down. It's a federal judge with a federal order.
Okay.
Period, full stop.
That is not period, full stop. It means it could be appealed, which it was, and now Trump has still control the National Guard. And you're going to sit there, kick, scream, and cry like you are now for at least about the next 4 days.
Rule of law. These are the foundational principles of a constitutional democracy. He must work under the constraints as a constitutional officer of the Constitution of the United States of America. That's what this court order demands of the President of the United States. He is not a monarch, he is not a king, and he should stop acting like one.
He's not. He's not acting like one. You guys are just tripping because he's actually using his executive power not to your liking. Look, just because Donald Trump is president and he's using his presidential powers and you don't like it, doesn't make him a king. We wasn't calling Biden a king, and Biden was doing all types of wild things. We didn't call the man a king, okay? So you guys have no right to call this man a king, and this is wild because you guys call this man a king or aggrandize this man more than we ever could. But yeah, you can't call this man a king, seeing that he's acting within presidential powers. And at this point, you Dems look stupid making the argument because you obviously ain't read the Constitution. Obviously.
I spoke to him on Friday night. He had a mysterious conversation with me 3 days later. You can't even make this stuff up. Oh, I would love to share the readout, but I revere the office of presidency, so I'll keep it in confidence. He has quite literally made up components of that conversation. He's been a stone-cold liar about what he said we talked about. He never discussed the National Guard, period, full stop. I would love to share with you what he actually talked about. That would send shivers up your spine.
Whoa.
Of course not. Yeah, no, absolutely not. We were back and forth with Susie Wiles as chief of staff, and then mayor of Los Angeles saw a missed call from the president, called him back. I actually texted him back. He wanted full disclosure, and he called me right back. We discussed for a nanosecond Los Angeles, and he immediately zigged and zagged into 7 or 8 other topics, some extraordinarily familiar and some extraordinarily remarkable, considering the world we're living in.
I mean, maybe because it was period point blank with some of those, he really didn't care what you're going to say, especially when it came to National Guard. He's like, look, it don't matter. Article 10, bro. Read it. Get over it. I have control over the National Guard now. Go cry about it in the corner somewhere. But you want to talk about something else? Shout out Trump.
I learned about it when I saw some tweet about Governor Newsom, a nickname, by the way, that's hardly original. There was an 8th grader on Baltimore Street in Corte Madera that used to call me that. And the reference to the National Guard being commandeered in that same tweet. That's how I learned about it.
Governor, are you confident this ruling will stand on appeal, especially if it gets to the Supreme Court?
Well, I'm confident in the rule of law. I'm confident in the Constitution of the United States. I'm confident in the wisdom and judgment of a very well-respected federal judge. And I'm confident on the basis of the review of the 36 pages, absolutely, it will stand.
Governor, does this order go
No, it won't.
than you expected? I think your attorneys had asked for them to simply be restricted to federal buildings.
I'll just say we're extraordinarily pleased by the 36-page ruling of Justice Breyer.
That was overturned immediately. So, yes, as of today, Trump still has control of the National Guard, guys. I know, right? Quick, but it's like I said, that's all they can do is like kick, scream, cry in the courts. That's all they can do is try to stop Trump from the courts because they have no legislative power and they have no executive power. Got to get it where they can, huh?
About some of the journalists in LA who hit bullets or
Well, there's 2 investigations. The one we initiated with the California Highway Patrol, and there's one that has been initiated independent by the LAPD. And people should feel safe. Reporters absolutely should feel safe. And we'll get to the bottom of it. I don't want to prejudge, but I'm concerned about them. That's why we advanced the investigations.
Governor, today in San Francisco, immigration attorneys tell us that there were 3 additional folks who were detained while heading into the ICE court offices on
Yeah.
Sansom. This is some of just many detentions we've seen at courthouses and immigration offices in the Bay Area, around the state. And many of these people, their attorneys are telling me they've complicated technical cases. What are your thoughts about seeing these detentions occurring in your communities around California?
Well, he's on, let's just dispense. This is not about criminals. If it's about criminals, got no beef with me. We want to secure our border. We need comprehensive immigration reform. We need a pathway to citizenship for people being here 10, 15, 20 years, contributing, paying their taxes, being remarkable members of our community. But that's not what this is about. I was in Oxnard, California, and Ventura County yesterday, met with 3 people directly impacted by indiscriminate raids. I met a 12-year-old boy in 6th grade, weeping, crying, tears pouring down his face. His mother and father were both detained. They disappeared. He has no brothers, no sisters, no family. He quite literally is on his own, abandoned. That's Donald Trump's America. 20+ years, his mom and dad working in the same fields, doing the same packing and shipping.
Illegally?
20+ plus years.
Legally?
They've disappeared.
Illegally.
12-year-old boy. You saw the images of ICE officers running through strawberry fields. CBP helicopters above.
Nope.
I met a woman, a single mother, who was walking out at 5.
Look, Gavin, I already know where you're going to go with this. You're going to be like, but the illegal single mothers, the illegal people that were just doing their hard work. Yes, I get it. But they are illegal and they got to go. They were not playing favorites here, Gavin. You understand that you let this happen for years. Now, these guys who've been here for 20 years, I don't know how the hell they got that off. But, like, excuse me, but good work with that. But we're going to get you. We're going to get you up out of here. I know you've been subverting the law for 20 years, but you're still breaking the law, even though nobody wanted to really enforce it until now. Sorry about that, but it is what it is.
5:45 a.m. to get in her car. 7 agents surrounded her. They took her in a car, in essence, kidnapping her, driving her around for almost 2 hours until she finally convinced the agent, because she has 3 young children, a 16-year-old, a 14-year-old, and an 8-year-old, that they needed to get to school, and there's no one to help them get to school. She was finally allowed to call her oldest daughter, who was interrogated by the agent and threatened. And they threatened her after they dropped her off, said, "We may be back." Terrorizing this single mother. No criminal record, no criminal background. I met another young woman whose husband has quite literally disappeared.
Look, well, I'm going to be real with you. Yeah, they do got a criminal background. They had the misdemeanor, which is a criminal offense, the misdemeanor of crossing the border without proper documentation or without the consent or knowledge of the U.S. government. That's a crime, my friend. And even if they've been running free on this crime for 10, 20, I don't even care if it's 40. Get them out of here. I don't care if they had kids here and their kids are American and all that good stuff. Well, look, we ain't trying to separate families. That's why Tom Homan said they can be deported together. It's such a beautiful statement. Keeping families together, even when we ship across back the border, such a beautiful thing.
No criminal record. She doesn't know what to do. She doesn't even know what happened. That was just yesterday. That's Donald Trump's America. Agricultural workers. Think about that when you have dinner tonight. Think about when you enjoy your first course. Have some fresh fruit, some fresh vegetables. Who provided those? Who supported you in that? Think about it when you go home and the construction around your property. Or maybe you're getting a remodel. Who's doing that work? Destroying not only the foundations of our...
I want you guys to run along this logic with me, right? Because this is how y'all guys sound. This is how Gavin Newsom sounds. So let's say I unalive somebody, but I did it like 20 years ago, right? And they finally caught me. But my argument is, hey, yo, even though I committed this crime, I've been living like a good Samaritan, dog. Like, bro, I pay my taxes. I haven't broken a law since. All I did was unalive all I did was commit a crime. And it was 20 years ago. Come on, kid, slap me on the wrist. Like, come on, bro. Like, that's how y'all kind of sound right now. And I know I'm comparing a misdemeanor to a felony, but it's kind of the same thing. Like, even if the crime was committed a while back, it is a wild statement to sit here and say, well, I got away with it for this long. You might as well let me go. Like, no.
Our democracy, the best, again, of the Roman Republic and Greek democracy. But now our economy is at risk because of the recklessness and the cruelty of Donald Trump, the indiscriminate cruelty of Donald Trump. Why else do you go to a 7-Eleven? Why else do you go to a nail salon? Why else do you just randomly show up in front of a hardware store?
Guys, no, if you're a U.S. citizen, you are not next. Like me, I'm a U.S. citizen, so I don't got to worry about ICE. The only people who have to worry about ICE is, well, illegals. That's it. I mean, I don't know why everybody keeps saying, you're next, S.E.T. I'm like, well, damn, like, what, are you assuming that I'm from another country or something? Like, I thought my English would kind of give me away.
Store. Why else? It's not about criminals.
Oh, and shout out to my man AJ. Gavin is crazy. Think about it. What during first course? Like, not for real. It's the thinking of some of these people who have these emotional points of either one, oh, well, I guess we're all illegals. No, we're not. We were born on U.S. soil. We have birth certificates, social security numbers, all that great stuff. Our parents either came over here legally or they came over here or they were born on American soil. there's only two ways you're doing this now. And sadly, there's a third way, and that's they're both illegal, and they just had you here in America. And that's what, and the sad part is, well, sorry, but your parents put you in that position by not wanting to follow the law. Because they could have came over here the legal way, been naturalized citizens, had you, and everything would have been good, like my parents. See, they did things the right way. So it is insulting when you guys try to compare people who broke the law to people who followed the law. You get where I'm going with this? You know, there's legal migration and there's, legal immigration and there's illegal immigration. You know that, right? Illegal immigration is not legal immigration just because you Dems are feeling sorry for a bunch of illegals. Stop crying. Like, cry baby.
That's about creating chaos. And I do not believe the American people, the majority of the American people, support that. Quite the contrary. And so this decision was important because it's about constraints, it's about limits, it's about our democracy. And that's why we're very grateful by the order.
Thank you, everyone.
Well, I think the courts will. I think look, I'm counting on these separations of power. It's the co-equal branches of government. Co-equal, Mr. President, branches of government. He's eliminated one, or they eliminated themselves. That's called Congress. Speaker Johnson, who his eloquence was elevated when he called to, quote unquote, tar and feather the governor of California. That's the speaker. Very religious man. I guess that's the spirit. The word, the Lord. He's abdicated any oversight and responsibility over the President of the United States. There's one branch remaining, and that's the judicial branch. So my response to you is we count on the judicial branch. But there's also, as I said, I ended that speech 48 hours ago. I said there's the most important office, and that's office of citizen. That's all of you. Stepping up, stepping in, and sharing your passion with action. Pushing back against this peacefully, and sharing your voice. And I think this weekend there will be millions and millions of Americans rightfully expressing their outrage, their constitutionally protected right to assemble and free speech, peacefully expressing that all across this country. I pray that's the case.
Governor, I know you said that you don't want to talk about the conversation you had with the president, but are there any details that you can tell us?
No, not at this moment.
What do you think of the president today coming out and saying he wants to protect California?
All right, guys, let's get over to, AOC. Yeah, she's back. Now, AOC then came out with quite the shocking statement of ICE is breaking the law. I know, right? AOC details claims that ICE is engaged in criminal actions. Yeah, I know. Y'all want to call it a terrorist group? Next will be a criminal organization ran by Trump, right? Okay.
Lady
Thank
back.
Chairman,
Recognizes Mr. Ocasio-Cortez from New York.
All right, well, that was some kind of bingo going on over there. I don't know what's going on. Anyways.
I know what's going on.
Thank you to the witnesses for coming here today. I apologize for the treatment that the four of you have been subjected to.
Damn, sanctuary state governors testify before the House Oversight Committee? Hell yeah, I'd hope so.
Governor Walz, I just have to say, I know you're getting a lot of grief from the majority here, but you know, we are talking about individuals.
No, we might have to watch this full hearing. This is a hearing we might have to watch in its entirety because the sanctuary city, 3 of their governors are being put on the front line like, bro, what the hell is wrong with you? Yeah, I kind of want to hear that.
Individuals who have cheered on an individual who issued a Nazi salute from behind the presidential seal of the United States of America, who have cheered on the pardoning of individuals who attacked the United States Capitol and flew a Nazi flag. And
I mean, what about the citizens attacking LAPD? Oh, yeah, you only care about what when the right does it. I mean, I'd be talking about that right now. But hey, it is what it is.
and the flag of the Confederacy, traitors to the United States, sworn enemies of the United States of America, through the
Damn, sworn enemies because they just wanted an election investigated is crazy. Really. Now, you guys, a lot of people don't understand why January 6th were protesting, because you're right, they're protesting the results of the election and they just wanted investigated it. That's it. There was actually senators who really wanted the election investigated, but they didn't get their time in court, or Biden hit them with the no debate. So you're telling me you're going to compare people who just wanted a investigation into the election to people who literally want to say F the law, F the immigration policies, F U.S. jurisdiction. We're taking LA for ourselves and we dare you to do something about it because we're going to keep all our illegals here. Which one sounds more insurrection-y to you?
capital of this nation, and now they want to act offended because someone has the courage to say, if it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, maybe it's a duck. So I want to thank you for not wavering to their bullying, which is unconscionable and sad to see. So I just wanted to let you know that, Governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
To the three of you, Governor Walz, Governor Pritzker, and Governor Hochul, you three have each sworn an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, correct? I'll start with you.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I have.
And I imagine that also includes...
Wait, who did they got? Let's see, Governor Pritzker, Governor Holcomb, Governor Walz. Okay, yeah, the worst offenders.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I have.
And I imagine that also includes the Fourth and Fifth Amendment protections for due process and the rule of law.
It does.
Sure does.
Yes.
And that means protecting your people in your states, U.S. citizens and every individual, because that is what makes America great, that we are a land of the free and of rule of law, to protect them from infringements of their civil liberties, correct? Now, what we are seeing is a pattern where ICE is breaking the law. We have the detention of a U.S. citizen who has been detained by immigration officials. We have ICE here that has also blamed and arrested U.S. citizens for being simply suspected of being an immigrant, largely because of their appearance.
No, whoa. ICE does a thorough investigation into these people. They're like, bro, with the director of Homeland Security, and sometimes they're even working with the FBI or whatever local law enforcement. I mean, hides the FBI and with local law enforcement. So we're not going to sit here and pretend like the ICE does not do any investigation and they're just out here winging it. So you're telling me I just stepping out on the street and being like, he has gang tattoos, follow him to his house and get everybody in his family. Like, damn. No, they're actually doing their due diligence and investigating before they do these raids. It's almost like how I compared them to the SWAT. The SWAT is just not going door to door looking for dealers and people who are just committing crimes. They're not going door to door doing this. They stake you out, they investigate you, and then they raid you, just like ICE does.
January, a Chicago-based U.S.-born citizen, Julio Noriega, was arrested by ICE and held in custody for over 10 hours. In April, a Florida Highway Patrol officer pulled over Juan Carlos Lopez Gomez, a United States-born citizen, and arrested him on suspicion of...
And shout out Jordan in his scenery, like, please deport her to Barberston immediately. Hey, yo. shout out to Jordan in the scenery. Hey, appreciate the support, guys. All right, let's keep it going. I got some more clips on this oversight here, on this oversight committee, because sanctuary city governors, yeah, I need to hear this.
Of being in the country illegally, he had his real ID, his social security card, his mother presented his birth certificate, and they still didn't let him go. In May...
Never know, could have been forged. Hey, they did their investigation. He got caught up in it. We'll see.
U.S. citizen Leonardo Garcia Venegas was filming an ICE raid. He was arrested by ICE. In May, a veteran and U.S. citizen who is Puerto Rican, was detained during an ICE raid at his workplace in New York City. That's called a paper bag test.
No, it's called removing an illegal immigrant from a workplace. There you go. Easy.
And your job, Governor Hochul, is to protect people from that kind of infringement, correct?
Yes.
Because all of us must adhere to the law, and no one is above it. So if a U.S. citizen tries to break the law, or if an ICE officer tries to break the law, your job is to uphold the law.
The ICE officers are not breaking the law. That's the funny part. Like, y'all want to frame it like that because you're trying to protect illegals. So you're trying to frame the people who are there to gather up these illegals as terrorists, or, well, basically as the villains. I mean, look, man, this ain't the fantasy world. You ain't gonna write a storybook about the big evil ICE agents coming for your favorite illegals. Like, we're not doing this. We're not doing this with you Dems, okay? We're not doing this.
Correct?
We absolutely uphold the laws of the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of New York.
And sanctuary states are about U.S. citizens as well, having sanctuary against the attacks on our constitutional rights from illegal search and seizure. There is nothing preventing ICE.
Young lady, did you just hear yourself? Yes, U.S. citizens. I mean, I don't even know why it's called a sanctuary state if she's talking about, yeah, you're supposed to provide safety for U.S. citizens, not illegal immigrants. Thank you, AOC. I'm glad we agree on something.
From issuing a warrant and you having complete compliance with their request. Correct, Governor Hochul?
We comply in cases where there's been criminal activity alleged. Yes, we always do. But we're not involved in civil immigration enforcement because our state police that I control have to deal with other crimes that they're solving.
And apologies, I just have 10 seconds left. But when they say illegal versus legal immigration, they are trying to end legal status in the United States as well. Correct, Governor Pritzker, with the end of TPS and making people undocumented by removing legal status, ending legal status, and then having the audacity to call them illegal when they were here documented, correct?
Taking students' visas away from people, taking their legal right to be in the United States away from them when they...
I mean, their legal right was their visa. Once we take that away, they have no more legal rights. I mean, bro, you can't be talking backwards when we're talking about the law. Am I right or wrong? But, you know, to the Dems that are upset, I got a song for you guys because, you know what? Shout out to ICE, man. And all right, guys. All right. Hey, man, if you got an immigration, you know who to call. ICE, baby. Hey, you gotta love this. All right, guys, let's get over to the next one right here. Tim Walls asks point blank if he still considers George Floyd's protest mostly peaceful. Actually, I can't wait for his answer. Let's hear it.
Chair to recognize is Mr. Fallon from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Welch, would you say that one of the most important things any governor, or quite frankly, any elected official can do is to keep their citizens and constituents safe?
I would, Congressman.
Great, I would agree. And I ask this because when I was reading your bio that you provided, nowhere did you mention the safety and security of Minnesotans or fighting crime or supporting law enforcement or, for that matter, the rule of law. So I want to take you back to 2020. You were the governor of Minnesota. There were summer protests. You referred to them as peaceful demonstrations. In hindsight, would you still stand by that? Were they mostly peaceful?
Congressman, after the murder of George Floyd on the streets, thousands gathered in the streets. Were there those that...
But, Governor, were they mostly peaceful protests?
The vast majority certainly were. Those that weren't...
So why would you have to call out the National Guard for mostly peaceful protests?
They weren't all peaceful protests.
Okay, so they weren't. All right, mostly. So, Governor, the total damage in dollars, what was that in Minnesota for the peaceful protests?
I don't have that in...
All right, according to the insurance industry in Minnesota, they put the number between 1 and 2 billion. And you're...
Oh, man, I damn near miss Hellbat. Oh, yeah, shout out Hellbat. He said, no, Trump, don't take my slaves away, my immigrant slaves. The one we said we love them, but we just want them for slave labor. Don't take them away, Trump.
Your own state Senate put the price tag at $500 million. So if that's a peaceful protest in Minnesota, I shudder to think what a violent one would cost.
Oh, God.
Governor, I'd like to keep things simple.
Okay. I did not call it that. We had folks who were there.
Okay.
They're in prison.
Okay, great. I'd like to keep things simple as far as when we talk about federal detainers, and I've talked to several federal law enforcement officials about this. So a detainer is issued when someone's already in custody and confined, jail, prison, court. It's not somebody just plucked off the street randomly. And there's really three conditions, and it's and/or probable cause that a foreign national is subject to removal from this country, final deportation order has been issued, or it's a foreign national that's been convicted of a crime and is about to be released. So sanctuary states won't cooperate with federal law enforcement. In Minnesota, do you cooperate sometimes, never, or all the time?
We follow federal law in all 87 counties and all the jurisdictions. Some of them do honor detainer requests.
Some do and some don't.
That's correct.
Okay.
Counties have the ability.
Okay. So, Governor, would you commit here and now, and this is really simple, I think it's commonsensical, to compel state and locals in Minnesota to cooperate with all federal detainers issued by federal law enforcement when it involves a foreign national that's been convicted of a felony? And I'm talking about kidnappers, rapists, child molesters, murderers, predators, parasites, scumbags. In all those
of a
instances,
felony being held by my state corrections, every time we call.
Every single time you're going to do that.
Every time we
in
call
Minnesota.
them and have them come pick it up. What I would ask you to commit to is, are you going to fund ICE's, what they don't pay us, on detainers?
Well, listen, on detainers and in ICE, I don't call them the Gestapo. And this is my definition of Gestapo, Governor. Real Nazis from 1933 to 1945 that facilitated and participated in the murder of millions. I don't call federal law enforcement officers Gestapo. You were recently quoted. Where's the apology?
Low key though, like calling our law enforcement, basically comparing them to Nazis, is absolutely disrespectful. And you guys should stop, because like the comparison is not there. Just when you try to compare this man to Hitler and the comparison was not there, I was like, all right, well, please point me to the 6 million people that, Trump done took out since he's Hitler. Remember, it's like, if y'all want to stick to that, please point me to the 6 million people that have been taken out. And the gulag.
Donald Trump.
Oh, no, Donald Trump didn't. Listen, Donald Trump's not here.
Yeah.
You are, Governor.
Yeah.
You're a big boy. Put your big boy
I would
pants on.
ask, don't wear masks. Identify who you are. Don't pull up and
Governor, you called them Gestapo. Will you apologize for that?
And don't pull people.
Will you apologize for that?
Congressman, my job, I'm a history.
Okay, so you won't. Okay, we're going to move on. No, Mr. Chairman, I reclaim my time. If you won't answer the question. I think that's hyperbolic demagoguery. I mean, you said that in a speech, maybe you got a little carried away. I don't know if you apologize for that too, that you were, quote, going to kick Republicans' asses. I mean, I didn't say that. You said it. And that's dangerous rhetoric, especially when you use Gestapo. That's lazy too, and it's terribly inaccurate. The fact of the matter is, again, time and again, you've excused violence and you use dangerous, irresponsible rhetoric.
Yeah.
And you can choose between being on the side of law enforcement or the side of vicious criminals, and you've chosen the latter time and again. I don't know why. Maybe it's because you want to impress your...
I don't know. Maybe it was all them trips to China that he took with his wife. That might have something to do with it. Maybe Walls don't love America like he says he does, and he hates us because, we're not commie like China, where he'd have more power.
Limousine liberal friends when you're eating wine and cheese, or you're getting your coffee every morning at the hemp store. I don't know, but I think it's ignorant, and I think it's culpable, and I think it's disgusting. I can see why.
Hey, yo, this man grilled him. He said, I don't know if you're getting your coffee at the hemp store. All right, that's funny. He's funny for that one. I'll give him it.
Why the American people on November 5th made it a very bad night for you and a very great night for our future. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Woo! Cooked them the whole way through. A thorough cooking. Thorough. All right, let's go get over to the next grilling.
I yield back. Now Chair recognizes Mr. Jack.
Is he here?
Okay, Mr. McGuire from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a yes or no question, hopefully fast because I don't have much time. So each witness one at a time. If you break the law, are you a criminal? Can you guys answer that quickly? We don't have much time.
In certain circumstances, many circumstances, yes.
Bro. If you break the law, are you a criminal? In certain circumstances, because he knows where they're going with this question. He knows where they're going. Because if he answers yes, then he's like, then why do you allow illegals in there? Why don't you, kind of get them for breaking that crime?
Yes. If you come across our border illegally, breaking our law to come across, are you a criminal? Yes.
If you speed, are you a criminal? I mean,
break the law, that's a crime.
Okay.
So if you come across our border illegally, you're a criminal. Just want to see if we can get that straight. All right, Governor Pritzker,
Wow. He really tried to have that. See, Those dumbass arguments always fall apart. They even fall apart in front of the committee, bro. That's crazy. He literally tried to say that, like, bro, when you break a crime, are you a criminal? He's like, well, if you speed, are you a criminal? That was so stupid. Even bro said, yeah, that was stupid. He's like, bro, if you cross over the border illegally, you're a criminal. Okay, let's get right back to it. Because, yeah, you trying to bring up that whole, well, if you speed, are you a criminal? Dog, I mean, let's be real. It's a criminal offense to cross the border. I mean, let's be real. Back in the day, if you got caught with certain things on your person that was legal today, yeah, you were considered a criminal.
Are illegal aliens counted in the U.S. Census?
Every person in the United States is counted.
The census decides how many members each state gets in the U.S. House of Representatives. Year after year, tens of thousands of U.S. Citizens are fleeing the state of Illinois. It ranks only behind Governor Hochul's New York and Governor Newsom's California. You all are protecting and harboring illegal aliens for political purposes. Governor Pritzker, would you support prohibiting illegal aliens from being counted in the census, yes or no?
Your numbers are wrong, sir.
Would you, yes or no?
Your numbers are wrong, sir.
Would you
Constitution
support
says how you
prohibiting
count the
illegal
census.
aliens from being counted in the census? Would you? Or is harboring illegal aliens part of the strategy to get more Democrats in Congress? The bottom line is this: all illegal aliens have committed a crime and should be deported. Any additional act of violence committed by an illegal alien is entirely preventable. All sanctuary jurisdictions are unlawful. Each of you are breaking the law.
Yep.
And my message to you, or the message from the people, is you need to get it straight. Governor Waltz.
No, for real, they do need to get it straight, because this is crazy. It's like, yo, you're breaking the law by literally providing sanctuary to criminals. You guys know these guys are criminals. You guys know they broke the law. You may not want to phrase it that way, but they broke the law, and you guys are protecting them. You're betraying the American people. Is low-key treasonous. And yeah, you're also putting your citizens in danger doing this type of idiotic activities or just idiotic subversion of our law. And shout out to my man Dova, man. He says, compared to the propagandized images of Nazis, it's not disrespectful if we're compared to the real deal. We wouldn't have any of these issues as Nazis. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Man, that man done went down that rabbit hole.
Just over 3 weeks ago, you compared ICE agents to Donald Trump's modern-day Gestapo. Governor, do you regret those comments?
I regret.
And guys, yes, a misdemeanor is a crime, guys. I just want to let you guys know that. It's still like you can commit the misdemeanor and end up in jail. You know that, right? So yeah, misdemeanor is a crime. It's a criminal crime. Yes, it goes under that.
Enforcement is not following best practices, showing who they are, not taking people off the street, not giving due process.
We would not have a country without our men and women in law enforcement. Yes,
that's correct.
All right, now let's get a quick breakdown of what is considered, the violation types of, overstaying your visa, entering illegally, or re-entering after removal. Let's figure out the violation types, okay? Now, overstaying your visa is the violation type is a civil crime. Civil. Right? Criminal charges, no. Possible penalty, deportation, civil fines. That's it. Entering the country illegally, the violation type is a criminal violation. Yes, it's a criminal violation. Criminal charge as a misdemeanor. Possible penalty, up to 6 months in prison plus fines, actually. Up to 6 months in prison plus fines. Re-entering after removal, violation type, criminal. Criminal charge, which would be a felony. The other felony would be, using forged or fraudulent documents. And of course, that's going to be a crime and a felony. Well, violation type is a crime. So yes, entering the country illegally the violation type is criminal.
Did you know ICE officers are facing 413% increase in assaults?
Don't wear the masks, identify yourself, and work with local law enforcement.
You guys are doxing them. All right, your attacks on ICE officers are putting our law enforcement in deadly situations.
Oh, and if you want me to go ahead and source that from you, I sourced that from 8 U.S. Code Section 1325, improper entry by alien, law, cornell.edu, and also 18 U.S. Code Section 1547, fraud and misuse of visa and permits and others, and aclu.org. Sources.
It led to destructive riots breaking out in Los Angeles last weekend. President Trump had no choice but to step up and stop Los Angeles from burning buildings to the ground. Did you see videos of rioters throwing rocks through the windows of police officers' vehicles while they were driving on the highway? Did you guys see that? We wouldn't have a country without our men and women in law enforcement. In 2023, you signed legislation to expand eligibility to illegal aliens for taxpayer-funded health care, Minnesota driver's license, and free college tuition.
What? Hey, yo, for illegals, basically, we're going to let illegals get free college and we don't get free college? Son of a bitch. Hey, nah, they got that off. I'm not even going to lie. That would have teed me off.
America Last policies. Let's take a look at some of the illegal aliens you so boldly want to support with taxpayer funds.
Please.
I'll probably say his name wrong, but Abrahashad Alimi, illegal alien from Somalia, criminal history includes convictions of murder, DUI, and disorderly conduct. Eric Martinez Mondragon, illegal alien from Mexico and known member of 18th Street Gang. He served time in robbery and possession of a firearm. And Marco Granda, illegal alien from Ecuador, he was convicted for criminal sexual conduct of a child. The taxpayer-funded incentives you are providing in Minnesota bring in vicious thugs who are robbing, raping, and killing your citizens. And American people are tired of these America Last Marxist policies. We need more patriotism. You know, when I look at a MAGA, to me it means make America great again for all Americans, regardless of party, race, religion, or creed. America first. And that's why we won the presidency and we got the Senate and the House. If you had a basketball team and you hate your basketball team, you will never win. And we have a heart and love all people of the world, but if we can't take care of our country, if we're allowing these illegal criminal aliens to rob, rape, and kill the American people, that is wrong. And that's why we won. And if you guys keep that up, we'll keep winning.
Congressman, can I respond to the two cases in Minnesota? I think it's important to the hearing we're having. You want to know what we're doing. Mr. Alami was held in Freeborn County Jail. Straight resource.
Governor
paid for
Hochul,
that.
Debrina Kwam fell asleep on a subway in New York. While she was asleep on a train, she was set on fire and killed by an illegal alien from Guatemala. This could have been prevented. And what upsets me or strikes me the most is that in Democrat-run cities, people are so desensitized by the violence and the policies that people just stood by and watched that happen. What can we do better?
The entire situation sickens me to know that that happened in our state. I abhor all crimes, and that one was particularly heinous. And that's why my law enforcement are dedicated to keeping the streets, subways, and communities of our state safe. It's my number one.
Lady, this man literally just said how that's one, not true. Two, a lady was literally just sleeping and set on fire by an illegal. I mean, bro. At that point, you kind of just shut up and listen and just say, you know what, I'm going to do better. That's all I kind of want to hear from them. No excuses, just I'm going to do better.
Priority. It's how I've invested enormous amounts of resources. And just for the record, we do cooperate in criminal identification, prosecution, and removal of individuals who commit crimes who are not in this country legally. We want them deported. We cooperate with ICE every day of the week to make our streets safer. I'm not sure why that's not breaking through in this hearing. How many times can we say that? We're not supporting this. We don't want these individuals here. We abhor this violence and crime. So that's the message should be the takeaway. How can we work together? How can you do your job and help us secure the border and have more legal pathways for people who want to be here legally and contribute to our economy, but not the criminals. We are not a sanctuary for any criminals.
You go back.
Gentleman, time's expired. Now, Chair recognizes Ms. Morrison from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr.
And all right, let's get to this next one right here. Might be the last one we do from this one. Now, what was it? Okay. This is, do you find a difference between an immigrant? Do you find a difference between an immigrant and an illegal immigrant? All right, well, let's get to it.
See.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Walz, you said that as long as you are governor, immigrants will be welcome in Minnesota. Do you find a difference between an immigrant and an illegal immigrant?
A difference, their status?
Is there a difference? Legal status or otherwise?
Well, the legal status is different, but in Minnesota, we have a long tradition of welcoming.
Okay. ICE in St. Paul arrested a criminal illegal alien who had been convicted for possession of child pornography on a work computer. Do you still stand by your statement that ICE agents are the modern-day Gestapo?
ICE agents need to do a job, but they need to do it within the realm of due process and the law, wearing masks, no notice of who they are, no notice of the...
Yeah, because you guys have threatened to dox these people multiple times, and yes, they can wear a mask. I mean, when you literally got people out here complaining, oh, well, they're wearing a mask, we can't see who they are. What, so you can take a picture and what, follow their family on Facebook and send them harassing messages? Yeah, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that to them. We're not doing that to our law enforcement. Here's the thing. The reason they're wearing masks is because they predicted how you Dems would act. They knew exactly what you Dems were going for. They knew you guys would want to take pictures of these guys' faces so you can harass them and their family and their friends. Yeah, we're not letting you psychos get to these people and their families. I'm gonna be quite honest with you. I want ICE to keep their mask on. If anything, double mask up. Damn near wear sunglasses too.
The vans and picking people up off the streets without that due process. I stand that is wrong and a road towards authoritarianism. I certainly stand by that.
You know, I have one rule. I have a couple rules in my office, but one of them is never compare anything dealing with the Holocaust except for the Holocaust. I think that it desensitizes people about what really went on in Nazi Germany by making any comparisons there. Does Minnesota receive federal tax dollars for any programs that assist illegal immigrants?
Minnesota's federal tax dollars are appropriated by you in Congress, and then we use state dollars under our laws.
During the Biden administration, nearly $1.5 billion was sent to sanctuary states to pay for their illegal immigration policies, housing, health care. Governor Hochul, are crimes committed by illegal aliens preventable, in your opinion?
Our law enforcement is highly trained in how to identify prospective perpetrators, but certainly we try to prevent crimes, and we also work to resolve them and make sure that if there's a crime committed, that people...
Okay.
Suspected perpetrators, I would say, ma'am, you failed, because you know who a suspected perpetrator would be to me? Somebody who done already broken in the American law of, you know, illegally crossing the border. Like, as soon as I find that guy in my city, he's going to be, you know, in the red light for committing any other crimes. I'm going to be honest with you, because he already committed a crime already entering the country. Who's to say he's just not going to say, F it, I might as well break all the laws. F it. Well, sorry, breaking the law, entering the country.
Find their time in court and are incarcerated. That's how it's always worked.
By definition, illegal aliens are unlawfully present in the United States. They should not be here in the first place to commit crimes. Don't you agree with that?
It depends on the circumstances of coming over. I mean, there's civil violations.
Oh, they're not profiling nobody, guys. ICE is not profiling nobody. They're doing their due diligence. They're having the investigation, and they're just getting these people. And for some reason, mainstream media is spinning it as if, oh, well, they're locking up these innocent people. Who? Please tell me. Who are their names? Please tell me who are their names then if we're just locking up innocent people. Because I said that about Kilmar Garcia, and look what happened with that. Exactly. See, I might want to sit down and wait for the results to come out, because y'all jumped the gun with Kilmar Garcia and y'all end up looking stupid in the end.
There's also criminals, so it's the federal government's determination on the status of an individual. If they're
but I mean, if they're not here, the crime's not going to be committed.
I think if there was not,
they're not going to be here, ma'am, the crime is not going to be committed.
If there was no one in our country, no crimes would be committed. I suppose you could say the same thing.
A young man in my district whose family is very close to me lost their son to an illegal alien, and I can guarantee you, if that illegal alien, if we'd followed the laws of the land and there'd been some enforcement,
never happened,
that young man would be here today. Well, let me ask you this: why did your state issue say that you are welcome with open arms in reference to illegal aliens? That was a direct quote attributed to you, ma'am.
It's a 400-year history we have in the state of New York of welcoming all. I don't know why we would change that now.
Okay, Governor Pritzker, you mentioned in your opening statement that criminals have no place in our country, but Cook County released numerous criminal migrants last year, including one that was charged with raping a minor. Why would you release a criminal rapist back into your community?
Please answer.
Thank you, Congressman. First of all, we don't need to release somebody if ICE or another law enforcement authority shows up with a judicial warrant. Then that's just the fact. And if somebody gets released, it's usually because they've had due process and determined not to be eligible to be held. That's
okay. But do you know what happened after that individual was released?
So you're telling me that this guy was brought in for grape and you released him, and then he went and most likely went out and did it again. And you said, well, he got his due process. And I mean, bro, what? I doubt he got due process, to be quite honest with you. If you guys did a proper investigation into this man, you found out that, yeah, he did it, and you would have held him. No, there was no due process. You guys just let this man go. And that's what they were complaining about all over Chicago, is that they are locking up these people and they're finding them out on the street the next day, these violent offenders that just happen to be illegals. So, yeah, you guys are not doing your due diligence when it comes to these illegal citizens.
But again, a judicial warrant, if appropriate.
I'll tell you, 17 days later, he was charged with a homicide. And in Cook County, he also released a migrant charged with domestic violence in August.
All right, so Pritzker is Illinois. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes absolute sense, because that's been happening all over Chicago. These illegals will get locked up. They did a violent crime. They get locked up. They get let out, and they go do another violent crime. It's just like, are you serious? Like, bro, makes no sense.
To 2024.
Here we are.
You know what this individual was charged with 1 month later?
No, sir, I'm not sure what.
Aggravated criminal sexual assault and abuse of minor. And as governor, have you done anything to ensure local and county governments aren't releasing illegal immigrants charged with sexual or violent crimes?
Most likely
As a matter of fact, first of all, we chase down criminals every single day. We put them in jail. We try them, put them through due process. They get convicted. They get put into our correction system. We do that every single day. You're implying that we're not. We are. In fact, we are.
No. We're saying that you're not doing that to the illegals. We know you do that to citizens for sure. Trust me. We know you lock up U.S. citizens perfectly all day, and that's great. We're glad you give them the proper due process, but trust me, you're not doing any investigation into these illegals. And one of the reasons why is because when they scan their fingers, there's no record of them, and they kind of don't do anything about it. They don't call ICE or nothing. They just release them. And that's been reported all over Chicago. So you over here sitting here saying that, oh, yeah, well, we make sure we do our due diligence. Yes, you guys do lock up hella people, hella U.S. citizens every day that are criminals, as you should. But you're not giving that same attention or the same due diligence to the illegals.
Our law enforcement are some of the best in the country. They do their job.
Well, if these laws were enforced, then I would assume these people wouldn't be back out on the streets so freely. How many programs does Illinois have that explicitly supports illegal immigrants?
Sir, we've created programs to deal with not illegal. I mean, we have one program that's related to undocumented people who are.
I'm out of time,
the most
but
vulnerable.
the answer is at least four. Health benefits for immigrants, HBIS, health benefits for immigrants, adults, HBI, retention of Illinois students, and equity, RISE is the acronym for that act, in the Illinois Dream Fund. And I'm sorry I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair, that's Mr. Min.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to finish the title of the article that I was trying to read into unanimous consent.
Okay.
And let's see here. Let's go over to Brian Donalds. Go ahead and grilling them as well. Shout out to my man. Let's see. What was it? Yeah, Brian Donalds. Let's go.
Recognize Mr. Donalds from Florida.
Thank you, Chairman. To piggyback off my colleague, Governor Pritzker, how much does the state of Illinois spend on illegal immigration every year?
Damn.
Again, illegal immigration, that's a federal responsibility. They could tell how much is wasted as a result of their failures.
Governor, don't you keep track of how many people are on your Medicaid rolls, how many people who are illegal immigrants in the state of Illinois?
Yo, hold on, go back, because his first answer wasn't even like satisfactory. It's like, what? What did you just say?
Back off my colleague, Governor Pritzker, how much does the state of Illinois spend on illegal immigration every year?
Again, illegal immigration, that's a federal responsibility. They could.
Bro, if California could give us $31 billion that's spent on illegals every year, if California can give us their number, why the hell can't you? And California is a pretty damn big country. Oh, my bad, not country, but state and they're able to give us their numbers. They're able to track down everybody and get it done. Why can't you, being a smaller state? Like, what are you saying here? That makes no sense.
Could tell how much is wasted as a result of their failures.
Governor,
yes, you
don't
do.
you keep track of how many people are on your Medicaid rolls, how many people who are illegal immigrants in the state of Illinois who are getting actually benefits in your state? Doesn't your government keep track of that?
They don't get Medicaid in Illinois or any state, as far as I know.
Governor Pritzker, you do not keep track of any public service dollars in the state of Illinois that goes to illegal immigrants or goes to people in your state who are not legal residents of the United States and of the state of Illinois. You don't keep track of that.
Yeah, let's go back on that question, because bro, like you look real stupid right now if you're saying, yeah, I do not look over the budget that I was assigned governance over. Like, bro, you for real?
In Illinois or any state, as far as I know.
Governor Pritzker, you do not keep track of any public service dollars in the state of Illinois that goes to illegal immigrants or goes to people in your state who are not legal residents of the United States and of the state of Illinois. You don't keep track of that.
We absolutely keep track of our budget, and we're very closely, and in fact, it's been balanced for 7 years in a row.
Motherfucker, that's what he just asked your dumb ass. That's literally what he asked you. He just asked you, yo, okay, well, let me inform me on your budget that goes towards illegals. You just sat there and said, oh, that's the federal job. But your state does it. That's part of your state budget. You know this. And now you want to go over here, well, what you mean? Well, we do look over our state budget. You just sat there and told me how you cannot explain yourself, or you do not have track of one part of your budget what goes towards illegals. You don't even know how to answer that. You don't. He does know the answer, but he's dodging the question.
Unlike the Republican before me, yeah.
You know, it's interesting. I noticed that in the state of Illinois, you guys don't really keep track of your money, because I asked your mayor in Chicago similar question about a month ago, and he didn't have an answer. Ooh. It was quite interesting. I think this might be an Illinois problem.
Oh, man, I ain't gonna lie. You kind of grilled him on that point right there. You said it just might be an Illinois problem. Somehow y'all just don't know what y'all doing with y'all budget, huh? I don't know where all this money is going, huh? All right, let's go back to Trump taking these questions.
All right, Brian, yeah, please.
Yes, sir. I have some very close friends who run some of the largest auto dealerships in Southern California. Stack Automotive Group.
Good.
Their message to you, they're 100% behind you right now. They know they're going through some soft sales period.
It's true.
They're in it for the long haul. What's your message to thousands of auto dealerships across this country that are kind of navigating through this tariff?
Yeah, they're going to do better than ever before. They're going to sell cars in America at levels that they've never even thought of before. And they're going to make more money than they ever made before. It's going to be great. They're going to be selling a better car, too. It's going to be a better product.
And they're behind you 100%.
I know. I know that. They have been behind me, right? They knew it was right. They've been asking for this for 25, 30 years, in all fairness. No, they're very happy. I told you the Auto Workers Union, we got tremendous votes. But they like me today even better than they did on Election Day on November 5th, because they see the results now. They're all happening. And yeah, and they have plants moving in, Brian. A lot of plants are moving in. Thank you very much for that question. Yeah.
Was Governor Gavin Newsom trying to kill the auto industry down?
Oh, he was killing the auto industry. I don't think he knew it. I think he's a guy who he's just got a faulty thought process. You look at that train. The train is the most. I've seen people, stupid people with cost overruns for years. I've watched where something would cost twice as much or 3 times, but this thing is costing 20 times more. It's the most incredible disaster I've ever seen. That's one. The cars are just as bad. Everything's bad. And now you have this situation. So his own sheriff, who's a good man, by the way, said 2 days ago or 3 days ago that we could not have done this without the military. They were going to take over this whole, they couldn't have done it. Now today they got him to change his tune. He said, oh, I think we could have handled it. You know, it's so sad. He was so honest. I was using his quote all over the place, and they got him to change. But he knows. Los Angeles would be right now burning to the ground, just like the houses burned to the ground. It's so sad what's going on in Los Angeles. Think of it. They had a fire that should have never had because they should have listened to me in the water. Eventually, we broke in and we had the water come down from the Pacific Northwest. I could show you pictures now. with the half pipes, the big half pipes coming all the way down California. Water, so much water. They don't have any droughts. They don't have any. They have so much water. They sent it all out to the Pacific Ocean for 20 years. So ridiculous. And we got them to take it now. But what they do and what they're doing, this is a big problem. And what they really want to do is keep criminals because they're trying to protect criminals. Sanctuary cities are a disaster in this country. And most of the voters don't want them. Politicians like them for whatever reason, but I think the politicians are wrong. That's why we won in such a convincing fashion. We won all 7 swing states. We won by millions of votes. We won 2,750 districts as opposed to 505. That's why when you look at the map, it's almost all red. It's got 2 little blue stripes on each side of it. It's almost all red. But now you have to... I always got along with Gavin. I like Gavin. I've liked him, always. He said I never called him. You know, they asked him a question on Fox, I guess. I never spoke to him. He doesn't remember the call. He doesn't remember. I never spoke. And then I produced a phone call. I had it. It took me about 2 minutes. I said, well, here's the call. It lasted 16 minutes and 4 seconds. And it was at 12:30 in the evening. I actually made a call, didn't pick up. I called him a second time, and he picked up. And I told him, I said, you have to get your ass in gear because you're going to have a problem there. And he would have. If we didn't...
That explains why Gavin Newsom was crying pretty much. He basically got talked down to by Trump. He's like, bro, you got to get your ass in gear. This whole thing is your fault. You just got done out of this fire situation. Now they're burning cars in the street. So I thought y'all cared about fires, but obviously not. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure he pretty much had a one-on-one with Gavin, pretty much talked down to him like he's his child. And I guess that's why Gavin came out there a bit, teary-eyed. He's kind of been teary-eyed since this whole situation. And shout out Michelle Glass. Hey, appreciate it, sis. I'm so beyond tired of ignorant people. I know, sis. I know, right? And they're on here trying to defend illegals, pretty much trying to say that there's no illegals, such things illegals on stolen land. And the funniest one is that ICE is locking up U.S. citizens. I know. Crazy, crazy.
Bring the military in. You would have right now something. And I went through it because I follow the rules 100%. And I watched in Minnesota where you have the man who ran for vice president of the United States. Fortunately, he was a disaster. But he wouldn't call in the National Guard. And I eventually called in the National Guard, but it was 7 days late. I said, I'll never do that again. I'm never going to, if I see problems brewing, if they're not going to do the problem, I'm not going to wait 2 weeks.
And that makes sense. Like Trump had to send in the National Guard the last time. So Trump already has experience with Democratic governors. He's like, bro, the BLM riots was burning down damn near your entire state, certain cities, and you did nothing. And Trump had to sit there and save Minnesota. So who is the Dems to even talk? When even last time you failed to protect your citizens, you failed to take the initiative because you guys are slow to action, but you're quick to criticism. I swear to God, you guys are.
Because that city, Minneapolis, burned down. If you remember the CNN anchor, he was standing there saying, yes, this is a peaceful rally. And behind him, the entire city was on fire. It looked like World War II. And I appreciate the question. Please. Thank you.
First, the terrible, horrific plane crash in India that you saw alluded on TV. Your reaction to that first, and will you speak to Prime Minister Modi?
The plane crash was terrible. I've already told them anything we can do. It's a big country, a strong country. They'll handle it, I'm sure. But I let them know that anything we can do, we'll be over there immediately. But it was a horrific crash. It looks like most are gone. They actually maybe have a couple survivors, which is just heard. But that was a horrible crash. Nobody knows. Nobody has any idea what it might be. I gave him a couple of pointers. I said, maybe you look at this or that. We saw the plane. It looked like it was flying pretty well. It didn't look like there was an explosion. It just looked like the engines maybe lost power. But boy, that is a terrible crash. It's one of the worst in aviation history. Yeah, second?
How confident are you, sir, that conflict with Iran can be avoided?
Well, I'd love to avoid the conflict. Iran's going to have to negotiate a little bit tougher.
Which is already too late because I believe Benjamin. Well, actually, it's already happened. Let's see. Iran pretty much already attacked Israel. Let me see if I can go ahead and bring up Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu's speech, and because it's actually pretty wild what's happening here, and it does kind of seem like Israel is just saying, you know what, man, f all this. We're just gonna attack Iran, and Iran is damn near also telling us the same thing. F all this. We want our nukes.
Meaning they're going to have to give us some things that they're not willing to give us right now. I'm the last person. I've kept us out of wars. We defeated ISIS completely, 100%. And I haven't had it's peace through strength. I believe in peace through strength. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt the military, as you remember, for 4 years.
All right, guys, now let's get over to our favorite corrupt politician, Benjamin Netanyahu. And let's hear him explain himself for this whole, attack on Iran's nuclear facilities. Well, let's see how this goes down, because of course, that what this means, that Iran is going to be ready to fight with Israel and America pretty much. But the American sentiment, or the growing American sentiment, is that let Israel fight its own battles.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9.
All right, well, let's talk about your bombs. Like, you guys have a nuke too. How about this? You guys want to admit that you have a nuke? And then we'll go ahead and take, Iran's nuclear threat seriously, which we do. But, it kind of makes sense that, Iran has one when they see Israel as their enemy, and Israel has one, even though they don't tell nobody. And damn near everybody in the Middle East knows. Everybody in the Middle East knows what Israel got, but not nobody in the West, or we kind of hide that story.
In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before. Steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival.
So, Jim, you hear what he was saying there, this is something we keep hearing from Israeli officials about Iran having enough uranium that he said there it could be 9 atom bombs. Earlier, I'd heard a figure about 10 or so from officials.
Crazy.
Is that something that U.S. officials agree with, or what is their view of a statement like that from the Prime Minister?
They certainly agree that the breakout time, as it's known, that the time that Iran would require to go from the fissile material it has right now to
so far, Iran said that they was able to get up to 60%, and they're pretty much also close to 90%. But they said they were only doing it for nuclear power. But to have nuclear power, you don't need such a high enrichment of uranium. So, Iran, like, come on now, stop the cap. So, it does seem like Iran was edging towards that nuclear weapon. And as we told Iran, if you don't stop it, we will bomb the shit out of you. I know, right? And it looks like we've came to that. Or it does seem that Israel might have jumped the gun, which I'm hoping is not the case. Like, if they got the green light from America, well, then okay. But if they jumped the gun, then once again, here's Israel trying to ruin any type of peace and negotiation with Iran. And I don't know why they're like this, but it is what it is. Oh, crap. My bad, guys.
It was told to be 5 years. It was going to take 5 years, anywhere from 4 to 5 years. We did it in 4 weeks, with, by the way, headed by the general who's now the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That's why he's there. He said it would take 4 weeks, and he did it in 4 weeks. He did actually a little bit faster. So we have a great country, and we're going to keep it that way. And when it comes to Los Angeles or other cities, if we see other cities are gearing up, And these people are agitators. They're paid. They're professionals. They're insurrectionists. They're troublemakers. They're all of those things. But I believe they're paid. And we're going to find out through Pam Bondi and her great staff, her great people at Justice, who they are. And Mike, I think you're doing some investigations in that in Congress. But we're going to find out who they are, because they're really, I think what they're doing is unbelievably illegal. Just one thing. So they took the bricks away from people. They're walking in with satchels of bricks. Now, why do you have bricks? You have bricks because you throw bricks. They're very potent. If they hit you, they kill you. And they took them away. The military took them away. They saw him. What the hell is this? The guy could hardly carry him. Many bricks. He's a strong guy. Couldn't carry him. And they saw that, and they took them away. Then they found others with bricks. But they're ingenious. They also brought hammers along, very heavy hammers. And I saw them pounding the curb and pounding the sidewalk. And it was like a military operation. This guy's pounding strong, boom, big shots. And it was breaking up granite, the granite curbs. And the granite was breaking up, and the concrete was breaking up. And there was lines of people standing there. And they're handing him. And then he stopped handing him. They just went down and picked him up. It was so professional. I said, that's a professional organization. This is not like people at random. This guy's breaking up because they couldn't use the bricks. So
just get over to a bit of a comedic interlude, and let's get over live footage over there from the from the LA riots. Now, this is a parody moment. Don't take it seriously. But let's have a moment to laugh here. All right, guys. Let's see what's...
Madam.
All righty, man. I'm telling you, AI these days is a little too impressive for me. A little too impressive. But all right, guys, let's get right back into it. And shout out to my man Dove. He said there'd be peace in the Middle East without Israel. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. You know, you know what? I can't go too far into that. But shout out my man Dova. And shout out to Sis Michelle Glass. She says, Brandon, shake my head. Get educated on both sides and only form an opinion after that. Shut up about Uncle Tom bullshit. Hey, shout out. Shout out. When they don't have an argument, they just go straight to Uncle Tom. Or the N-word sometimes. Yeah.
Would think of this even. Did a lot of damage. A lot of curbs are broken. A lot of sidewalks broken. But I never saw that before. That's one I haven't seen. I thought I saw it all. And they have it on tape. And with that, people get killed. You know, they go to the bridges and they drop the concrete off the top of the bridge with a car coming along at 70 miles an hour and the person dies. And we had a lot of car problems. You saw that. They were all over the road. They were littered all over the road where the cars got stopped by concrete going through the front windshield. These are bad people. If we didn't go, Los Angeles right now would be on fire. It would be a disaster. And we stopped it. And last night was very good. Nobody showed up. You know why they didn't show up? Because we were there. If it was just the police, because the police are great. I know those police, they're great, but they're told not to do anything. They're not allowed to act. Thank you. Well, I don't want to say imminent, but it looks like it's something that could very well happen. Look, it's very simple, not complicated. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Other than that, I want them to be successful. I want them to be tremendous. Well,
yeah, shout out my man Dover. Yes, you do have your reserve call in though. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and post that in the link just for you because you did definitely put towards the last two call-ins. You did not get your chance to call in. So I got you.
I'll help them be successful. We'll trade with them. We'll do whatever is necessary. You know, I stopped a war between India and Pakistan. And I stopped it with trade. I don't think I've ever seen a story written about it, but it was pretty cool. They were getting ready. Pakistan was their turn to hit, and eventually they're going to go nuclear. And I stopped it. I called each. I respect each leader greatly. I know them. And I spoke to them, and I talked about trade. I said, but you're not trading with us if you're going to go to war, if you're going to start throwing nuclear weapons around. And I said it to both of them, and they were both unbelievable, actually. They understood it exactly. They stopped. I stopped that war with phone calls and trade. And India's here right now negotiating a trade deal, and Pakistan's coming, I think, next week. And I'm very proud of that. Nobody died. Nobody, the nuclear weapons, they each have very severe, very substantial numbers of nuclear weapons. And I think we should get some credit for that. You know, the whole Republican Party should, because that's their mindset. Please. Yes, ma'am. What? Look, I've always been in favor of students coming in from other countries. That includes China. And we have 500,000 Chinese students coming in. I've always been in favor of it. Does it mean that you have to watch people? Yeah, you have to watch students, but you have to watch other people also. I've always been strongly in favor of it. I think it's a great thing. It's also, it's good for our schools. It's good for, I think it's good for our country. I'm also in favor of having them stay. I've been in favor of letting them stay. If you get educated for 4 years, you're willing to get educated for 4 years. I like people being able to stay. You know, they have some great students. You have some, yeah, these are Republicans clapping, you know, because a lot of Republicans don't like that idea. I happen to like it. I'm a real Republican, believe it or not. But I like the idea. They go 4 years. To me, that's almost like, you know, just buying your way in a very legitimate way. And, you know, you have stories where Apple wants to hire somebody and they can't hire him because he can't stay. He went to a great school. He finished first in his class. They made him a big offer and everything's done, but he has no idea whether or not he's going to be able to stay. And I'm all for making sure that people like that can go to work for all of our great companies. And you know what they do? They go back to their country, and there are stories that are all over the place. They go back to their company and they start a company just like they were going to start here. They end up starting it in China or India or someplace else, and now they're among the richest people in the world. They've got thousands and thousands of employees that make it great. This is happening all the time because they're not allowed to stay. And I think we'll probably end up doing something about that, right? I think. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You in the blue, please. Light blue.
Thank you, Mr. President. How close are you to the setback home between Ukraine and Russia? We see a very bad escalation. Are you believing in the hands of the Europeans?
I'm very close to the situation. I'm very disappointed in Russia, but I'm disappointed in Ukraine also because I think deals could have been made. And, you know, we're losing 5,000, 6,000 people a week, soldiers mostly, but also people living in towns because they're getting hit by missiles again. How'd you like to live in a building and you think a missile has a good chance of hitting your building during the evening? It's horrible.
Yeah,
It must be horrible to live like that. But
how you wanna live?
I mean, we'll get it, but it's. I'm disappointed that it's not done. We did great with India and Pakistan. We did very good with Israel. I thought, look, October 7th was a disaster. People forget, you know, they like to forget. That was a horrible thing. But, you know, none of these things would have happened if I were president. If I were president.
All right, guys, let me go ahead and show my man Dova how he's going to open up the call-in or how he can get into the call-in. So what you do is go to Set Media Reacts, to go to the homepage, go to posts, and this is how I usually post the, the call-in tab. And you can go right here. That's all you got to do pretty much. Just go to the main page, go to the post tab, which is right next to the playlist, between the playlist tab and the membership tab, and you can go right there. All right, now let's get right back to the show. Should I do a quick demonstration?
None of it would have happened. You wouldn't have the Israel problem. Iran was broke. They had no money. We had big sanctions on them. Biden immediately let them get rich, $300 billion they have right now. But they had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah. They had no money for anything. It was perfect. We wouldn't have had inflation that was caused by oil, Chris. The oil price went through the roof. It was also caused by their spending, but it was caused more by oil than anything else. The oil went so high, got close to $100 a barrel. And that cost, and that also kept the war going with Putin, because at $100 a barrel, that was a big money-making experience. But now it's down to where it's not so good for them anymore. No, it's very important to get that solved. That's a bloodbath. That's a terrible bloodbath that's going on. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Following up your question, answer on India and Pakistan, first talking the war between them. India says that they cannot talk to Pakistan have next actions against terrorists?
I mean, we're going to get those two getting together, you know? I told them, India and Pakistan, they've had a long time rivalry over Kashmir. And I said, I can solve anything. I'll be your arbitrator. I will be your arbitrator. I can solve anything. And I started the first question, how long has it been going on? They said, 2,000 years. I said, oh, that's a problem. They don't think it is. When I heard 2,000 years, I said, maybe I'll have John Hess solve that problem.
Mr. President, will you punish yourself for striking Iran?
Peter?
Thank you, President Trump. I have two. First, on immigration. What made you change your mind about targeting in California farmers and people in the hotels and leisure business?
Well, we're not targeting. In fact, if you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers. Our farmers are being hurt badly by, you know, they have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years. They're not citizens, but they've turned out to be, you know, great. And we're going to have to do something about that. We can't take farmers and take all their people and send them back because they don't have maybe what they're supposed to have, maybe not. And you know what's going to happen?
I mean, that is a good stance. Like maybe what they're supposed to have, you know, you're probably supposed to have U.S. citizens working on them farms, but you done got too used to the illegal work and started built whole little situations for these guys, literally building little sheds for them to sleep in, 20 a piece. Whoa, 20 people in one shed. So yeah, I was kind of getting a breakdown from my boy Castro out there in North Carolina, and he was pretty much telling me that, I'm not gonna lie, Set, we can't get rid of those illegals on the farms, man. We need them. We need them. I was like, damn, you sure, Castro? He was like, trust me, bro, I'm sure. I was like, damn.
What is happening? They get rid of some of the people because, you know, you go into a farm and you look and people they've been there for 20, 25 years and they've worked great and the owner of the farm loves them and everything else. And then you're supposed to throw them out. And you know what happens? They end up hiring the people, the criminals that have come in, the murderers from prisons and everything else. So we're going to have an order on that pretty soon, I think. We can't do that to our farmers and leisure too, hotels. We're going to have to use a lot of common sense on that.
And my other question about police.
But there got to be something that's, I would say this, like Trump, if you're going to have this exception for these guys, then there got to be some type of process for the other illegals who aren't working on farmlands and in the hotels. There has to be some other exception for them as well, or some other process for them as well, to where they can also get some type of legal status or some type of work visa to stay in this country and continue working, just like the farmers did. And let's be real, the farmers done put themselves in this position. I honestly don't think we should show them any grace. I'm that savage about it. But if we are showing grace to them, then I would like to be consistent across the board and also have some type of opportunity for the ones in the inner city to get some type of maybe work visa or legal status. Then, if like depending on what we're rolling out for the farmers and the hotel and the, you know, the ones working in the hotels, yeah, we got to keep that consistent across the board. So I'm wondering how that's going to be done. Because if we're just saying that, well, if you're an illegal and you work on a farm, you're safe, then trust me, all these illegals are going to start rushing onto the farms.
As the Israelis apparently gear up for some kind of an attack, a possible attack on Iran, are you trying to talk Netanyahu out of doing that? Or are you so against Iran having a nuclear weapon that you're okay, he does his thing because it is not an American?
Yeah, it's a very fair question. Look, I want to have an agreement with Iran. We're fairly close to an agreement. We are fairly close to a pretty good agreement. It's got to be better than pretty good, though, but it's got to be, I'd much prefer an agreement. As long as I think there is an agreement, I don't want them going in because I think that would blow it. Might help it, actually, but it also could blow it. But we've had very good discussions with Iran. Whether or not we get there, I can't tell you, but it'll happen soon.
Not too late. Israel already made their move. I mean, it's too late for all that. Israel done already effed that one up for us. So, all right, man, let's get into. Let's have one to guest up. Shout out to my man Dover, man. How you doing, big dog?
Yo, how's it going?
Man, it's all good, man. What you thinking so far, man? What's on your mind?
All right, so should we start with Israel or should we start with the illegal immigration?
Let's start with illegal immigration because that one, Israel's going to get hot. I already know.
All right. We'll start with the illegal immigration. So Obviously, I share your standpoint on the entire no illegal exception whatsoever. Get them all the fuck out of here. Enough's enough already. We need to ramp up these numbers. 3,000 a day is already not enough. We need like 5, 6, fucking 10,000 at this point. Get them all the hell out of here. I'm tired of all the sob stories. Oh, grandmother or father deported, whatever. I don't give a shit. Whether or not it's Home Depot Jose, who all he likes to do is build shitty sheds for you and hasn't done anything else but come here illegally, get him the fuck out.
Yep, get them going. And all they do is undermine the American handyman. Like, bro,
Exactly.
It's like you try to get somebody over there who's an American and they try to fix your roof. Yeah, we all know it's gonna be way cheaper if you get the illegals too. Like, let's be honest.
Oh, we're being, yeah, absolutely. And not to mention that they're doing cheap labor for cheap work. So, yeah, obviously, any American that wants to do these jobs, they're going to sit here and want an actual wage for what they're doing. And so we get these politicians coming out and saying all their buzzwords and whatnot and saying how, oh, well, you know, they're just trying to take the jobs that us Americans are too lazy to do. Like, no, they're taking the jobs away from people who want a livable wage to do these exact same jobs.
I'm like, yeah, there's Americans who I know who also build houses, who also in construction. It's like there's not just these farming jobs or hotel jobs. Like they try to, or you know, like I said, who's gonna pick the fruits and clean your clothes? It's like, come on now.
Oh, precisely. And the thing is that even like if we're being completely honest, if we had absolutely no illegal immigrants here whatsoever, somebody is going to take these jobs. Someone in America, an American citizen, is going to take these jobs, hands down. It's not like they're going to go completely unfilled. And
No, that's true. There was one point I wanted to make about the farms when my dude Castro was telling me, because he was telling me, yo, it was like it's low-key would be hard to replace those illegals on the farm. And I was like, you know, back in the day, they used to have hella kids and the kids that work the farm. Now we replace having kids with illegals.
Right, exactly. It's like, and precisely that. That's honestly, you just got me on another topic there, with the fact that we are being replaced and being convinced on a daily basis by this corrupted system that no, it's bad to have children. It's bad to do this because it's hard to afford them, and they give you any kind of excuse possible, all while trying to like make it seem like, oh, it's for the benefit though, because we have the alternative. It's to bring in all the immigrants. It's to make sure that they can take up the places for jobs and whatnot, and also what's the word I'm looking for here, to pretty much subsidize our population with theirs. It's as if that's a solution, when in reality the solution needs to be our government needs to take a step back, say, okay, what can we do to make having a family easier? And I love that Trump's actually doing that. But of course, you know, we have to worry about the presidential election because these are things that can be easily reversed. So we need laws to actually be put in place to actually encourage and aid in responsible, and I repeat on that, responsible families, because I do like what Trump's doing right now. But at the same time, we can't just be subsidizing anybody just because they pop out a kid either, because we can't be having people that are going to be single parent homes and unproductive to society. And, you know,
like we really can't be putting more behind single parent homes than we do, honestly, like, you know, 2-parent homes.
Right, right.
One gives us better results for America than the other. And I think we should put more support behind that so people are incentivized to do so.
Precisely. Absolutely right on that. But back to my other point though about and actually your point too with the farms. The farm work is not going to be difficult to replace with American labor. It's just that we need to not have that easy alternative of, oh, this is cheaper to afford, i.e. the illegals, versus Americans who would gladly do the job but for a livable wage. And we always get the whole pushback on, oh, well, then it's going to drive up prices. It's like, okay, but our dollar is going to be worth more in an economy that's self-sustaining. We're not going to be paying more for a product because the inflation of prices have gone up, but our wages have stagnated or gone down. Our wages are going to also match the prices of things that are going to go up because we're paying our wages.
And if we can maintain inflation around that, what we have it now, at least like 1.5 to 2%, trust me, that'll maintain the prices.
Absolutely. And there's a point I wanted to make the other day. It had something to do with I just remember something in the comments. Somebody said something about, oh, if we made toasters in America, we could enjoy our $850 toasters for building them here in the United States. Something stupid like that.
Yeah, that's a lie that the corporate elites tell us to protect their profit margins.
Exactly, because if it costs them $5 to produce a toaster in the United States and they're still going to sell it for $20, but they can make it for $1 over in China and then sell that same $20 toaster, it's ridiculous to think that we shouldn't be making products in America. I mean, what was it up until the 1960s when we finally started having that drop off in American made goods?
Yeah, after Nixon kind of pretty much gave the corporate guys the go ahead to just run over to China for cheap labor, after he kind of gave that go ahead, they kind of did it in small bits in a way that where the American people wouldn't notice, and then they brought back the incentive of keeping it going with cheap products.
Right. And yeah, it's always this idea that, oh, it's impossible to conceive this idea, but we seem to forget. It's like, yeah, okay, it might have been back in the 60s and before, but really in the grand scheme of things, that was not that long ago. Why can't we do this now? It's ridiculous to think that this is something that's impossible to do when we've been self-sustained for decades prior.
And that's why I say the Dems are now championing the corporate elites and selling all their talking points. And I'm just like, this is crazy because these guys profit mostly off Americans. So if we tell them what it is, like, yo, you need to bring some of that production over here to where we can benefit from it as well. Not all of it, but you need to bring something here to where we benefit off, us being your guys' biggest market. It's crazy how these guys don't have to benefit us at all, but they continue to sell to us the most, and we drive most of their profits.
Exactly.
But you did say you wanted to get into Israel.
Yes,
all right.
Absolutely.
All right, let's get into it. Let's try. You know what? F it. Let's get a little uncensored about it then.
All right. So I don't know if you want me to be on at least a little bit of a muzzle or not, but if I'm good to talk, I'll talk.
Man, go crazy.
All right. So first of all, I just want to get into the entire point that, Israel is supposed to be God's chosen people's land and all that kind of nonsense that we like to hear being told to us over and over again because we have to stand with Israel, our greatest ally. But what's funny is that around 80% of that population are not actually Semitic Jews that would have been considered biblically held to that land. That 80% is Ashkenazi, European descent Jews. So in reality, they have absolutely no, quote, right to that land that is in the Middle East. If we're going to be incredibly honest and accurate about this, Ashkenazi, European descent Jews have absolutely no title to that land whatsoever, but yet they claim it as if they do. So
yeah, they called it the Khazars or something like that.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah. Okay, that's what okay, you're right.
Oh, okay, but yes, they are not the true chosen people, even if you want to at least believe that much, which in my opinion they are not God's chosen people. They're Satanists in my opinion. And the reason being is that it's all in their Talmud anyway. There's so many different things that you don't even need to be a religious person to read into this and see why they hate anybody that is not a Jew. They believe they are above God themselves. If they actually, especially if we're talking about the Zionists and the globalist elite types and whatnot. And I do want to make a very proper distinction here that being Jewish is not being bad. I will obviously say that you can't, it's not just an automatically, oh, if you're Jewish, you're a bad person, boom, that's it, end of story. No, you can absolutely be Jewish and a good person, but the moment you get into the topic of Israel, it seems like it flicks a switch in any of their minds that, oh, you can't say anything against this place. You can't say anything bad about it. You can't open your mouth unless it's full on, complete and utter support of Israel. There's nothing else that can be taken as an answer.
I say it's more of like a psychological thing because, after being kicked out of so many countries, anything that can trigger that response it's like a generational like trauma, I would like to call it. And I would like to give the Jews, the Jews or the Israelis some type of grace when it was a Jewish guy who was pointing out to me saying not every Jew believes in the Talmud. There's things called, they said, Talmudic Jews who actually take it to heart. Every Jew studies the Talmud, but to take it to heart as actual belief, not every Jew does that, and it's like a small sect. Sadly, this sect is the one that's running the Israeli government.
Precisely, and I do agree with you with that 100%. Now, not to try and get into the whole religious aspect of things, but that's kind of my point, is that not every Jew is a religious Jew. If they're ethnically Jewish as opposed to religiously Jewish, and obviously they can be both. But let's just say, for example, I were to go ahead and convert myself to Judaism tomorrow. I'm not ethnically Jewish because of that. I'm still a white man. I'm not going to be Jewish by ethnicity just by converting my religion. But the ethnic Jews who are part of this globalist elite, the George Soros types and all that as well, I highly doubt that any of them are religiously Jewish, and if they are, it's only for appearances and politics and whatnot, because most of them are atheists but ethnically Jewish, so they're going to protect their interests and beliefs through being Jewish no matter what it is. I mean, they're the easiest to paint themselves as whatever they feel like they want to be, because if they want to avoid slack from any type of controversy, it's like, oh well. And you see this a lot of the times when it comes to Jews that are trying to push themselves away from white crimes and stuff like that. It's like, oh, look at this white man that did this or something like that. And then it's like, oh, whoa, don't rope me in with this. I'm Jewish. So now it's okay to point out that it's an ethnicity, but then any other time it's just a religion. They can pick and choose when they want to use which or.
No, yeah, that is true. And that leads a little bit more into where Zionism creeps in, because I always do think it's only when it comes to Israel. Only when Israel is, I believe, and they have a right to have like, if my homeland is threatened, yeah, I'm gonna get angry about it. But it is the way where people just criticize it. If we could criticize the Israeli government, that will leads us to an anti-Semitic, claim that we're anti-Semitic. And I think that's just the wrong way to look at it, to be quite honest. Like, we can sit there and judge the Benjamin Netanyahu regime without saying that, oh, they want Israel gone. Like, Dan Bilzerian says that. Now, that man, he's a bit wild. He's a little more wilder than us, or maybe you share that opinion as well.
I'm probably a little more extreme than he is.
Oh, man. But yeah, that is true. There's some people who just says, bro, just remove it there, and you might have peace in the Middle East after that one. And a lot of people do share that opinion. But since it's already there, I like to try to say, look, it has to be there, or these guys are going to lose their minds. But we can at least hold them accountable and say, yeah, you guys can be there, but can you not be the reason why we're always getting into it with people in the Middle East? If you guys can be there without doing that, fantastic.
Well, that's exactly my point with Israel itself, is that, like, honestly, I could care less what they're getting into if it didn't always have to involve United States intervention. It's time and time again they get us involved in wars on their behalf. They try to do that with when they deliberately attacked the USS Liberty in the 1960s, and then tried to make that it was just a mistake. We didn't try to do that. It was a fault, misidentification. Something along those lines. But in reality, they did a full-fledged attack on a U.S. battleship and painted it out like it was I think they were trying to say it was Iran that did it.
Yeah, but they can no longer deny it after the survivors reported it.
Yep, exactly. So, it's very obvious that that entire country is corrupt. And I mean, the fact is, too, that why is it that they and they alone are the only people that deserve a, quote, homeland, but no one else does? Everyone else should have open borders, flood in with illegal immigration, accept everybody, forced cultural diversity, forced anything that doesn't have to do with keeping a strong, homogenous culture with their people within their own borders, protecting their own interests. Only they're allowed to do that. Only they're allowed to have those aspirations and be able to actively keep a strict border, and anything that we want here for the United States, they're allowed to, we can't.
Man, and all right, man. I ain't gonna lie. All right, we're gonna keep it going with the show, but man, I ain't gonna lie, I thought you was cooking.
Well,
and you definitely did keep. And I appreciate you for keeping it slightly contained there, because I know you could have went a whole lot farther.
Yeah, I genuinely, it's mostly for the sake of your show. I really would hate to see it removed for something I had to fucking say. So.
Hey, man, I appreciate that.
Absolutely, and I just want to say really quick, I do absolutely love your show. I try to tune in as much as often, and as you know, I like to get my comments out there and whatnot. So it's much appreciated to actually have you read what I'm saying and whatnot and get responses, because it's different when you're just watching somebody and you don't get the time of day where you actually will, and I appreciate that a lot.
Oh man, no problem at all. Hey, that's what we're here for, man. I love listening to the people. But I might have to bring you back up for it, because we are going to get into a bit of October 7th later on into the show, if I can get to it. But I might definitely have to bring you back up on that one.
All right. Well, if that's going to be tonight, I'm probably going to have to say I will be getting to bed, because I do work tomorrow. So I'm probably not going to be able to stick around for too much longer here.
All right, man. It's all good then. Shoot.
But if we bring anything back up in the future, definitely would be willing.
All right, perfect. All right, man. Appreciate you, man. Shout out my man Dova. All right, man. You have a good night.
You as well. Peace out, man.
All right, shout out. All right, guys. Now let's have a bit of a laughing moment with our man Steven Crowder, because boy, the way he clowned the libs is hilarious. And let's get into this Los Angeles riot. Let's do a little bit of coverage on it.
Right now, take the mask off, put the weapons down, let's go.
Huh?
Come on. Kidnappers, you. Right now, take the mask off, put the weapons down, let's go.
Let's go.
Come on. Kidnappers, you. Take your fucking mask off, bitch. Come on. Let's go right up there on Alameda. Come on, me and you.
Whoa.
Right now, take the mask off, put the weapons down, let's go. Come on.
I'd have hit it with the meanest comment. I'd have been like, all right, well, cool. Well, you take the wig off, take the tits off, and sure, we can go ahead and have that fight.
Get your ass whooped by a trans girl. Come on.
How'd I know? How'd I know? It was the voice. And shout out Michelle Glass. Appreciate the support. She says, thank you, Moz. And shout out to the Moz doing all the work in the chat.
Y'all just distracting us from that big, beautiful bill that's gonna give tax cuts to the rich, bro. But we can't do shit about that, but we can do something about this. Y'all. Y'all, bro. Oh, shoot. Y'all, bro, for real, bro. Just because you guys can't afford an education, y'all can sign up. You can't afford a home, so you want to get a VA loan and shit. But y'all turn around against your own people.
Are you disrespecting our soldier? You're pretty much disrespecting them for what? Being in the line of duty? Being in the military? You're literally disrespecting the people that sacrifice their lives for this country. This is why we kind of want you guys gone, because you have no respect for this country, nor the people who protect it. So why should you be in it when they're the people who protect your freedoms? Like, it's literally disrespectful. Yeah, this is why we kind of want some of them gone.
People, bro.
Shoot, he might be a legal citizen. Damn it, I want him gone. But most likely he's a legal citizen. Most likely.
Disgrace, bro. It's so embarrassing, bro. You guys in a hotel room? You guys didn't have a bed to sleep. You slept on cots. You had Costco pizza. That's what the government thinks of you.
I would say generally on deployment, people probably aren't in beds. Just from being in the military.
These people are deployed.
Oh, that's what I said.
And shout out to Michelle Glass. Sorry, I almost missed your super chat. She said, I believe I could fix immigration. And you're correct, Seth. Hey, appreciate that.
To protect the society.
I agree. I'm thankful for that. Yeah.
I mean,
I don't hear that a lot. Usually the Dems just hit me when I'm wrong and nothing else.
When you're comparing ICE literally staying at the Garden Inn Hilton in Arcadia, the least they could do for you is a Motel 6, right? That's the class war we're talking about, dude. You're not with them. You're with us.
If I had to guess, I would say that there's probably not. Can I ask you a question, actually?
No, because I kind of know what your vibe is.
Well, you have a vibe, too. So you can ask me a question.
My vibe's the same as everybody else here. Yours is the one that's different. So you're good. You're the vibe that's different. Get out of here.
That's a weird It's a weird way to go about it.
Explain to me what you believe. I'm actually not
sorry that they're making you do this.
I'm here for the conversation. What do you believe?
Well, I don't like the communist talking points. So I'm generally against communism.
That's not a communist.
Well, a class war.
I didn't say class war. I said class solidarity.
Well, where does class solidarity come from?
Class solidarity comes from the fact that you shouldn't, by peaceful means, you shouldn't be doing things that, class solidarity is literally just the idea that you shouldn't be doing things violently or non-violently that trades against your own financial well-being.
But that's a Marxian idea.
Okay, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I mean,
Can you just let me talk? The big point everybody's making, all right, is that these dudes right here are closer to an immigrant than they are to Donald Trump.
Well, a lot of them probably are immigrants.
Democratic politician. LA's under control. We don't need a National Guard. Everything is fine.
Keep your fucking masks on. Good. Keep going.
Looks great, guys.
We're trying to cling to a democracy here. It is not normal. You guys are exploiting this mask creep ever since the pandemic. You're like, oh, the pandemic lets us wear masks. And now we have secret police. And now we have secret police in this supposed democracy. Like, it is shameful.
Like I said, I wouldn't even blame secret. You can't really call it secret police. I would say in this day and age where a cop showing his face could pretty much mean his family getting harassed, I would kind of blame, honestly, the public on that. The new, tech and the public, because we do have a nature of trying to, ruin people's lives that we disagree with for some crazy reason. I can never fathom it. I'm never just going to go out my way to try to ruin somebody's life because they disagree with me. But Dems, let's be honest now. Y'all be doxing people. Y'all be trying to find out who they are, who their parents are, who their sister, family members, friends. And you'll go out there in their DMs and try to shame them and write very vile things to them. So here's the thing. When you guys go out there and do that, and there's many examples of you guys doing that, why should the police unmask again? It's a bit of an unreasonable request.
If you have any integrity, mask off! Mask off! If you're doing the right thing, masks off!
They do not understand. Mask off. Why? And I'd hit him with the, all right, well, when you see their face, then what do you think is going to happen? And he's probably not going to have an answer. He's like, whoa, that means they're no longer secret. That means that's democracy. Yeah, but if their family starts getting harassed, right? Or the family members start getting attacked because you wanted to get their mask off, will you take responsibility personally? Will you be a personal bodyguard just in case things go wrong? I doubt it. So you asking for their mask off is really a very stupid thing to do. And you really don't care about the safety of these guys or their family members. You're just really honestly thinking in the moment without any care for anybody or anything else.
This is not normal!
They're cowards. They wasn't there. They just do their job like God did, right? Cowards. Cowards.
You have any integrity, and you wearing a flag, that's against the uniform shit. And this masked police shit is the most un-American shit. We are living through the decline of our democracy, and you assholes are making history. Masks off!
They wasn't there. They
Masks
on their face.
Off!
Cowards.
You have no rights on the streets of Los Angeles, covering your faces.
Well, one of them took their mask off, and what you gonna do? What you gonna do, bro?
Masks off!
I told the lady to cover her face, man. I'm like, lady, if anything happens to you, report it.
F you! You should be charged for flag violation.
Huh?
You're not supposed to wear our flag, ass. You
What?
know that's a flag code violation. Masks off!
Okay.
Oh, there's our friend. Oh, shit.
Oh, damn. Okay, never mind. I thought it was
YouTube's
is one of those things you cannot say. All right, let's go with Charlie Kirk because he says, I found out why Democrats are defending the violent riots. Let's see what Charlie Kirk is saying.
The last couple of days. Now to the main news that's been dominating the last couple of days, which is the riots that started in Los Angeles. And there's some unrest in Atlanta, and it's been spreading to other cities. What are Democrats saying about this internally? Externally, some are still calling it peaceful protests. And in fact, LA was so peaceful that Karen Bass had to do a curfew. It's amazing. She had to contain the peacefulness by issuing a curfew. Now, to Senator John Fetterman's credit, he said, look, this is not peaceful. This is a riot. What are we doing here? This is violent. Explain to me, because is that a little bit of a divide in the Democrat Party, like one that's living in reality and one that's living in fantasy land? Please, Mark.
It is. It's another divide where the larger group is the group that's wedded to the past. There's some important issues here. I don't think anyone should be cavalier about putting National Guard or active duty military on the streets of the United States, whatever they're going to be doing. That should be done with thoughtfulness and care and fidelity to the law and the Constitution. And I think the debate about what to do with the tens of millions or maybe millions, well, it's hard to say, but certainly millions of people who came to this country illegally and since then, as far as we know, have committed no crimes and have contributed to society and are woven into the fabric of a lot of communities. Those are two really important debates to have. But Democrats can't move to those debates for two reasons. One is their positions on those two issues are, for the most part, out of the mainstream, and confronting that is something they don't want to do. And second, again, back to Trump derangement syndrome, they just want to talk about Donald Trump having a secret plan to declare a military junta in the United States and have active duty military shooting civilians all over the country. The most Democrats now look at Gavin Newsom with new enthusiasm and excitement because they just want there to be a big fight between the resistance and the president. That's where most Democrats are. Some, like John Fetterman, and he's not the only one, David Ignatius, columnist in the Washington Post today, said quite plainly, this is a 10-year failure on the part of the Democrats. Like, we can't be in the debate about use of the military. We can't be in the debate about who should be deported if the Democratic Party doesn't have a clear point of view about some of these issues where they are on the wrong side of things. Yeah. That position is...
That's what I'm saying. And I always say the main problem with the Democrats is they have all the criticism in the world with, well, no solutions. No solutions, no correct policies. I'm like, look, if you don't like the way we're doing it, then why don't you give us something better instead of criticizing it and trying to call us Nazis?
Smaller than the Trump derangement syndrome one, and it's not dominant. They can barely get the words out of their mouth to say there's no problem or there is a problem. And you point out that the strangeness of the mayor saying everything's fine, but we need a curfew. The reality is there's a lot of issues here. This is quite simple to me. Federal law enforcement was doing something that was a campaign promise of the president, but also is under the law. And state and local officials could not protect either them or civic order and private property. Pretty basic. The President of the United States is responsible for protecting ICE officers. The President of the United States is got to have to ensure domestic tranquility if state and local officials can't or won't. And there's no local police force in the country, with the possible exception of Gotham City, who has the capacity to put in the physical infrastructure to make sure there is order restored and civic unrest deterred and property destruction unmolested. The Democrats just can't talk about these issues because they don't want to come clean with their being on the wrong side of so many of the underlying factors. And until that happens, my friend John Podhoretz tweeted this morning that he's watching the Democratic Party lock in their minority status for 20 years because of their failure to just speak the truth about what's going on. It might be a little bit of an overstatement, but it's certainly a minority of Democrats.
Yo, they taking pictures behind a burning car with the fighting sign and all that, with the fighting pose and all that good stuff, waving their flag. Yep, they gotta go.
Now I talked to who seem to get what's happening.
Yeah, and so first of all, I agree with everything you said. No one should want to cavalierly throw the National Guard on the street. My opinion was always I would rather be on the side of not necessarily being wrong, but a little bit overreacting early than late after 2020, where I feel as if there was widespread destruction. So at least that's my temperament angling in that direction. And I'm willing to hear, a counter to that. I will say, though, someone that is non-political in my life, just a working class person, she's great. She voted for Trump, but she can go either way. So funny. Ran into her and she's like, Charlie, what is up with these riots? She comes out of nowhere. She says, this is what the Democrats do, right? I feel like every couple of years they just burn down our cities. And for me, it was if this is just a meta narrative. Again, she does not know about the big, beautiful bill. She doesn't know about, any of this stuff. It's just like the one thing that for her is it's pattern recognition. She's like, I feel like every couple years they're just burning stuff down. And I don't like that. And for her, that is just a tattooed impression, more so than Trump impeachments, more so than all the stuff that they're throwing at Donald Trump. He's an insurrectionist. There's something about chaos in the streets that politically is very unpopular. Who would have ever thought? So, Mark, and then connected also to the Democrats back in the 70s. Isn't there a connection to how the Democrats played a little bit of footsie with these guys back in the 60s or 70s, and they were not rewarded very much?
Yeah. Being the party of weakness and tolerance for violence, it's not a winning place. And we've always had in the modern...
Yeah, it'll never be a winning position when you just kind of let the illegals or the criminals do whatever they want. The worst part is you let the illegals criminals get off the worst. For some reason, you guys would lock these guys up, let them back out. They commit another crime. And I mean, one of the reasons why you can't really hit them through due process is, well, you don't got no biometric data on them. And then for some reason, you guys are told to leave illegals alone. So this is kind of, the sanctuary city states and, their governor's fault. And then, of course, the city mayors. Yeah.
Do you think that
But let's get right into this guy because this guy's been circling around. Senator Padilla, on his removal and handcuff at the DHS press conference. So, yes, Department of Homeland Security. Pretty much he got arrested and removed out of there. Let's hear his thoughts on it.
it was because of, do you think that it was because of how you look?
Look, I don't know what the motives are. I think the point is this, Aaron, and as I said when I came out of the building a little while after the incident, if this can happen to me, a United States Senator representing the state of California, if this is how the Department of Homeland Security and the people around the secretary will treat a United States Senator for having the audacity to ask a question, then imagine what they can do, imagine what they are doing to people in communities, not just throughout Los Angeles, but throughout the country. Now, but back to the facts at hand here, because I also heard Governor Pawlenty's remarks. So let me just set the record straight. The point was made, this wasn't at a park, this wasn't in front of a shopping center, this was inside a secure federal building. Yes, I myself went through security screening to enter the building. Why was I even there? I was there for a scheduled briefing with representatives of NORTHCOM, Northern Command, because from the Department of Defense to the Department of Homeland Security to the White House and everywhere in between, this is an administration that has been anything but transparent and accountable to the members of the Senate, to the Congress in general, in our role of oversight and accountability. We have questions. We have questions. How is it that Donald Trump would, against the wishes of the governor of California, against the wishes of local law enforcement, federalize National Guard troops and deploy them into a city where local law enforcement says, we can control this.
And Senator,
go ahead.
No, I just want to say we're awaiting an order from the judge, which we
Hey,
expect could come
yo.
anytime, actually, in the next sort of 15 to 20 minutes on that order, because there was a hearing today. So we could get that news even as you and I are speaking. But I understand that it's just when you look at these images, and your staff was there, they were able to record what happened in the room, and then when they took you in the hall outside and they put you on the ground and they handcuffed you, and everybody's watching it, and people are trying to understand what happened. It's unsettling. I mean, can I just show again the moment that you were detained, Senator? Because they're telling you to put your hands behind your back. They force you to the ground. They handcuff you, right? And this is after in the room you'd asked a question. Now, when she was talking, it did sound like you were talking over her. You heard the governor say you were trying to create a spectacle. Tell me exactly what happened. You're just sitting in the room, and then what? Tell me how you see it.
So here's what happened. So I'm in the conference room a couple doors down waiting this briefing with representatives of Northern Command. We learned almost on the spot that there's this press conference going on down the hall. Now my briefing is delayed because of the folks in that press conference. From the moment I entered the building, I'm being escorted by a member of the National Guard and an FBI agent. I asked, well, since we're waiting, can we go listen into the press conference? They escort me over to the press conference. They opened the door for me. I'm standing in the back behind the reporters, behind the cameras, just listening in. And at one point, the rhetoric just got to be too much. Not the first time, but the second time the secretary.
AKA, you got emotional and you let your emotion get the best of you and you kind of lunged at the director of Homeland Security. Bro, have you lost your mind? Like, I don't care, bro. It doesn't matter about the rhetoric. You're a senator. Compose yourself. So you're telling me that somebody can just get you that angry as a senator? You know what? You're going to start jumping at him? What you going to do? Start yelling in that lady's face? Like, how would you look? How would that look as a man? Yes, on public TV, you're just going to yell in the lady's face. And then actually, you know, it would be scary enough. The Dems would probably champion that. A grown man yelling in a lady's face.
Secretary takes it upon herself to say that the Trump administration wants to liberate the people of Los Angeles from the governor and the mayor. It was just too much. And so, yes, I said who I was. I began to ask a question, and it was maybe half a second later before there was multiple agents on me. They shoved me outside. I was trying to both get my question out and not lose my balance. You know, one is telling me, get down on my knees. Another one's pushing me in a different direction. There was no resistance. To the contrary, I kept asking, why am I being detained? Get down on your knees turns into flat on the floor. I'm trying, but I'm being pushed and pulled in different directions. I'm finally down on the floor. They handcuff me multiple times. Why am I being detained? No response, no response, no response. Finally, minutes later, I guess somebody around the secretary.
I mean, bro, have you ever, I ain't gonna lie, he sounds kind of spoiled right now, because this is kind of what happens when one, you kind of, well, he pretty much just said, yeah, I'm kind of resisting arrest. Why am I being detained? Which means you're most likely pulling back. You're probably already snatched away from an officer a couple of times. You're yelling out loud during a press conference. What do you think's gonna happen? I mean, that's what they do. If you come out yelling at a press conference, acting crazy, I don't care who you are, senator or not, you're gonna get that same response.
Secretary realizes this is the United States senator, and they come running down the hall and finally say, "Let him go." Again, the point is, if it can happen to me in that setting, imagine what they're doing to people all around the country. And Aaron, let me also underscore this: it's not just about immigrants' rights, which so many peaceful protesters are shouting about in Los Angeles. It's about all of our rights. The reason this crisis, this spectacle has been created by the Trump administration this week is because of all the bad headlines of recent weeks, right? Their budget bill is being exposed for what it is: gutting healthcare, gutting the social safety net to underwrite tax breaks for the rich. He certainly hasn't brought peace between Russia and Ukraine. He's losing every other day in court. He's broken up with his BFF Elon Musk. So what does he do? He distracts and he scapegoats and demonizes immigrants.
So, Senator, can I ask?
Just the illegals, just the illegal immigrants, not the legal immigrants, not all immigrants. That's what the left be kind of misleading you on. Not all immigrants, just the illegals. Is that so hard to understand? Like, what's so hard to understand that we're only going after the illegals? You guys throwing yourselves in there like, well, you're after us too. No, we're not. You're a legal migrant. I mean, we don't care about y'all right now. Actually, we don't care about y'all at all. You're here legally. So if you want to get your legal brethren and tell them to come on over and self-deport, and maybe we can let them back in, I would advise you guys to do that. But the fight for them to sit here still illegally is not the best stance. You could help them, I don't know, follow the law, but instead you want to help them break the law and stand against the American law. That's just not the right way. Like I said, this is a very immature way to go about it, Dems, because there's a lot more civil way you could do this, but you chose violence, so you're getting it. Oh, and shout out to Michelle Glass. They want the mugshot because it helped Trump. Hey, shout out. And if that's really what they're going for,
Stupid.
Like, to be honest, because they're like, no, if I get a mugshot, I'm gonna be president. I think that's what Gavin's going for too. As long as he don't tear up while doing it.
As I watch this, I'm struck, and I'm sure many people are struck, whatever their politics may be. You're a sitting senator, you're in the room, and you identify yourself. We hear you identify yourself. I'm Senator Alex Padilla, I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I heard you say it, I think at least 3 times. And then this happens to you. I'm just curious. I'm sure maybe there's some part of you in that moment. You're saying, well, I'm a sitting senator. This is not good.
And shout out to Hellbat. He said, this is the guy in the video I'm thinking about. Yeah, he was charged out. He was escorted out. Sorry. He was escorted out because he charged the podium. So he fucked around and found out. Like, exactly. It's like, bro, what did you thought was going to happen? And he even said there himself, like, yeah, the rhetoric got out of control. So I went up there, AKA you charged the podium. What do you think was going to happen? That is absolutely ridiculous. Like, these Dems, like, they literally act like spoiled children. Like, bro, who you think you're better than anybody else? Like, that'll happen to any reporter, civilian, anybody else. You're a senator. It happens to me. Like, oh, how could this ever happen to somebody like me?
This isn't going to end badly. But you still had to be shocked, right? I mean, what was your emotion in that moment? I mean, is that a position that you would have ever expected to find yourself in a press conference, suddenly being tackled and wrestled and thrown to the ground and had handcuffs put on you?
Look, it took some restraint. Growing up where I grew up and how I grew up, Aaron, trust me, it's not easy when...
He did. Basically, he was trying to get around the authorities. He was basically trying to get in that girl's face. And I'm just like, you thought that they were going to let you do that, G?
Cuffs put on you?
Look, it took some restraint. Growing up where I grew up and how I grew up, Aaron.
Boom. He's right there trying to push through authorities. Right there trying to push up against them and get past them.
It's not easy when you may be pushed around like that by a law enforcement official.
Because think about it. He's trying to push forward. Why are you trying to push forward if you're not trying to charge at the lady? Like, think about it. If he was let's just say it was a mishap and maybe he just stepped forward like, yo, what you talking about? And they start pushing him back and he just start going back with him and he puts his hands up like this, then yeah, okay, cool. Maybe he just, he kind of fell in a little bit to it. But to charge or keep walking up, people are trying to push you back. You're trying to push against them, trying to go where they're not trying to let you go. What do you think is going to happen?
To have that restraint because it's a physical reaction. But you know that if you don't oblige, it can escalate.
And low-key, he's a big guy. This guy is a big guy. He kind of towers over everybody. Like, bro is low-key 6 foot plus. He's towering over everybody. And so I could see why they kind of manhandled him. And I'll tell you something right now from experience. When you're 6 foot plus, they bring the big boys out for you. I'm just gonna be real with you guys. I think that my guys know when you're 6 foot plus and you're dealing with the police or authorities in any manner, they always bring the big boys out. Like, trust me, if somebody called the cops on me and they know my profile, they're bringing 6'3" plus.
Reaction, but you know that if you don't oblige, it can escalate even more so. So I think I was very, very restrained with everything that happened there. Flash forward to now I'm getting walked down a hall in handcuffs, not being told where we're going. Are they escorting me outside? I don't know. Am I taken to a detention facility? I don't know. It's probably not to another conference room to, go await the briefing, which never happened, by the way. After this all went down, the very folks I was supposed to meet with just said, no briefing.
He's a big guy.
So, it saddens me, not just my kids that are watching this, and I've had to talk them through what happened and what it means and why I do what I do, but so many kids around the country seeing an administration that puts United States Senators
No, we just see an emotional man who couldn't control his emotions, who tried to walk up or basically charge the podium. And let's say he just tried to walk up there. After people try to push him back and he tried to bump back against them, that's pretty much him trying to charge the podium at that point.
In handcuffs. This is not normal. We cannot treat it as normal.
No, sir, it is absolutely normal. If anybody was to do what you were going to do, they'd have got the same treatment. So you sound ridiculous.
No, it's not normal.
No, it's very normal.
Secretary Newsom, she came out afterwards, and I'll play you what she said. I know you have since had a 10 to 15 minute conversation with her, and I want to ask you about what happened in that, but I wanted to play for you first because I know you may not have had a chance to hear this. She went on Fox News. She talked about the incident. Here's what she said happened.
This man burst into the room, started lunging towards the podium, interrupting me and elevating his voice, and was stopped, did not identify himself, and was removed from the room. He didn't say who he was until he was already had been lunging.
Oh, wow. All right, let's go back a little bit more. Already lunging. She even said he was lunging. But, you know, it's Kristi Noem, and I wouldn't say, hey, look, I'm not going to just completely demonize the man, but from the video footage and the way he's even talking, it sounds like he did kind of make a bit of a lunge or a charge for the young lady.
Fox News, she talked about the incident. Here's what she said happened.
This man burst into the room, started lunging towards the podium, interrupting me and elevating his voice, and was stopped, did not identify himself, and was removed from the room. He didn't say who he was until he was already had been lunging forward, and people were trying to detain him for quite a period of time.
So that's what she said. I don't know whether that was before or after you spoke to her. She said you had a great conversation. What can you share about that conversation? Would you agree?
You know, it's so funny. He didn't break a law. He just got unruly and he got escorted out. That's what happens during these press conferences. So, but I don't know. Secretary Noem could have charged. Maybe Secretary Noem could have charged them with something, but I doubt she would do that. So as far as a law that he broke, no, he was just removed because he couldn't contain himself. He couldn't emotionally contain himself like an adult. But this is a senator, though. Pathetic.
Agree. It was great.
Well, first of all, from the interview, of course, lies. We've already established I did not barge into the room. I wasn't lunging at her or anybody. And yes, I identified myself. So when the cuffs came off, they offered a meeting with the secretary. And Aaron, look, I'm just trying to do.
Yeah, that's probably the worst he can get. I think I seen somebody in the chat say it. Disorderly conduct. That'll probably be the worst this man gets.
Do my job as a senator. You know, when we ask questions in committee and don't get answers, okay, let's try another approach. We send formal letters, whether it's on my behalf or on behalf of so many of my colleagues requesting information as to what the heck they're doing. They're not responded to. And so, yes, when I had a potential audience with the secretary, I took it. Sadly, still not forthcoming with any sort of data or details, because here's the problem.
Any apology? Any apology for what happened?
You would think, you would hope that that's how the meeting would have started, but no apology, no acknowledgement whatsoever. But it's the Trump administration, so I'm not holding my breath for.
Bruh, you should be the one apologizing. Yo, I'm sorry for raising my voice. I got a bit out of control there. I got a bit emotional about what you were saying. But do you think we can have this conversation later on so I can really get into the depth of it? That's being an adult. Like, dog, is not that hard. You could have pulled her to the side and been like, yo, my name is Senator Padilla. I would like to talk to you because you know what you were saying was kind of firing me up. So I kind of had to leave. But now that I got you alone, can we have this conversation? It's as easy as that. Like, doing all that right there, you're just egging people on. And then you're acting immature. And then you want to go ahead and call out the Trump administration for what? For your immaturity? No, we're not doing this with y'all.
For decency, decorum, or manners here. One of the big points I was trying to make with her, is, look, I get if the Trump administration was doing what Trump's out of the campaign trail. Let's focus on dangerous, violent criminals for detention and deportation. There's no disagreement there. There's no debate there. But that's not what's happening on the streets of Los Angeles and throughout the country. There are some, and that's a good thing, but when they're cruelly detaining and deporting, oftentimes without due process, so many other hardworking people who our country relies on, that is not in our national interest.
So So on that,
But if they're illegal, they gotta go. I don't care if it's your homie or your favorite illegal. Like I said, I don't care if they're black, white. Don't matter. I do not matter. I don't even care if they're from the space above. They're an illegal alien. They gotta go.
front, just in LA, talking to people and hearing what people were saying, they would say, well, I was here legally. Someone would say, I came here illegally as a kid, but then I went through the process and I'm legal now.
Yeah.
One person was talking about how they actually are working as someone who cleans the rooms for ICE agents who are staying in hotels detaining people. Right? And they're too scared to go to work to clean the rooms, even though they need the money because they're worried the ICE agents staying there might detain them just because they're Hispanic.
And are they legal? That's what I'd ask. I'm like, ma'am, they have nothing to fear if they're legal. If they have a fear of ICE, then that means their papers aren't right. You should not fear ICE at all. There should be no fear in your heart of ICE if you are a legal citizen. If you are a natural born U.S. citizen, there should be no fear in your heart. If you're telling me there's fear in your heart, then you might be lying to us about your legal status then, because I'm going to have to question, well, why are you afraid? I mean, they're only here for illegals. Unless you're an illegal, then you're honestly good. You shouldn't even be focused on this too much.
And that brings me to the DHS. They're putting out images of Uncle Sam urging Americans to, in their words, report all foreign invaders to ICE. That's actually came out from the official X account for the Department of Homeland Security. Deport all foreign invaders to ICE. Where is this headed?
Yeah.
Shout out.
Well, look, Trump and his entire administration.
I'm sorry, but are you outraged by this? Report all foreign invaders. ICE. I'm crying. Shout out, man. Help your country and yourself. Report all foreign alien invaders, man. Let's go. Let's go, man. I love it. Shout out Homeland Security. Let's let them know that we're serious.
Where is this headed?
Yeah. Well, look, Trump and his entire administration are great at misinformation and disinformation, at causing chaos, at causing division. Where is this going? It's going to keep getting worse. This is how authoritarianism happens unless and until the people speak up and push back. And so that's why you've seen so many protesters, vast majority peaceful protesters, not just in and around Los Angeles this last week, but increasingly in other cities. So we have to.
Yes, there are, ICE riots, I guess, or riots going all over the state. Well, not the state, but the nation. And it's kind of weird because I believe, what was it? Atlanta. I think they're doing it in San Antonio, New York. They're pretty much like going crazy on all the cities that they know are next. Like they know we're coming for them next. And they know they're the worst offenders. That's why they're going ahead and protesting now, because they feel like they might have felt like LA was too late. They said, nah, you should have protested day one. They did. The problem is it doesn't matter. We're still going to get you up out of there. And here's the thing. If you guys want to make it a problem, then this is what's going to happen. All these sanctuary cities are going to be shut down under some like type of martial law if you guys continue doing this. If you guys want to protect these illegals, the job is going to get done regardless. Okay, guys, it is what it is. And if you guys want to point out about the illegals on the farm that Trump's allowed to keep, well, look, we'll get to that argument when we get there. Apparently, Trump is going to work something out special, and we'll hold him accountable, saying that, yo, yeah, you should get that for all illegals then. But we don't know what that is, to be quite honest with you. We don't know what it's going to look like, because he kind of does have to uphold the law and pretty much say, well, you are illegal immigrants. You do got to leave, even if you are on the farm or in the hotels. And we do kind of need you in those areas. Who knows? It should have never got like that, but it is what it is.
Continue to exercise our First Amendment rights. Keep it peaceful. Violence is not tolerated. Violence is not condoned. That will have its consequences, but people need.
Stick to shin. No one can fight, bro. Ow. Ow. God damn. Like, bro. That hurt a little bit. That hurt a little bit. I felt that. He's like, stick to shin. No one can fight it. You're going down instantly. Shout out my man Vladstein, though.
Need to continue to speak up because this is not normal.
I mean, yes, it is. It's very normal. You went in there, acted a fool, and you got what you got. All right, now, this is the lady that apparently, I think she assaulted an ICE agent. This lady right here.
And joining me now for her first interview since her indictment is Democratic Congresswoman LaMonica McIver of New Jersey. She, of course, serves on the House Homeland Security and Small Business Committees. Congresswoman, thank you so much for being on the show.
Thank you so much for having me, Casey.
So I just want to start do you still plan to plead not guilty to these federal charges?
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to pleading not guilty. Look forward to my day in court. And so, I'm not guilty and really looking forward to entering that plea.
So I want to take our audiences back to what happened that day when you, two of your colleagues, and of course the mayor had gone to this detention facility. And I want to put up, this is video, and I want to make sure our audiences know, this is video that was provided by the Department of Homeland Security. No doubt other angles are being pursued. But we're going to put it up on the screen here. Hopefully everyone will also be able to see the two of us as well. But I was hoping that you could describe from your perspective.
She did bump the man.
What happened here? What was going through your mind? How would you characterize the actions that you are taking, considering what people...
God damn, man. You got no reason being that big. You make too much money.
Well, first of all, we were there for an oversight visit along with my colleagues. This is something we've done.
Yeah, I know. And that was the problem. Like, the problem wasn't that you guys were there for an oversight visit. You guys brought a crowd with you. You literally brought a group of people with you, which was supposed to be just you and your colleague coming in for an oversight visit, which is supposed to happen, to be quite honest. But you guys effed that up when you brought an angry mob with you purposefully. Remember that part.
Done in the past in New Jersey, just miles away from another detention center that we visited before, and the situation was escalated because of Department of Homeland Security and ICE. The whole tension of this situation, the whole, people are calling it different things, rather a scuffle or, commotion that was happening, that was caused by ICE and Homeland Security. At the time, it was very confusing about what was happening. It was a very scary time for us because we were trying to figure out kind of what was happening. But at the end of the day, we were there to just do an oversight visit, which is our jobs. That's what we're supposed to be doing. And so to have that play out was something that we definitely did not expect to happen.
Sure. Right. And again, I do want to point out, you're the one in the red blazer in this video for people who may be having trouble discerning what's happening. You said it felt like a scary situation. Would you say that this video shows you trying to defend yourself? How would you characterize what's going on?
I mean, there was a ton of different things happening. I mean, from trying to, number one, get in to do our jobs, right? We were there to do an oversight visit. We had already been there for over an hour waiting before this whole, scenario played out. But at the end of the day, that was the number one thing that we were trying to do was.
Well, lady, as soon as that whole scenario played out, you kind of should have removed yourself. Been like, all right, we got to come here a different day. We didn't know the protesters were coming, which you most likely did. But yeah. If you guys low-key didn't foresee that, you guys should have just left for another day.
Do our jobs, and the situation, once again, that occurred was all because of Homeland Security and ICE. They created this commotion where they went to, unlawfully arrest the mayor of the largest city of New Jersey, and it was so unnecessary. The confrontation was unnecessary, and it did not have to occur because, once again, we were there to just do our jobs and have an oversight visit of Delaney Hall.
When you
man, shoot, some of y'all got to explain to me. That's an interesting comment. I mean, where did the government break the law, my friend? I'm a bit confused. Where did the government break the law? I am, like I said, and then sometimes you guys don't even know the law enough to make that assessment. But let's get on to the next video, guys. Have you ever used the women's restroom? Brendan Gill grills JP Pritzker. All right, guys, let's get right into it.
Gill from Texas. Dale recognizes Mr. Gill from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Pritzker, do you know how much illegal immigration costs your state each year?
No, sir, I do not.
Costs over $780 per family per year. That's a lot of money, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And may I ask, what do you mean by the cost?
That is a lot of money.
The cost of illegal immigration.
Let me ask you, do you know who Franklin Jose Pena Ramos is?
Are you talking about the federal government's cost to the state of Illinois as a result of the failed
Ramos is?
Immigration policy?
It's a yes or no question. I'll take that as a no. Do you know who Jose Martinez Rangel is?
No, sir, I do not.
You don't. You should. Those are two men who came into this country illegally, raped and murdered 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary in my home state of Texas. Do you think that elected officials should have welcomed them into our communities?
Sir,
question.
Before they committed a crime, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Do you think that they should have been welcomed into our communities? That's a very straightforward question.
Someone who commits murder, no. Someone who commits murder should be apprehended.
Why did you state during Biden's border crisis that illegal aliens, quote, should have been welcomed and helped by elected officials?
When you say illegal aliens, these are people who are given asylum.
And helped into our communities.
People who are
That's an
asylum
easy
seekers.
yes or no question.
Well, you're mischaracterizing them.
It is your position that they should have been welcomed into our communities. Is that correct?
There were asylum
That's from
seekers
your
who were
own
here
statement.
legally.
And
There
then
were
they went
asylum
on and
seekers.
murdered and raped 12-year-old Jocelyn.
Someone who
Nunnery.
commits murder should be held accountable. We do that in the state.
And you think they should have been welcomed?
Hold on. I mean, bro, Atoll, listen to the substance. He wants to get rid of violent illegals. Bro, I'm sorry. What?
You what?
Bro, what? I'm sorry. This is why I have to laugh sometimes, because y'all think y'all sound deep or I guess thought provoking, but sometimes y'all be sounding a little crazy to me. I'm just like, wait, what? I mean, he wants to get rid of violent illegals, don't we all? So is that where he's breaking the law? Wanting to get rid of violent illegals? Is that breaking the law? Oh my God, man, you gotta love y'all Dems sometimes.
Into our communities before they did.
I don't know how you can tell before somebody commits a crime that they are
secure
going
the
to
border
commit the
and
crime.
not let illegal aliens come into our communities. Do you support abolishing ICE?
Asylum seekers.
Do you support abolishing ICE?
No, I believe we need an immigration force in the United States.
You
In
don't.
fact,
You believe a budget is a moral document. Is that correct?
I do.
You do. You tweeted that. Your administration gave $12,000 to the Organized Communities Against Deportations, which just this past month was marching in the streets of Chicago with signs saying abolish ICE. Do you support this?
I do not.
Is this a
support
reflection of
abolishing
your
an
moral
immigration
values?
force.
Is this a reflection of your moral values?
I do not support abolishing an immigration force.
That's good to hear. Mr. Governor, do you think that biological men should be able to use women's restrooms?
I'm not sure how this has to do with immigration.
It's just a yes or no question.
Why are you?
It's very easy to
politicizing
answer.
this?
Do you
I
think
thought
that
we were
men
here
should be using
doing
women's
fact
restrooms?
finding. I'm sorry.
Do you think men should be allowed in women's restrooms?
I'm not sure why this has come to this issue.
You
It has
tweeted
nothing
that
to do
as
with
a
immigration.
protest against President Trump, everyone should use the other gender's bathroom today. Have you ever used the women's restroom?
Not that I can recall ever, sir. No.
You wanted everybody else to do it, but you didn't?
Sir.
Oh yeah, it was that whole him standing out against the whole trans thing. Like, oh, you guys are so afraid of guys in trans bathroom. Well, everybody start using the women's bathroom, and everybody was like, bro,
nope.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why we're on a topic that has nothing
I'm asking
to do
you,
with
you're
today's hearing.
advocating for men to use women's restrooms, but you didn't do it?
I do not advocate that, no.
Well, actually, you did. You said everyone should use the other gender's bathroom today.
I can tell you that you are
regret
politicizing
saying
this
this?
in a way that what we ought to be focusing on is
Do you regret
failure of the federal
encouraging men to
government
use women's restrooms?
and the Congress to deal with immigration reform.
Do you regret encouraging men to use women's restrooms?
Again, you're taking us on topics that have.
Did you ever
nothing to
consider
do
that
with
women don't
the
want you in
subject
their,
that you
in their
invited us here
bathrooms?
for? So you're admitting that this is just a political circus.
No,
Is that
I'm
what you're doing?
asking.
No, he's asking you a real question on a tweet that you posted. I mean, you could take accountability for what you said. You thought you were sounding like a revolutionary when really you kind of sounded like a creep.
Asking you
This
because
is
you put
nothing
this
to do
on
with
the
immigration
internet for everybody
and
to
really
see.
about you grandstanding.
I'm asking you, have you ever considered that women don't want you in their bathrooms? that's a private space that they don't want you or any other man in.
Congressman, let's talk
You
about
can't-
your
you can't say that
failure to
normal
vote
people can
for
say that
Medicaid.
they
In
don't-
fact, you want to
that
take
they don't
Medicaid
think
away.
men should be in
and
women's
SNAP
restrooms.
and
That's a
veteran
very
services.
straightforward question.
You apparently want people
And you're
to die
encouraging men to
in the
use
United
women's
States
restrooms
because you
where there
want to
could be
take healthcare
underage
away.
girls. Do you think that's appropriate?
Sir, if we're going to
Do you think that's
politicize this,
normal?
let's talk about what you're doing to people in
you
this
think that
country.
that's
I'm weak. Deflect and go to Medicaid. You mean the Medicaid that we're not cutting, but we're pretty much taking people off who are what? Able-bodied, no kids. So what? Able-bodied, no kids. Yeah, it kind of doesn't really sound like they should be on Medicaid or be receiving those government benefits without at least working part-time, which is 80 hours a month. That's what we're asking. or volunteering in their community, and then they can continue to receive their Medicaid. But if they don't do that, then yeah, we're going to see about 15 million people off Medicaid.
It's normal.
By virtue of your vote.
All right, let's move on. Let's
President
ask,
Trump.
do you support Hamas's agenda?
Sir, I do not. They are a terrorist organization.
Your administration gave a grant to the Muslim Civic Coalition, which just 2 weeks after October 7th was marching in the streets of Chicago to, quote, stop the U.S.-backed genocide against Gaza. Is that a reflection of your values?
I have spent my life fighting anti-Semitism.
No, I'm asking, is this a reflection of your values?
I'm not sure why you're attacking me about something in an
Because your
organization.
administration gave money to this organization.
I'm explaining to you that what we do in the state of Illinois is stand up for what we believe are.
You didn't
our
have to
rights
give
and
money
freedoms.
to the Muslim Civic Coalition.
People
to
have
march
the
and
right
call,
to express themselves.
to stop the U.S.-backed genocide against Gaza. That was your choice.
I know Republicans want to take away people's right to free speech. We don't in the state of Illinois. And
They've got the right to
that
free
is
speech.
proper.
They don't have the right to tax dollars, and you gave them to them.
You want to take those rights away from people. I understand.
Gentlemen, time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms.
Wait, whoa here, man.
Like, that was your choice.
I know Republicans want to take away people's right to free speech. We don't in the state of Illinois. And
They've got the right to
that
free
is
speech.
proper.
They don't have the right to tax dollars, and you gave them to them.
Yeah, and that's the fact. It's like you pretty much paid people to protest, well, against America because we're supporting a genocide in, well, Gaza. And you know, bro, I mean, he's not wrong, but I mean, bro, let's just stand 10 toes on it. At least be real. Just say, yeah, I did it for Gaza. At least be, at least be like, you know, your constituents, you know, your liberals who actually will say it, be like, yeah, I'm doing this for Gaza. You over here kind of, you know, beating around the bush. Look, do you support Gaza or not? Like, you didn't send taxpayer money to it, so obviously you do. Stand on it. Nothing wrong with it. I mean, there is something wrong with it, but there's like, come on now. If there's nothing wrong with it, go ahead, admit to it.
So ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Lawler.
Personally, I really don't see anything wrong with it. I'm like, hey, man, if you just stand on 10 and say you support that cause, and I ain't got nothing to say to you. But if you're going to beat around the bush and not try to take responsibility for it and start to, well, freedom of speech and all this good stuff, I'm like, nah, bro, you tell me that you put money towards you support it because you support it. Don't tell me you put money behind it because you support free speech. Now, don't bullshit me.
From New York.
Governor Hochul, under your watch, New York has spent billions of dollars of taxpayer money providing free housing, clothing, food, education, and health care to illegal immigrants. Meanwhile, you're charging hardworking New Yorkers $2,500 annually just for the privilege of driving to work. Speaking of driving, when you ran for Congress, did you oppose giving driver's licenses to illegals, yes or no?
No, that was previous to that. It was in 2020.
You had a commercial running for Congress touting your position.
No, but the position
about
goes back earlier than that.
driver's
My point.
license.
My point.
Did you oppose giving driver's licenses to illegals when you were running for Congress? Yes or no?
At the time I did,
Yes
and I'll
or
tell
no?
you
Governor,
why.
yes or no?
I had a
Yes or
chance to go out and see a very rural district.
Reclaiming my
where
time.
mothers were being denied the chance.
Governor,
to drive
yes
their
or no?
kids
Do
to
you
the
support
doctor's
illegal
office.
immigrants getting
People were being denied the
taxpayer-funded
chance to
health
go to their
care?
jobs, and I understood.
Governor, please answer the question.
Governor.
I'm not sure there'll ever be a real question.
You were asked a question and you chose to try to
gave an
deflect.
answer.
The fact is you did support giving illegals driver's
was
licenses, oppose giving illegals driver's licenses. Now you support it. Governor, yes or no? Do you support illegal?
And I'll tell you why.
That is true, though. I mean, that is actually true. They were trying to push that through. I'm not sure if it was specifically her, but I did hear there was, well, people in the cities. I don't know if we can pretty much put that all on her.
Yes or no?
I had a
Yes or-
chance to go out and see a very rural district.
Reclaiming my
where
time.
mothers were being denied the chance.
Governor,
to drive
yes
their
or no?
kids
Do
to
you
the
support
doctor's
illegal
office.
immigrants getting
People were being denied the
taxpayer-funded
chance to
health
go to their
care?
jobs, and I understood.
Governor,
the
please
merits of
answer the
having it.
question.
I'm
Governor.
not sure there'll ever be a real question.
You were asked a question and you chose to try to
gave an
deflect.
answer.
The fact is you did support giving illegals driver's
There was
licenses, oppose giving illegals driver's licenses. Now you support it. Governor, yes or no? Do you support?
Was said illegal aren't getting driver licenses set. That's impossible. I mean, it was happening. Shoot, it was happening in Springfield. But you know what? Nah, we can't really call those illegals. Those were asylum seekers. But yeah, they were giving the people fresh off the plane driver's licenses, like answering the questions at the BMV for them and giving them temporary licenses. And they were crashing cars all over Springfield. Yeah, I know, right? That's what happens when you just try to force these immigrants to get licenses and all that. I wonder why they did that. Oh, yeah, so they can vote.
illegal immigrants getting taxpayer-funded health care, yes or no?
We provide health care to people in need, including moms with new babies.
Do you support giving illegal immigrants taxpayer-funded health care, yes or no?
We support giving money, support
The
for
answer is
healthcare
yes. You expanded health care access in 2024
Yes, I did.
under Medicaid.
for senior
Governor,
citizens
after
and
the
moms with
election,
new
you
babies.
said,
I would do it all
reclaiming
over
my
again.
time. Governor, after the election, you said, someone breaks the law, I'll be the first one to call up ICE and say, get them out of here. Governor, yes or no, have you personally called up ICE and asked them to get anyone out of New York?
As the governor of New York, I have an entire state police force
Have you
that
personally
carries on
called
my
anybody up?
directions.
Yeah, Governor. Oh shit. Eesh. New York. Yeah, you was definitely doing that, sis. You was definitely doing that. I'm not even gonna lie. We're talking about New York. Ah, yeah, as bad as LA for real. Oh yes, it's bad. It's bad. They're like so what? Probably like if we're talking about in terms of illegal immigrants. Yeah, I would say New York is probably like top 5.
And asked ICE to get anyone out of New York, yes or no?
My state police acts as my agency. And
You
my
have
surrogate.
not, correct?
When I say me, I'm referring to my entities such as the state police that
you're
handle
like
that.
Governor Cuomo. I am the government.
That's your
position?
characterization, not mine.
Yes or no? Should ICE have been called on Sebastian Zapata Cali?
Can you refresh me as to the circumstances of the case?
He's the individual who burned the woman alive on the train.
Of course.
Should ICE have been called on him?
And you don't know that? You don't know about the guy who burnt some lady on the train? Like some wild ass crime that's kind of hard to forget. If I was a governor, I'd make sure I know that crime because I'm pretty sure I'd be pulled in for it. Like what?
Can you refresh me as to the circumstances of the case?
He's the individual.
You don't even remember. So these illegals that you let recklessly into your state and you don't even remember the victims of your actions? Well.
Who burned the woman alive on the train.
Of course.
Should ICE have been called on him?
NYPD was handling that situation.
Should ICE have been called? That's my question. Yes or no?
If there was an arrest made, he should have been deported after conviction, yes.
Okay. So, Governor, when you were sworn in 2021, you signed an executive order keeping many of Governor Cuomo's executive orders in place, including EO 170. Interestingly enough, you did not include EO 170.1. Are you familiar with EO 170.1?
I don't have it in front of me. I have thousands of executive orders.
I have it right here, Governor.
I'm sure you do.
And what you did, you waited several years until this year, January 16th of this year, in which you finally signed it and reinstated it into law. Why did you wait until just 4 days before Donald Trump was sworn in as president to sign EO 170.1 into law? And to refresh your memory, it basically mandates that federal immigration authorities cannot enforce civil arrests in New York State buildings. Why did you wait several years to reinstate that?
Because we had a high level of confidence that under the previous administration that people going into the courthouses, whether they're victims of crimes, witnesses of crimes, would have their rights protected. I had no assurance
In other words,
that would
you
happen.
believe they would not enforce federal immigration law, and you were concerned that President Trump and his administration would enforce federal immigration law?
We thought it was important for victims of crimes and witnesses to murders, for example, that they have access to courts without being threatened or intimidated.
Yeah. Well, speaking of crime, more than 3,200 illegal immigrants have been arrested in New York City for committing crimes while living in taxpayer-funded housing under your watch, Governor. Governor, are you aware of any law or executive order that would prevent a citizen of New York, a citizen of the United States, from facing criminal or civil enforcement in a state building?
I'm not aware.
So you think that citizens should be treated less than and have less protections than illegal immigrants?
No,
Is that what you're saying?
Our state laws say we cooperate in all criminal cases. I've made that very clear over the last.
Yeah, but you're not doing that.
7
That's the
hours.
reality. Governor, do you
Truth
support?
is, we
do you
don't
support
help
the New
them with
York
civil
for All
enforcement
Act?
because civil
Governor,
enforcement
reclaiming my
isn't-
time. Do you
Go for it.
support the New York for All Act?
I'm not speaking about hypothetical bills.
I ain't gonna lie. She's sassy though. I ain't even gonna lie. He's like, go for it. Oh man, she ain't taking this serious at all. I'll give it to her. She knows she wrong, but she ain't taking it serious.
Governor, this isn't a hypothetical. There was a sit-in in the state legislature today by activists blocking state senators from coming into the chamber. Do you support the New York for All Act? It's yes or no.
I will tell you this, I get about 1,000 bills put on my desk probably by midnight tonight, this is keeping me from doing the work of the people back home. But I can
Governor, you've done a terrible job as governor. It's not keeping you from anything. Frankly, New York is better off with you down here and not in the state. The fact
I don't think we're better off with you here.
The fact is, Governor, you will support the New York for All Act. You will sign it into law if it passes the
I have
state
no
legislature.
confidence it's going to pass.
You have no confidence it will pass.
I don't
If
know.
it does pass, will you sign it?
I'm not able to keep an eye on it. They're voting on it.
Will you sign it
now.
into law if it passes?
I have about 1,000 bills that get
Will
passed
you
every
sign the
year.
New York for All Act into law if it passes?
You have to wait
yes
and
or no?
see, like every other bill.
We have to wait and see?
Yes,
Governor,
because
you can't take a position on the New York for All Act. It would put into state statute that New York is a sanctuary state. That's why you're here. That is the exact reason why you're sitting in front of us testifying, because of your disastrous EOs, your disastrous pro-criminal policies that have resulted in the death of New Yorkers. That is your failure. And the fact is that you can't even answer the question.
No, the
Will
reason
you
I'm
support
sitting here
the
is
New York
because
for All Act?
Republicans are looking
Yes or no?
to deflect from the big, bad, ugly bill that's going to hurt people.
Governor,
in your
Governor,
district.
gentlemen, time's expired. Governor, are you going to answer his question?
Yeah, that's deflecting, sis. We're asking you a question and you want to talk about the big, beautiful, or the big, ugly bill. And it has nothing to do with the fact that you have failed your people and you've allowed yourself to be a sanctuary state and have multiple sanctuary cities. Like, that has nothing to do with Trump's big, beautiful bill. You was going to do that regardless. But all right, now let's go ahead and get into this. They brought in Pete Hegseth again, and if you already know, man, they do not like this man Hegseth, so they always come for his neck. So let's get a little glimpse into it.
California, Mr. Cisneros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, so many topics to cover. I represent California's 31st District, located in Southern California, where you've deployed the National Guard and Marine Combat Battalion in an effort by this administration to provoke a confrontation. God only knows for what reason. As my colleague from Tennessee mentioned, the military has been activated before by the president, but let's tell the whole story. President Johnson federalized the troops after the governor of Alabama activated them to keep black students out of the University of Alabama. President Johnson did it so the students could attend the university. He did it for the right reason. He corrected a wrong. California did not ask the president for help, and the presence of the military is an effort by this administration to intimidate and incite fear and violence amongst its citizens. You failed at ensuring basic operational security by sharing classified data over an unclassified network. This was blatant, lazy, and put service members' lives at risk. And knowing that your office is a SCIF.
I mean, it's hard to, and here's the thing though, it is hard to put signal gate on this man, Pete Hegseth, because, well, he's the one who decides what's classified military information. So if he shared it, he already deemed that it's unclassified military information.
I hope you are not bringing in your devices, your personal cell phone, or even your work phone, because that's not supposed to be in there either, right? Your cell phone, into your office to send these signal chat texts. Your blatant lack of basic OPSEC would have gotten you forced you to resign from any other administration. You're requiring 8% cuts across all services, not to save the taxpayers money, but to fund President Trump's pet projects. You talk about quality of life for our service members, but yet you take $1 billion away from the Army that was meant to improve their barracks and their. You said that money waste, but we don't know that yet because we haven't seen a budget. If the president has projects he wants funding for, you need to come before this body and provide reasoning, not just shift money around. Right now, you are stealing from our service members, robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Hold on. So instead of just using the money that they have, you want them to spend more money, taxpayer money? Yeah, this is what's so weird about listening to these guys nowadays in Congress. It's like, spend more money. We want you to spend more money. And we're just like, yo, can we just allocate some funds, some money that we don't need instead of charging the American people? Like, isn't that a good thing that he's kind of like, you're just trying to allocate funds? Yes, call being fiscally responsible. Instead of just trying to borrow more money from the bank or run up the credit card, you could just move around and do some budgeting.
Now you have repeatedly said that you will judge every individual on their merit. Is that true?
Unlike the previous administration,
You will
yes,
judge
we are focusing
simple yes
on,
or no.
for our service
Judge everybody
members, how
on their
good they
merit.
are at their job. Yes.
But yet you are separating thousands of service members who are performing and doing their job at a high level. They are being separated not based on merit. You know, some have been recommended for early promotion and have gotten awards and are doing a great job, but you're separating for no other reason, and frankly, I think you just don't like them. And you're classifying many of them as a national security threat, which is simply not true. You asked the Secretary of the Navy to change the name of the ship, because Harvey Milk didn't meet your definition of warrior ethos. If a Korean War veteran and a Navy diver who gave his life for standing up for his beliefs doesn't meet your definition, I don't know what will. You keep talking about recruiting, but let's face the facts here, right? Recruiting started improving before President Trump even came into office, and the reason that changed was because of the investment that was put into recruiting. Now, I was at the Pentagon at the time, and I know how much we invested in it, and I know how much of the services. And when you take...
Oh, why did it go down then? I mean, what? All right, dog. I mean, if you kind of want to take that away from him, I guess, but it's a bit hard to take that away from him when the numbers were down under Biden. And you know that. So you're trying to say, like, what? You were shaping up last second?
Take away that investment, you're going to get exactly what happened in President Trump's first administration. In 2019, we had the same recruiting crisis that, you know, back in 2019 when he was president the first time. You continue to attack diversity, but I have always said diversity is about creating opportunity, and I have seen plenty of individuals, many of them enlisted members, who when given the opportunity have succeeded, not because of their sex, not because of color, not because of their sexual identity, but because of their worth ethic and merit.
Huh. Well, yeah, these guys are unreal sometimes. But hey, it is what it is, man. This is Congress, right?
Mr. Secretary, when using your definition of DEI, I think there's only one individual at the Pentagon right now who got his job based on that merit, and that is you. And you got it because of sucking up to your boss. And with that, I yield back.
Damn.
Gentleman yields back. Cheer.
Woo! Hoo-hoo! Boy, if I was Hegseth, boy, I had to light him up on that one. But Hegseth isn't really the one to fire off too much because that's what they want him to do. Now, the only guy who can really fire off and nobody really say too much about is this man right here, Scott Bessent. I mean, trust me, the left is never going to sit there and attack a gay man. They'll never. Like, if Pete Hegseth was black, they'd never attack Pete Hegseth.
Senator Smith, and for the remaining, thank you, Senator Smith, and for the remaining senators who came after my last announcement, we are under a time pressure here, and so I've asked all senators to please stick rigidly to your 5 minutes. And next is Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Bisson, I hope you help me stick to the 5 minutes. Mr. Chairman, before I begin, I just want to share to you and to the ranking member that I hope this committee will soon welcome Secretary Kennedy before the committee as well. There are many pressing questions, especially from those of us that come from states where there's been a measles outbreak. He's been impossible to get in touch with. He doesn't respond to letters, all the rest. I hope we can work.
Hold on, dog. This is the Secretary of Treasury, the Treasury Secretary. Okay, G. If you have beef with our man Kennedy, with the Health and Human Service Secretary, then wait for that. Okay, you can bring him in another day. I do hate when these congressmen take the time to complain about other cabinet members. It's like, bro, you don't have an economic question for this man Bessent?
Work together to get him here. Secretary Bessent, we've talked about the 333 plan a few times, and this included, if I remember correctly, not just with our personal private conversations, but also in this committee, that it included reducing the deficit to 3% of the gross domestic product as well. Secretary Bessent, is it true that the United States bond rating was just downgraded? Yes or no would work.
One of the agencies did lower the U.S. bond.
So, Mr. Secretary, if you need it, I'll give you the article. It's right here. The United States rating was downgraded. The answer is yes. I hope you can help me. I hope you can help me stick to 5 minutes, please.
The answer is yes. And
the answer is yes, but he said one of the agencies. So just like we have 3 different credit bureaus, there's probably other agencies that score credit. Maybe. Actually, let's hear Scott Bessens explain it. And if he doesn't, I'll just look it up. So let me get the full context here.
Yes or no would work.
One of the agencies did lower the U.S. bond.
So, Mr. Secretary, if you need it, I'll give you the article. It's right here. The United States rating was downgraded. The answer is yes. I hope you can help me stick to 5 minutes, please.
The answer is yes, and
I appreciate that.
Mr. Secretary, if I may, Summers categorized the bond downgrades as lagging.
Mr. Chairman, can I get an extra minute? Can we tell the witness to please work with us on this 5-minute thing?
No, let's just please keep moving quickly.
Please work with me on this, sir, so we can get through this as quickly as we can. Yes or no, is it still your goal to reduce the deficit to 3% of GDP?
As I said, something that starts with a 3 by the end of President Trump's second term.
Okay, so pretty much we got the major credit rating agencies are S&P Global, Moody's Investor Service, and Fitch Ratings. These agencies assess the issuer's financial strength and assign credit rating, which are often represented by letter grades like AAA, AA, A, or BBB. These ratings help investors understand the risk associated with lending money to the issuer and can influence the yield or return they expect to receive. So one of these agencies downgraded us from a AAA to a AAB. One of them, not all of them. So that is where the left-leaning media kind of does criticize, and they don't tell you the full story. So it's almost like saying that, yeah, I got on all 3 credit bureaus, I believe it's Equifax, TransUnion. Somebody remind me of the third one, but it's kind of like you got a 750 on 2 of them, but you got I don't know, maybe like a 700 or 680 on one of them, and and everybody's reporting your credit as average. It's like, whoa, but he's doing great in these 2. Yeah, but this one downgraded him, so sorry, but we're kind of downgrading who you are as a creditor. Like, you used to have very good credit with these 2, but now we're going to downgrade your whole credit report because one credit agency reported bad on you. It's like, damn. Well, damn.
Is the answer yes?
That would be a yes.
Appreciate that. Yes or no, did the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office report that the so-called big, beautiful bill would add $2.4 trillion to the deficit?
The CBO did that and added 2.8 of tariff income.
Appreciate that. Well, we'll get there. Yes or no, does adding $2.4 trillion to the deficit advance your goal of reducing the deficit to 3% of GDP?
I think that's the false statement, so I'm not going to answer it.
You disagree with the CBO score?
Aggressively.
Huh? Well, here's a CBO score. If you want to see it, I'll give it to you.
Okay, and what I'm not sure.
Yes or no?
I'm not sure how you responded to the CBO score and Larry Summers' warning on the budgets that were passed 2 years ago.
Mr. Secretary, yes or no? Is it still your goal to reduce the deficit to 3% of GDP?
As I said, something that starts with a 3 by 2028.
Appreciate that. The Republican tax scam also steals $800 billion from Medicaid, almost $300 billion from the Affordable Care Act. Yes or no, will that impact Americans' health care benefits?
Again, it doesn't give a yes or no answer. Doesn't lend itself to a yes or no answer.
Well, the answer is yes.
And that's the problem with economics. Ain't shit in economics really a yes or no answer. The only time you get yes or no, bro, is really economics 101 is the only time you really get yes or no answers. And that's probably week 1 basics. You can get some yes or no. You can do the yes or no's. After that, everything's an extended response. After that, bro, your second class in economics, everything's an extended response. Bro, barely you can get a yes or no situation or an answer in economics. Because you really do got to explain it. It is quite the complicated this is quite the complicated class or course.
15 million Americans will lose their coverage because of these cuts. I can cite that as well. According to the congressional budget, Mr. Secretary, I didn't ask a question.
Then why ask if you have the answer?
Mr. Chairman, can I get your help here? According to the Congressional Budget Office, the Republican tax scam cuts $285.7 billion from the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program known as SNAP. Yes or no? Will those cuts make it easier for children, veterans, seniors, folks with disabilities, parents, and grandparents to put food on the table?
Again, that does not lend itself to a yes or no answer. You seem to have the answer, so I'll just take it from you.
Well, Mr. Bessent, the American people have told everybody here that's not a billionaire that the answer is no. I'd invite you to come on down and visit some of these food banks.
The American people told what they wanted on November 5th.
Ooh. You know what folks back home are saying, Mr. Bessent, that they voted for this president and said this is not what they signed up for. Well, he promised he would not touch our Medicaid. He promised he would not go after Medicare.
He didn't. He actually added to Medicare $600 million.
He said to all the folks over here that have a vote, keep your hands off the nutritional food programs. And you know what they've done?
Yeah, I mean, he raised a requirement for it. So yeah, you can't be no able-bodied adult who's not working, who's getting food stamps. Yeah, you should be putting into the system at least a little bit the same system that you're taking out. So you guys have a problem of stopping free handouts.
Exact opposite, sir. You know the truth. The American people just want the truth, Mr. Secretary.
Sir,
let me go on here.
You get to have another referendum in 2026
let me go on here,
and
though,
2028.
Let me go on here.
Yeah, honestly, too. I had that same answer if I was Bessent. All right, well, we'll see where we're at in 2026, 2028. And that's what I like Bessent. That man got confidence. And we're literally, bro, if you knew this man Bessent's past, it's like nobody can honestly talk to this man when it comes to economics. You can't talk to Bessent when it comes to economics. We're talking about a guy who was literally in every aspect of it. This man was betting currencies with George Soros. Bro, the currency villain himself, Soros. And he was helping that man make money. So this man knows all about the yields. This man knows all about trading. This man knows all about the economy. He spent his life in the economy. Like, you really can't have this. Like, when it comes to experience, this man, Scott Bessent, probably has the most outstanding experience when it comes to any of Trump's cabinet members. Even though he is the most boring speaker of Trump's cabinet members, he has the most knowledge on his subject when it comes to Trump's cabinet members.
Let me ask you about the tariffs, since you brought that up as well. Do you believe that the tariffs are going to cover the cost of the big, beautiful bill?
I believe, again, you seem to like CBO scoring.
All right, then 11 million of you guys are just lazy then, and you don't have kids and you just don't want to work. So there you go. 11 million of you people will lose Medicaid because you're able-bodied, you don't have kids, and you're not working. Yeah, I mean, you kind of deserve it, bro. Sorry.
The CBO scoring says 2.8 trillion of tariff income.
Well, surprise, surprise, Mr. Secretary, this is not from CBO. This is from a conservative think tank. They say no, that's a lie. Mr. Secretary, I think the American people just deserve the truth here. Like, that's all that we're trying to get at here. Sorry to be so abrupt with this line of questioning here. Let's just be honest with folks so that they can plan their lives out. People that are on Medicaid, Medicare beneficiaries, or on food programs, let's just...
Bro, if you're, and here's the thing, I would grill him. I'd be like, so you're saying, I would have to ask him, are you saying that we're taking Medicaid from old ladies? Because if you're saying that, then that's a lie. But if we're taking away Medicaid from the lazy and enabled body, then you're absolutely right. And those are millions of Americans. So I'm not sorry, but hey, it is what it is. So all they got to do is volunteer for their community or get a part-time job. They do that, they keep their Medicaid benefits. How could you be mad? I just don't get it. I don't get the outrage. I don't. I'll be real with you.
Let's be honest with them so that they can make plans. The farmers and ranchers who entered into contracts a year ago that had that pulled out from under them, be honest with them so they can plan. All these small businesses, that's all we're asking. Thank you for the time, Mr.
All right, man. It's you guys in this uncertainty in the market, but the market's been looking good, well, for the past month now. But you guys won't talk nothing about that. You won't talk nothing about inflation or the job market or how, well, prices have went down. Well, mainly due to inflation going down.
A Fed shakeup. Trump announcing Friday he'll name a successor very soon to replace Fed Chair Jerome Powell. And the new Bloomberg report claims Trump's advisors are pushing for his replacement to be Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
I knew it.
The White House was quick to call.
I knew it. I called that so smooth. I knew it. I said, no, he's going to relieve Scott Bessent, put him in there, because Scott Bessent is going to do everything that man Powell won't do. And he's just going to put somebody else's Treasury Secretary, and it's going to leave it from there. I don't know, maybe like, what's that one dude, Grierson or something? Maybe him. Maybe that funny looking dude.
Well, the report false, but regardless, Besson is clearly emerging as a rising star or a complete total star already. He's fresh off a major trade deal with China, and shortly after his reported scuffle with Elon Musk, Musk posted on X that his comments toward Trump went, quote, too far. Larry, you got to weigh in on both of these. Okay?
The fist fight. Trump was playing it down in the podcast, Miranda Devine's podcast. You said you heard about it. Scott Bessent is becoming a very good Treasury Secretary. He's a brilliant guy. No one should be surprised. He was my pick for Treasury all along, and I told that to the boss. As far as the Federal Reserve, Scott has said he's got the best job right now. So we'll see. He's a brilliant guy. Kevin Warsh's name popped up, and Trump spoke very well of Kevin Warsh, and another brilliant guy who I think would make a good Fed chair. And there are other names out there. This is all very early speculation. I might add, a bit mischievous at that. What Mr. Trump is doing, though, I kind of like this with his tweet today and X-tweet with Jay Powell, who should cut the rate. He's working the ref. It's like a good basketball game. He's working the ref, you know? It's kind of cool, kind of shoving him, giving him a little hip check here and there.
With CPI where it is, that we should be a point lower. And Jerome Powell isn't cutting rates. And in his Truth Social post, he said you should cut rates because of the interest payments that we have to make on our debt. So if Jerome Powell continues to play politics, which I think he's doing, it hurts the country. It hurts us.
I agree. I couldn't. You know, ask yourself, we said it earlier in the show, in September you had a jumbo rate cut, which backfired, right? Long rates went up, but the inflation rate was around 3%.
Right.
Today, last 4 months, it's 1.4%, and he won't cut. So it doesn't make any sense. No consistency to it. And I guess he's blaming it on tariffs, like all these other silly people.
The big bad
You're clearly so happy with what's gone on so far with the Fed. Either of you, I want to hear from both of you.
Well, I think it's pretty early to be talking names of people. I agree.
11 months.
I agree with Larry on that one. My bigger thing is my problem with the Fed, and I don't know how much a Fed chair can do about this, but I think its fundamental problem with the dual mandate is going to still be there no matter who's.
Fed chairs have failed us before. I mean, the first Fed chair basically caused the depression. And then this man, while the entire economy was failing, somehow found enough money to buy the Washington Post. And this was the guy who ran the Federal Reserve for the first time. So I never really, well, no, wait. Not the first time, but let me see, who was it actually? Anyway, though, I'm trying to remember the guy's name. But yeah, so the Federal Reserve chair who during the Great Depression, we needed more money to be pumped into the economy, and he refused to do it. He literally let the economy just go down to shitter. And then this guy somehow has enough money to buy out a major news publication, which was the Washington Post. So trust me, nobody really trusts the Fed too much, especially if you know history.
Who's in that chair, which means they just have to make a decision. Which side of that mandate am I going to skew to?
Let me.
You like the dual mandate? You cannot.
No.
You cannot be a dual mandate liking.
Look, Paul Volcker had a dual mandate, and he chose to argue that price stability was the best tonic for economic growth and high employment. Okay, that's the way out of that.
Yeah.
Jay Powell's never said that.
But that's what I'm saying.
Alan Greenspan used
Europe
to say
only
that.
has their single mandate.
Yeah.
Single
The
mandate.
ECB.
Yeah. And she's done a great job over there.
I know.
Lagarde, Madame Lagarde, who's a pal of mine. I knew Christine Lagarde from the IMF. So look here's the other thing now. You got to repopulate the board. Very important.
Yeah, you've got voting members.
Mickey Bowman becoming vice chair for supervision is great. You must also repopulate the Reserve Bank presidents, because you've had years of liberal Democrats appointing Reserve Bank presidents, and it's a very bad group. It's a very biased group. And then you have to dig into the board staff of economists, whatever they have, 300-400 economists, well-educated, smart people, but they're all biased, kind of liberal Keynesian models. Too much growth causes higher inflation, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Polls have been taken. They donate to Democratic campaigns, but I don't think that's not as egregious in my view. The intellectual models are what the problem is, and you got to put somebody. Look, Kevin Hassett.
Big lift.
Kevin Hassett could do this. Kevin Warsh could do this. Scott Besson can do this. Other people can do this. David Malpass could do this. You just have to go in and change the staff and the models, and then gradually change the people in charge.
You better have an energetic leader then. It's going to take a lot of energy.
Amen
to do all
and
that.
amen. And we have to have more after this.
All righty. Now let's get over to what my man also said over here, because he had a good point. And shout out to my man Ludo. Let's make sure we can pull this one up here. Here we go.
If we cut our interest by 1 point, for years, we save $300 billion. We're going to spend $600 billion a year, $600 billion, because of one numbskull that sits here. I don't see enough reason to cut the rates now.
Yeah, well, that's laying it on the line. Joining us now to talk about it, John Carney, co-author of the daily Breitbart Business Digest. Hi, John. It's so Trump called him a numbskull. He's kind of working the ref. But the thing that's so interesting, with all these good inflation numbers coming down, and it really is a surprise, the tariff inflation is missing in action. I mean, that's one thing. And as Scott Besson said today in the hearing, there is a sort of tariff derangement syndrome. But the reality is, the economists were wrong, all right? Amateurs like you and me, I hate to say it, but we were saying all along it wasn't going to be an inflationary surge. Listen, that
was the wildest thing that the Dems never really took back. They never took it back. Like the Dems, they said, what did they say about tariffs? It's going to raise prices and cause crazy inflation. But inflation only went down and prices remained stagnant. So what was all that talk about tariffs? And then they still act as if they know tariffs more than everybody else when they were completely wrong about it. It's hilarious.
Understand, what is the reason that the Fed keeps telling everybody they're not going to cut their target rate? Because the target rate is now over 2 percentage points, arguably more than that, above the inflation rate. So I'm trying to figure out, what is the Fed's argument here?
Look, the Fed has no argument. They have tariff derangement syndrome.
All right, bro. Because you're all right, dog. Because I just said I'm American and I was being a bit tongue in cheek, but I guess I'll take your argument serious for maybe 30 seconds. First off, yeah, I am African American, but guess what, dog? I don't want free handouts. And I believe our ancestors did enough to put us in a good position, but as a community, we fucked that up. So who are we to try to go back and try to take money from white people or every other race of people that would incur if we wanted reparations, or if reparations was to ever pass? So why would I want to take from my fellow American when I didn't do anything? I had family members that were had ancestors that were slaves, but they worked hard enough to put my family in a good position, and my family just didn't happen to fuck that up. Just because other families who were descendants of slaves fucked up their wealth, now they want to get back from the white man, bro, it's pathetic. And it just shows who the losers of our lineage is. So just because you have a loser lineage, don't blame that on the white man. That's you. Shoot, my ancestors came through. They came over here. They got their stuff together. And guess what? Even though they came from a slave lineage, and even they went out to South Africa, got right, and it came right back to America. It's just like, bro, you guys are just a bunch of, it's going to sound hurtful, but yes, you guys are the loser lineage of our community. Because there are Black Africans or African Americans who still have money. The Black bourgeois and all them people like that. So, yeah, there's people who actually gain from Black Wall Street or actually solidify some type of wealth from after being freed as a slave and all that good stuff. And they have their wealth today. But majority of Black families did not do that. And that's not the white man's fault. That's ours. So you guys kicking and screaming to the white man because your family effed up money is pathetic. Why don't you go get it? Why don't you go rebuild your family wealth and stop crying to the white man that you guys think is a devil? You look pathetic and stupid. There you go.
They thought there would be an inflation surge. And in fact, we've had deflation. If you look through today's PPI numbers, there's not only not a sign of consumer inflation, there's not even a sign of a margin squeeze. It's very clear that the tariffs aren't being
No, there's rich black people before, but you guys want to sit there and victimhood yourself like there was only rich black people for what in the 60s emerged. Like a Madam Cheese Walker didn't exist. Like, I'm being real with you. There's also black slave owners. I mean, we damn near owe reparations to ourselves at a certain point. Actually, why don't you go ask the Africans who sold our asses in the first place? Why don't you go after the Africans? Okay, you're picking and choosing at that point of who you want to punish for your ancestors' enslavement. So y'all really got to hop off it and just rebuild your wealth. It's like you want to try to take from the white man. It's like that's not gonna work. Trust me, it's unconstitutional. And I'm sorry that that's just the way it is, but it's the way it is. There's no argument for reparations because these race-based reparations are unconstitutional because it would impede on the individual right of every taxpayer in America. And if you just don't want to accept that, then you're just a child. But let's talk to an adult. Hey, Steph. Steph.
Hello.
Hey. All right, I had to talk to an adult for a second. So how you doing, sis?
I'm all right. And you? I'm just laughing because it's so pathetic.
I'm sorry, but it is such a pathetic argument sometimes. It irritates me that my own people would subjugate themselves to such a pathetic stance. And then
instead of just learning from it, learn from the past, move on.
It's like, bro, there's black families who kept their wealth after slavery. And then here's the thing, there's most of us didn't. And then the guys who didn't are the ones who's crying out and about reparations because of my ancestors and all that good stuff. And I'm like, bro, I feel like that's like broke people talk. It just really is. It's defeatist attitude because you're waiting for the white man to save your life? To give you $1 million so you can go fuck it off on something and then ask the white man for more? The same white man that y'all disrespect and call a devil, colonizer, but the same guy you wanted to give you a handout? I mean, he's supposed to be this white devil, guys, but then he's supposed to give you a handout? Isn't he a white devil? Like, so doesn't that mean he's not going to give you that handout, but you guys are still on y'all knees begging? I can't believe these niggas. Excuse my language. I'm sorry.
No, I get it.
But you did say you had something to say about Medicaid and all that good stuff.
Oh, you already know I always got something to say about that. When they got something to say about it going away and all that. No. In the chat, I know there's naysayers in the chat, and I'm on disability myself, and I can safely say Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security is not going anywhere, and not going anywhere for anybody that needs it. So if you're somebody that doesn't need it and is on it and just abusing it and be like, oh, my boo-boo hurts.
You can get it.
You're going off of it.
Oh, wow. I like it, though. That's the problem, though. And that is the problem. A lot of people abuse the Medicaid system. And then the Dems want to act like there's nobody abusing it. Like there just aren't lazy people on there. And like, well, you're taking millions of people's Medicaid away. Yeah, because they're lazy. Like, I'm sorry, guys. I know. It hurts for your lazy friend who's going to have to go and get a job. But it is what it is. It's for the best.
And then even then, they're only asking for what? How much time was that they're asking for the people?
80 hours a month, and that's for either working or volunteer work. So it's either they're helping out in their community or they're working a job for this 20 hours a week.
And that's still as easy as going, like, if you like animals, just going to SPCA, volunteering at the SPCA, which I can't do anymore because how my legs are and everything. But I'm sure there's a lot of people that are abusing it that can go and hang out with dogs all day, walk dogs all day, and be just fine.
Yeah, but you know what about that? They make it sound like it's just petting cute dogs and all, but you will be cleaning dog poop for a little bit. But you're volunteering and you're getting free benefit, and then you're going to get your benefits. You should be proud. I mean, honestly, anybody should be happy to serve their community in any way, shape, or form. But, that's just me speaking because I used to go to this Catholic school that they would make you go out there and volunteer. And even though they made us do it, you found a way to like it, or it made you feel good. I see the lesson that they put in there with it.
Right. I mean, when you're having fun with animals and stuff like that, really the nasty stuff, I mean, you really ignore. I mean, it's all about the enjoyment of being with the animals in the first place.
Nah, facts. Or, if you just want to work a job 20 hours a week, well, we'd appreciate that, guys. No, go ahead and put into the system that you take out of. You'll be putting less in than you get, but at least you're putting something in for the next person, right? Like, they should feel good about that. And the SNAP benefits, well, yeah, it's the same thing. Same ordeal. If you don't got kids, you're able body and you could work. Sorry, you don't need it to go ahead and have free food stamps. Really, it should be go ahead and left up to the single mothers and those who actually need it. And those who are just working low income. Sure, give it to them, but don't give it to the lazy who's just not working and just chilling. Because there are people who I even know who don't got no job, no nothing, got food stamps to sell though. Like, it's crazy. But
Oh, believe me, I agree with you, Seth.
Sure, I appreciate it. Steph, was there anything else you want to talk about?
Not really. I'm just laughing my ass off at the naysayers in the chat, and I can't remember the one other guy's name. I know GX9 and
Oh man, look, trust me. I got a little troll in the chat who keeps switching accounts and coming back in. And I'm just like, okay. I was like, okay.
yeah, but they keep surrounding my friend Johnny, and I do not like that. I do not appreciate that.
Hey man, the Dems gonna jump you on the topic. Trust me, they will jump you on the topic. There's one Dem to argue there's one Dem to argue with you, there's one Dem to gaslight you, and there's one Dem to insert the ad hominems, and the other Dem's just there for shits and giggles to laugh.
Right.
It's like a 4-Dem assassination. It's like that's how they get you every time.
Sounds like demons to me.
No, right? But all right, Steph, we'll go hard and get on with this one. Probably gonna finish up this video and close it out. But here's the thing is, though, I think a lot of people are getting mad about, the point is that S.E.T is not an African American, is not affected, so he doesn't care about African American getting reparations. Bro, there's African Americans who share my opinion, and I am African American. I believe I just told you, even though, like I said, my family does come from overseas as well. But here's the thing: I can get reparations. Look, if reparations pop off, I could be a recipient. I definitely could. I can make the argument, because what's the argument about it? What, do you have to be a full-blown descendant of somebody who's a slave on these plantations out here? Like, how does it work? And here's the thing, though. You guys don't deserve reparations. You really don't. I'm gonna be honest with you. The black community don't deserve reparations. Why? Because you fucked up your own community, and now you want to go ask a white man for a handout. That's why you don't deserve reparations. There you go. And then you want to be like, but the victimhood of my ancestors and all that good stuff. Well, they got free, and they gave you the opportunity to be this free person today, have all the opportunity in the world to rebuild the community, but you haven't. You sat there at home bitching to the white man. I mean, the same white man that your ancestors freed themselves to, you walk back on hand and knees asking for money. Disgraceful. It really is disgraceful, to be quite honest with you.
And the sad part is, it could be 200 years in the future, and they'll still be saying the same thing.
Bro. Oh my God. Just annex them out the black community already. This whole FBA BS then went too far, and all it did was fake these guys a supremacist mindset. Now they think that they're better than all the other blacks because their ancestors were enslaved here in America, and now they want reparations for it. It's like, oh, Lord. And they don't even see the weakness in it. I wish they did, though. I wish they did see the weakness in it, because they would immediately stop and they stop listening to that man Tariq Nasheed, making them look like a bunch of, crybabies for the white man's money of all things. Like, I really wonder what y'all defense on that is. Begging for the white man's money is like, what is y'all defense on that though? Like, all right, cool. Let's say I'm not African American. Cool. What is your defense on begging the white man for money? Like, what is your defense for having all this like vicious language toward the white man, but thinking that he's going to give you this money? What's the point of having the most highest crime rate, the murder rate in America, but then you want to go turn around and ask the white man for money? And then you kill your own numbers, kill your own representation. You went from 14% to 12%. You're not even we don't even have that strong representation no more, but you want to ask a white man for money. Y'all need to fix yourselves before you ask anybody for money. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, and not to mention the numbers. The numbers of people keep killing each other.
Mm-hmm. And guys, you would be very surprised, but trust me, it's just the lights. I'm not light skin. You know what? F it. I guess so. Whatever. But I would say it's just the lights, guys. If anything, I'm caramel. Oh no, I kind of like poking fun at the guys in the chat because they're kind of like losing their mind and all that good stuff over this.
Oh, I'm sure.
They're like, oh, but we're descendants of slaves. We want money and all this good stuff. I'm just like, hey, hold on. According to reparations, wouldn't light skins also deserve to get some money too, or it's because their ancestors was a house niggas? House niggas don't count or something, guys. Like, where are we going with this reparation stuff, guys? Because now I'm just gonna troll you guys the whole time on it for about a good 10 minutes. Why not? Why not troll? Let's break down why reparations is probably the most dumbest thing I've ever heard black people say. Okay.
Here, Seth, before you...
Yeah.
Oops, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to go and do this just to make them more mad.
Hey, America, shout out. Hey, Steph.
I
appreciate that.
So that way you're not alone either.
Hey, I appreciate that. She said 250 years, Set. 250 years of slavery, Set. I know, right? And y'all had years and years of freedom, and then y'all had a whole bunch of rich black families. Y'all had doctors, lawyers. Y'all had it all worked out, and then you fucked it up. Don't talk to me about that. Y'all effed it up. Like, come on now. And I'm just like, shit. Like, and I'm black too, so I'm damn near saying, hey, yo, we fucked it up. Our bad. We can make it better by uniting and actually trying to fix our community instead of crying to the white man for money. I don't know why we're looking out to fix what's within, but I mean, when does that ever work for anybody? Please tell me the last time you fixed something that's inside by looking outside. Like, please tell me, bro. That's like fixing the kitchen sink from outside the sink, from outside the kitchen. Like, how you do it, bro? How do you do it? But right. Man. And like I said, black people, we have all the community. We have all the time to be a community, to start corporations. We had all this time to do so, and we did at one time, and then we fucked it up. Now I'm not gonna act like, well, there wasn't times that the white man did come through and do some grime, but we rebuild, and then we effed it up. Why did we effed it up? Because instead of choosing ourselves, we chose the government, like we still do today. Just like you guys are doing today, because who are you asking for reparations? The government. Because who would be handing you out those payments? The government. So you're still making the same mistakes that destroyed our community in the first place, you dumb bastards. So I really do wonder, why don't y'all learn y'all lessons? You're depending on the same government that destroyed our community. You dumb bastards. I can't believe you niggas sometimes. It's like, this is a damn shame. Like, black people, really? This is what we doing. We begging the white man for money and calling him evil at the same time. And y'all know y'all sound ridiculous. Y'all know y'all do. And white people, do y'all want to pay for that? Of course they don't. Why don't y'all go up and ask white people, the people that's going to be paying these reparations, do they want to pay it? Y'all don't even have a voting block. Y'all just have complainers in our community. Yes, in my community, the black community, we have a bunch of complainers called the FBA who thinks they're better than all the blacks, but have the worst performance out of all the blacks. I know, right? Son of a bitch. Ain't that crazy? But now that I'm done grilling my favorite community, because I do have love for my FBA brethren. Why? Because not all of y'all are like this. Some of you guys understand that the white man ain't giving you nothing. We got to go out there and earn it, and we actually do have to work with our community. some of you guys actually get this, and I'm proud of you guys for getting that. But then the rest of you are complete dumbasses who keep asking the government for money, the same government that completely destroyed our community, is absolutely wild and insane, and you have not learned a single lesson from history. But I'll be here to read out arguments.
Like Black Conservative and Dance-matics and stuff like that. They get it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they get it for sure. They get it for sure. And that's why they understand that reparation talk is mute, because we've had so many opportunities to fix our community, but we relied on the government. Like, and that's never worked out for us, Steph, but we just try it anyway. It's like the insanity of my community sometimes, like, it's crazy because we just keep on trying to get handouts from the government when that kind of destroyed us in the first place. But shout out to the guys who actually do know, and the women who do know is actually going on, and who don't want to just accept a handout from the white man. Which, I mean, let's be real, guys. Let's be real. How is that going to work? Like, what are the optics on that? And if you ask these people how much they want, they really can't tell you. All I know is it's in the trillions. It's in the trillions, guys. And black people, if you think we're going to pay you money before we pay the national debt, you are insane. You are freaking insane. I'm like, bro, oh, we need 5 trillion, 6 trillion for reparations. Bro, F you. Put that towards the debt and let's save the futures of all Americans. Like, screw that whole idea.
Yeah.
But hey. All right, Steph, did you want to have anything to say? Hey, shout out to my man Dova. Shout out to my man Dova. But I do still have my people in here. Taxpayers paid reparations, paid to slave owner descendants, and man, bro. The only time we really paid reparations was wartime reparations, and we did it within that setting. We didn't do it 250 years later, okay? We didn't do that. We did not do that, okay, guys? And like I said, like, you know, the whole 40 acres and a mule. Now, guys, let's be real. If you were dealing with, I don't know, maybe like a group of people, and they promised you something, and they've, finessed you on it, they never gave it to you, why would you go come back, I don't know, maybe like 100 years or so later and ask for something else? Like, they didn't give you the 40 acres and a mule. Why the hell you coming back asking for trillions? How did that make sense? What, did the white man get nicer over the years or something? Shit, tell me, please. I want to know. Maybe I missed something. I don't know. In my opinion, white people got nicer, but not that nice. I mean, shoot, they ain't racist like that. But as far as just handing out trillions of dollars to black people, I don't think they reached that level yet. Like, shoot, trust me. Like I said, before we spend trillions on black reparations, we'll put it on the national debt and we'll secure our children's future before we do that. And if black people really cared about their community, they would do the same and work within their community to secure their future of their descendants, just like their ancestors did. But for some reason, y'all didn't pick up that lesson. Y'all just want money, 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 money.
Or even like Dance Maddox said on his one other live, because he walked outside and he even showed all the trash on the ground and stuff like that. He said, "How about let's do this first too?"
Wait, say that again. He said what?
You remember how he's in New York City?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he said, "How about instead of all that first, how about let's pick up all the trash and everything like that? We trash all our neighborhoods."
Exactly. Honestly, somebody was talking here free education. I mean, we can provide ourselves free education in a black community if we just actually put into our public schools. I mean, actually start funding it and actually start feeding it into our community. We don't need the white man to give us a good education. We can give it to ourselves. Our community can give it to each other. That's what I'm saying. You guys always wait on the white man to do something for you. Like, that shit is crazy to me. I can never just sit there and wait on an outside force to come help me. That's just not how the world works. And that's not how you're going to ever improve in life or improve the community. It's like, it's not going to work if you think that just walking over to the white man instead of working with your community is ever going to solve anything. And you guys know it won't, but you still bring up reparations, huh?
He just wants something to complain about.
Yep, y'all just want something to cry about, and y'all just want to involve the white man in it. The white man didn't give me money yet. For who? My ancestors that were enslaved 200 years ago. I mean, You know, I'm pretty sure when your family got released from slavery, they probably ran into some money at some time. Y'all was probably doing well, a little bourgeoisie. Y'all probably had doctors and lawyers, and then somewhere along the way, y'all fucked that up, just like most families, just like most black families did. Somewhere along the way, you effed it up. Not all, but most. So I would always like to say, let's take accountability, because we can always look back on our grandparents, great grandparents, and we can see some irresponsible financial decisions that they made. And we're going to blame that on the white man. That's not fair. The white man ain't had nothing to do with that. Shoot. The white man done had his hands off the black community for a minute, man. This shit's in free fall at this point. Look, if the evil white man, like, honestly doing something, trust me, he put the system in order, and he's just been running on autopilot, and we just been falling for the same trick over and over and over again. He ain't really add no new specs to it. He ain't add no new finesse to it. We just keep falling for it over and over and over. And this is not me ranting against the evil white man, but this is me just addressing my people on that facts of, well, if you guys want to talk about the white man, let's get real then. Let's get real. Like, come on. If we want to talk about the white man, we just can't paint him as the villain for all of our mistakes. We can't paint him as the villain for the reason that our men went out there and decided to sell drugs and put themselves in jail. We can't blame the white man for the reason that even our great grandparents decided to sell land that they weren't supposed to, and that could have led off to a good start for a lot of our families. Like, trust me, there are a lot of our families that made some mistakes. You can't even sit there and blame it on the white man. Like, the white man's gonna be responsible for every financial mishap in your family. Wild. Wild. But all right. I think I heard enough feelings on this. Oh man, I think I might have heard enough feelings on this bit. Like, man. Somebody said he bet he doesn't know his birth father. I do. But all right, guys. All right. I think I done had enough fun kind of just grilling you guys on this whole thing right here. I know, chat. I know, to my supporters, I know they don't have any counter argument but to say, oh, he's a self-hating black man. Oh, he just doesn't understand the plight and the cause. No, I understand it, and I just understand it's a very weak position that you guys are coming from, and you guys don't understand it. You guys don't even understand that what you're asking for is impossible, but you just want to make the case. Like, you just want people to agree with you that you deserve reparations. You just want the feel good aspect. You don't want no real results. You just want to feel good about it. Anyway, though, I was just scrolling here through the chats, and why you be racist? Oh man. All right. As a racist, complaining about how racist white people are is disgusting. What? All right, yeah, I guess people might have went over a couple people's heads on that one. I guess they took my rant on the white man and how black people like to complain about the white man but ask for handouts. That might have went over some of these guys' heads. They think I hate on white people now, Steph. Damn, I hate my own kind and I hate white people too. But there's some truth to that. Hey, both of them can catch the smoke. Hey, I give jokes on both of them. There's some truth to that. I love them and hate them both.
Hey, there's good and evil and everything, so hey.
I'm weak. Take another shot for saying white man. I'm crying. What? Hey, look, I'm just talking like my FBA brethren who want to bring the white man up in every single problem that they have. All right, I'm just speaking like my FBA brethren. Because we are black at the end of the day, are we not? I mean, don't you guys believe in the whole African diaspora? We honestly, we'd have been more unified with that, but then you FBAs went to go fuck it all up. So it is what it is. It is what it is. But all right, though, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and end out on this one, right? All right. I'm done offending you guys. All right. I'm gonna let you guys go back to blaming the white man about your problems and all this good stuff. I'll let you guys have it. Go back to your victimhood. It's okay.
Or go back on TikTok and shutting people down their lives.
Yep. Don't worry, my FBA community. I love you guys regardless, even though you guys do not like me too much. Well, it really don't matter. Hey, guess what? The FBA women like me though. And guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't. But let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it up one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor.